And there it is right there. So that was Theodora Ifudu. So that was Theodora Ifudu. If you know when that song came out, then you'll be round about my age, you know. So that dates you right there. So that's the delectable tones, the dulcet tones of Theodora Ifudu. So that was Theodora Ifudu. Why am I so I'm completely purged, you know, you know, maybe I'm starting to drink too much, you know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I need to cut back a bit. So that was Theodora Ifudu. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company. Hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. The glory of the day continues for spending time in the company of your favorite or your man. This guy right here, this peculiar face on your screen. This peculiar face on your screen is your favorite or your laughing man. I doubt if you know any other or your laughing man. I'm not saying Yoruba man, no, I'm saying an Oyo man. So in terms of authenticity, you don't get more authentic than if you're Yoruba, you don't get more Yoruba than an Oyo man. So I am the archetypal, the prototype of a Yoruba man. There's no Yoruba beyond me. I am Yoruba. It ends here. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I'm inviting you to do so now, please. Click on the like button. It's for reasons of the YouTube algorithm, as you all well know. So click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. Subscribe and then tell me in the comment section that I have just subscribed. So subscribe and then tell me in the comment section that I have just subscribed. What's going on? So something is happening funky here. So yes, like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says click here to come join us on the screen. And then it says StreamYard. So if you do want to come and join us on the screen, that hyperlink in the comment section is your ticket to ride. So you've got a ticket to ride, and it's that hyperlink in the comment section. So click on that. Say hello to me in the comment section. Say hello. You know I have no friends, so be my friend for the moment that we spent together. Say hello. Hello, one man. I am joining you from, or I'm listening from, or I am watching from. So say hello, then let me know where you're joining us from, so I can acknowledge your presence, say hello back. So that's how it works. That's called civility. Shall we call it civility? It's the pleasantries before it's the calm before the storm, the pleasantries before we get into things that will almost actually set us apart. Good evening, one man from Houston town, just exactly as Chioma has done right there. So say hello in the comment section if you would, please. Share the links to the stream. So copy the URL. I wonder if people actually do that. I ask all the time. I wonder how many people actually share that link. Copy the link to the stream and post it in your WhatsApp groups. You know that old school WhatsApp group that you put in the archive so you don't have to get their notifications all the time. Copy the URL and put it in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, paste it on your Instagram page, spread it near and wide. Let everybody know that we're making noise here. And super chat towards the stream as well, if you would please. Super chat towards the stream. That's the lubricant that lubricates. So a whole raft of so much going on within the political space. Well, of course, actually says H-Town exactly as it's written. What's H-Town, Joma? So that's Samuel Adeleke right there from Long Beach as ever. So there's a whole raft of so many things happening within the political cycle. The APC primaries. So we spent a lot of time on that narrative. We'll still be spending some time on it. We spent a lot of time on it yesterday. We'll still be spending even more time on it today because it's such a seminal moment in time. It's the biggest indicator yet of the sort of elections that we're going to have. The APC primaries is the biggest indicator yet of the sort of elections we're going to have. So there was a lot of anticipation that it would be a low figure election. So abandon that anticipation. if we extrapolate and project from the numbers coming out of the APC primaries, it's going to take a phenomenal, anybody winning that election will be winning it with 10 million plus votes, 10 million plus. So that's the benchmark that's been set. So we get into that and discuss that. So all that is my elder brother, is my uncle, is my daddy that Peter Obi is using to jolly Atiku along. Atiku doesn't want to be jollied along anymore. The guy is a punk, is what Atiku said about Peter Obi in the news cycle today. Hello, Engineer Kule from Mowe. You are a good job, sir. That should be your degree. No, where did you get your engineering degree? You are a good job. I'm not a good job. I'm a human being, not a good job. You are doing a good job is what you are intending to say. How can you be an engineer with your English being so poor? Hello, Engineer Kule from Mowe. You are a good job, sir. So we could say that's a typographical error, but keep it, sir. My guy, man, go return that engineering certificate to wherever it is that they gave you it from. So yes, where was I? So sorry, Okunle, I was only joking. No, don't mind me. I joke a lot on this space. Good to see you, Okunle. So yeah, yes, where was I? So all that my elder brother, my uncle, my daddy, my leader that Peter Obi uses to jolly Atiku along. Atiku doesn't want to be jollied along anymore. He has unsheathed his sword and is slashing in the direction of Peter Obi. So an online noisemaker is how Atiku has summed up Peter Obi. So we'll be looking into that. Tinubu is the Biafra we're looking for. This is the message of David Umahi to the Southeasterners. But why is he saying that, and what justifies that statement? Is what we'll be looking at that as well. We won't allow opposition with no clear vision to take Nigeria backwards. This is the determination that Tinubu is signaling to the electoral space. So we'll be examining that comment, see what we're making of it. The guy that lost to Tinubu, he got 16,000 votes, but he's coming out to tell us that he's not satisfied with the results. He says he's rejecting it. I'm not quite sure what that means. Maybe he's insisting that he won. Maybe the obedience will tell us that Osifo Stanley defeated Tinubu in the primaries. ADC faction dissolves David Mark-led leadership, endorses Dumebi Kachiku as presidential candidate. So there's still the underbelly of a possibility that Atiku Abubakar might not still end up on a ballot. So we'll be looking at that as well. 2027, Ohaneze backs Tinubu's re-election, plans for 2031. So this is the most pragmatic yet that we're seeing, hearing. Sorry, don't worry. I think Kunle knows that. Kunle knows that I'm joking. So this is the most. That's Samuel telling me of the. No, Kunle. I know what you mean. I'm only pulling your legs. People will tell you I fool around a lot on this. I can barely speak the English language myself, so I'm no one to be pointing in anybody's direction. So yes, let me bring this up. Actually, let me bring this up. Let's start it off with this one. So this is yet the most pragmatic. This is yet the most pragmatic that you will be hearing from Southeastern politics. This is the only possibility for the Southeast. The only possibility, and this is the politics that they should be playing, by the way, because the only political relevance that the Southeast is likely to have in the next 12 years is to be the vice president. That's the only pathway that opens to the Southeast. Let me repeat it again. The only pathway for any form of political relevance for the Southeast in the next 12 years is to be the vice president. That's just it. So let me walk you through it. Tinubu is going to win the 2027 elections. I don't think there are too many people that think otherwise. Everybody knows he's winning that election. So that completes the 8-year term of the South. power transits to the north in 2031. So it's there's no possibility of a Southeasterner being the president in 2031. That would never happen. So that closes as well. So the only sliver of a possibility to have political relevance within the next 12 years for the Southeast is to gun for the 2031 vice presidential slot. That is the only marginal window of opportunity. So that is the only marginal window of opportunity that opens for the Southeast. So there is no other window apart from the sliver of an opportunity for a vice presidential slot in 2031. That is the only. Peter Obi is not going to. I don't think anybody is retarded enough to think Peter Obi is not going to be the president. You know that. So if Peter Obi is not going to be the president, then what political relevance remains for the Southeast? Peter Obi will not win 2027, and if he doesn't win 2027, he will not even run in 2031. So if he doesn't run in 2031, then that's another 8 years closed off. So that's 12 years. That's the next 12 years of the Nigerian political landscape is already accounted for. Tinubu completes his 8 years, power goes to the north. So which window opens for the Southeast? The only window that opens for the Southeast is the pragmatism that Ohanaeze Ndigbo is speaking to here. Ohanaeze backs Tinubu's re-election, plans for 2031 vice presidency. And when they're gunning for that, please let them just, after that 2027 election, let them just completely redirect the politics of the Southeast and move away from this ethnic jingle of this obedient something and move to a more neutralized space. Even Issa Pantami told you all that about what? Near 10 years ago now, that Issa Pantami told you that if the Southeast doesn't move to the center, they will continue to be on the outside looking in. Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization Ohanaeze Ndigbo has backed the re-election of President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 presidential election. Ohanaeze said that after careful deliberation and objective assessment, the body affirmed that it is in the best collective interest of the Igbo nation to support the re-election bid of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027. It stated that the approach is aimed at securing the 2031 vice presidency under the All Progressive Congress APC and assuring that the Southeast region benefits fully from federal initiatives. So if they are gunning for that vice presidential slot under the APC, I don't think. You're not a sensitive soul. That's I think Baba is telling me that I went too far there. Baba, I think Kunle should know that I'm joshing. So even that possibility, if they are gunning for that vice presidential slot under the APC, even that window might not necessarily open, because the front runner for the vice presidential slot for the APC 2031 is Yemsin Wike. I cannot see beyond Yemsin Wike to occupy that vice presidential slot for the APC 2021. After the 2027 elections, as soon as the results are announced, Wike will cross over to the APC. As soon as Wike crosses over to the APC, he will become the second most senior Southeastern, Southern, not Southeastern, it's from the South. As soon as after the presidential election finishes, within that month, by the first week of February, Yemsin Wike will be an APC member. And as soon as Yemsin Wike crosses over to the APC, he will become the second most senior, most Southern politician after Tinubu within that party. And without contention, he's going to get the vice presidential slot for behind whoever it is. So that's just the permutation right there. So even the vice presidential slot within the APC does not open to the Southeast. I think what opens to the Southeast is a Kwakwanso Peter Obi ticket for 2031. Ohanaeze backs Tinubu's re-election plans for 2031 vice presidency. Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization Ohanaeze Ndigbo has backed the re-election of President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 presidential elections. Ohanaeze said that after careful deliberation and objective assessment, the body affirmed that it is in the best collective interest of the Igbo nation to support the re-election bid of President Bola Tinubu in 2027. It stated that the approach is aimed at securing the 2031 vice presidency under the All Progressive Congress APC and assuring that the southeastern region benefits fully from federal initiatives. The Pan-Igbo organization reiterated the decisions reached jointly with the Southeastern Governors Forum, the Forum of Former Governors, and Southeast Serving Ministers in January 2026. So it looks as though outside of the obedient movement, all of the big weights within the Southeast, they're somewhat in the pragmatic resignation that Tinubu gets re-elected and they have to stay on his good side in order for them to get the benefit of the state. The Pan-Igbo organization reiterated the decision reached jointly with the Southeastern Governors Forum, the Forum of Former Governors, and Southeast Serving Ministers in January 2026. According to Ohanaeze Ndigbo, these decisions emphasized that no Igbo candidate, including Mr. Obi, should challenge President Tinubu in 2027. This was contained in a statement issued by the Deputy President General Mazi Okechukwu Izegozoro and Chief Thompson Umahi, a national spokesperson, and made available to journalists. This strategic restraint is intended to allow the federal government to complete ongoing infrastructural projects, create additional states in the Southeast, and implement policies that enhance economic development in the region. Ohanaeze extends his congratulations to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on his victory in the APC 2026 presidential primaries. We also congratulate Southeastern governors securing re-election in 2027 with special commendation to Right Honorable O. Chinda of Rivers State for clinching the APC gubernatorial ticket. So already an acknowledgement there, and that Chinda is the APC candidate, but it's a Yemsen Wike pig. So the South is congratulating him. They are still poking at that Rivers State is Igbo. That's somewhat that, but it's also a tacit acknowledgement that the APC candidate becomes the governor of that state. Just as Obafemi Hamzat is the incoming governor of Lagos State, never mind whatever elections you think you're running, Obafemi Hamzat is the incoming governor of Lagos State. Also, Kingsley Chinda is the incoming governor of Rivers State. Strategic negotiations have commenced with key political stakeholders, including the presidency, to ensure that upon the completion of President Tinubu's tenure in 2031, a devoted Igbo leader ascends to the office of vice president. Prospective candidates of exceptional caliber include Senator David Umahi and Chimaroke Nnamani. So I can see Dave Umahi being a strong contender. You know, I actually see Dave Umahi as a possible Senate president. I'm not sure. It may well be the Senate president under the in 2031. You know, so that's the pragmatism of the politics coming out of the Southeast anyway. So it's not, that's just the reality of it. But talking about the Senate, this is what's going on in the Senate. 54 National Assembly members lose APC primary. So these are serving senators not to come back. Of course, one of the most known names is Mr. Regina Daniels, whatever his name is, Ned Nwoko. No fewer than 54 serving members of the National Assembly have lost their ticket to seek re-election into the National Assembly at the All Progressive Congress APC primaries. The APC held the House of Representatives and senatorial primaries on Saturday, May the 16th, and Monday, May the 18th, respectively. Some of the losers are ranking lawmakers who have been in the National Assembly for decades, whilst others are principal officers in the green and red chambers of the federal legislature. In the House of Representatives, the losers include, and it goes through a name. I'm not going to attempt all these funky names. Yes. Well, a whole raft. You see this list I'm scrolling to. These are all people that lost their tickets. So the losers in the Senate, let's go through the Senate. The losers in the Senate are Ned Nwoko, Delta North, who was defeated by the immediate past governor of Delta State, Ifeanyi Okowa, Neda Emaswen Jibrin Issa, who represents Kogi East Senatorial District and is popularly known as Echocho, Senator Mohammed Danjuma Goje, who has represented Gombe Central District for 4 consecutive terms, and Senator Adeniyi Adegbonmire, Ondo Central. Also on the losers list are Senator Olajide something or the other from Ondo, Senator Gbengo Daniel. So that's a big name right there gone. So these are, of the names we're reading so far, Nedumoko, a big name, Mohammed Danjuma Goje, a big name, at least but in terms of name recognitions. Gbenga Daniel, of course, a former governor, a big name. Dicket Plank from Plateau State, Lola Ashiru from Kwara South, Emmanuel Udende in Benue, etc. Gabriel Swaswan, he was a former governor of Benue State, if I'm not mistaken. Titus Zam, and Senator Olubiyi Fadeyi, Osun Central. So that's it. Now, the National Assembly will wear a totally different coloration would that be the 12th assembly? So those are the winners, those are the losers rather, in the senatorial whatnot. So those are the losers in the senatorial whatnot. Let's go to the headline piece. This is what inspired the headline for this particular stream. Article to ADC: Nigeria needs a president who can govern, not just trend online. So if you are hearing trend online, there is no bigger Twitter president than Peter Obi. Is the president on TikTok and Twitter as far as they are concerned. So that is a direct job right there at Peter Obi. Article to ADC: Nigeria needs a president who can govern, not just trend online. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar on Sunday threw down a gauntlet before delegates of the African Democratic Congress ADC, urging the party to prioritize competence and national reach over sentiment and social media popularity as it prepares to pick a presidential candidate ahead of the 2027 general elections. Atiku dismissed social media enthusiasm as insufficient test for presidency, insisting the party must field its strongest candidates to defeat President Bola Tinubu. In a statement by Senior Special Assistant on Public Communications, Frank Shaibu, Atiku argued that with Nigeria mired in economic hardship, mounting debt, insecurity, and institutional decay, the ADC cannot afford the luxury of fielding an untested candidate. This is not a season for political experimentation. Nigeria cannot afford a learning on the job presidency, he declared. Without naming any rival, the former vice president took a pointed swipe at the wave of enthusiasm surrounding certain contenders, insisting that the presidential contest are not decided by insisting that the presidential contests are decided by structures, strategy, and governance capacity, not digital noise. Elections are not won on social media enthusiasm alone. Governance is not a performance art. The presidency is not a platform for improvisation. The ADC must present to Nigerians its strongest, most credible, most prepared candidate, not merely its loudest, he said. Atiku described the choice before the ADC delegates as one that transcends ordinary political calculation, describing it as a historical responsibility given the scale of Nigeria's current crisis. He said, at a time when Nigeria is bleeding from every pore, are crippled by economic hardship, insecurity, rising debt, institutional failure, and deepening hopelessness, the question before the ADC is simple. Who has the capacity not merely to campaign, but to govern effectively from day one? And by the way, Atiku had a health scare just a couple of days ago, so which flashes up again that it's an 80-something-year-old man. Atiku argued that and if Atiku becomes president, he'll be back to Buhari when he'll be spending most of his time in a London hospital. Atiku argued that the moment calls for a leader who has negotiated globally, created jobs through enterprise, managed national crises, built coalitions. So that's Atiku right there. It's just throwing the punches in whichever direction. A lot of it are in the direction of Rotimi Amechi and Peter Obi. Tinubu is Biafra we have been looking for. This is Dave Umahi pointing the reality to the Southeast. Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has declared that President Bola Tinubu is the Biafra that the Southeast has been looking for. Our correspondents report that Umahi made the remark while speaking at the All Progressive Congress APC presidential primary in Ebonyi State. The former governor said Tinubu has integrated the entire Southeast into the mainstream and has given the region juicy appointments. Tinubu is the Biafra we have been looking for. A man who has integrated the entire Southeast, a man who has given us juicy appointments, and a man who has given us very important infrastructures. Bola Tinubu, on your mandate, we shall stand. So that's you know, in many ways, all of the marginalization that the Southeast, this is the first time that any major developmental, he created the Southeastern Development Commission, is building infrastructures all over the Southeast, is giving their sons and daughters the most important jobs within his administration. So I'm not quite sure what more Dave Umahi, if you could argue that Dave Umahi is handling the most important portfolio in Nigeria outside of our defense. That's the portfolio that gets the most budget, infrastructure, and development. So he gets the biggest job, Dave Umahi. And you can argue that Bianca Ojukwu has one of the most important jobs in that administration. She's a foreign affairs minister, and on. So many Southeasterners within that administration. So Tinubu is the Biafra that the Southeast have been looking for. So now to it. Tinubu wins APC presidential primary for 2027. Full result. So Tinubu won in near 11 million votes. There it is right there. So those are the results that really matter. President Tinubu 10,999,000. So it only need 11 million votes was what Tinubu scored, and Stanley Osifo scored 16 points, 5 million votes, 5,000 votes, random million. Tinubu scored 11 million votes. The guy contending against him, Osifo, whatever, he scored 16,000 votes. So let's watch Senator Ayim Pius Ayim give us the declaration. So tell me in the comment section if you can hear this. All right. People are saying they can't hear it in the comment section. So let me try and fix that. Let me just play you a little music. I'll try and fix that. Just hold on 1 second.
In the 2026 APC presidential primary election, particularly Senator Kenneth, Senator Right Honorable Yakub Dogara, Senator Victor Ndomeba, Barrister Sanisi Musa SAN, and Her Excellency Titi Laole, forgive me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. By the power conferred on the APC Presidential Primary Elections Committee 2026, under the Electoral Act, INEC guidelines, and the APC Constitution, I, Anyim Pius Anyim, Chairman of the Presidential Primary Election Committee, hereby certify that I am the returning officer for the presidential primary election held on the 23rd of May, 2026. I also confirm that the presidential primary elections of 2026 held as follows. The 36 states of the Federation were covered, 774 local governments in the country were covered, and 8,809 wards across the country also hosted and held the elections. Mr. President, I am also to confirm that there were 2 aspirants to the APC 2026 presidential primary elections, i.e. the incumbent president, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, and Mr. Stanley Osifo. Mr. President, the elections have been computed, and I can say on behalf of the committee that the following were the records of the election. Mr. President, across the country, the total number of 12,643,306 registered voters were the registered voters in our party. Mr. President, for the purpose of this election, 11,069,7 756 voters were accredited. Mr. President, after the accreditation, 11,015,665 voters casted their votes. And after we computed the votes, I am delighted to announce on behalf of the committee that the aspirants received vote as follows. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR received a total number of 10,999,162 votes. Mr. Stanley Osifo received a total of 16,503 votes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore...
all right, let's pause it there. So it's very, these figures are very, very important. So these figures are very, very important. And by the way, that Kingsley Osifo, he's just a stooge. So he wasn't contesting against Tinubu. He was put there in order that they can publish these figures. So the objective of the APC primaries was really to publish these figures. It wasn't the guy. They might as well say John Doe. So the guy is John Doe for the purposes of the relevance. It wasn't contesting against Tinubu. They bought the ticket for him. They paid him a bunch of money to put his name there. The objective of the APC primaries was to publish these figures. So these are the figures I want you to look at. So what they are telling us with this publication is that 12.6 million people are registered with the APC. So let me show you something, because you guys need to really understand what is going on. I feel this is what we do these things for you guys to have a clear understanding of what's going on here. Let me show you something. Let me show you something, because it's very important that you know these things. So now, let me show you this. These are the figures from the last cycle of elections. Tinubu scored 8.8 million votes. Atiku scored 7 million votes, etc. Peter Obi scored 6 million votes. So what if you look at this? If you look at this, and then you juxtapose it with these numbers being published here, this already tells you that the winning margin will be in excess of 10 million votes. 11 million registered members of the APC went out to vote for Tinubu. So that tells you that those votes are already guaranteed. Come election day, maybe 10% of them may be persuaded, maybe another 5% will not come out. But what they are telling you, what they are publishing to your attention, is that they already have a secured 9.5 to 10 million votes guaranteed. Guaranteed. So for anybody to beat Tinubu, they need to be scoring in the region of 15 million votes, etc., etc., because these are APC members. There are still a whole swarm of people, a whole population of people who are not registered members of the APC, but will vote for Tinubu on election day. In fact, the majority of the people that will vote for him are not card-carrying members of that party. But when they publish figures like this to tell you that 11 near 12 million, 11, what's the figure again? Yes, 11 million. So when they publish figures like this, telling you that 11 million people voted for Tinubu, what are they telling you? They are telling you that these are the sort of figures they'll be publishing in 2027. So this is where the election is going. No, so you will say that they are doctored figures. You will say that, oh, they were counting from 1 to 10, and then from 10 to 100. you will say that, oh, let them publish their registration. They don't have that many registered members, etc., etc. All of that doesn't really matter. You will say that these are rigging figures. It doesn't really matter. What they are saying, what they are putting out to the public consciousness is that the weight of that party is to this volume. Do you understand? You don't understand? Well, I understand. If you don't understand, I understand. What they are putting out to the public consciousness is that the weight of the APC is to the volume of our 12.6 registered members. So when they start to publish the figures in 2027, you already have that benchmark as the backdrop for those figures. So this is where the election is going. Do you understand? You don't understand? It's a pity that you don't understand, though. Maybe if you are from Oyo, you would understand. Because if you are Oyo, then you'll be clever like me. It's quite clear. So this is the election right here. So when we get to 2027, January, the figures being published for the APC will be in the region of the figures on your screen right there. So for anybody that wants to claim that they are going to defeat the APC, they have to publish figures higher than this. And they have to, that's why it's important. A lot of them are not running primaries. So we don't know, we can't test the tempo or temperature of their base. You know, a lot of them are consensusing themselves into a ticket. So we don't know the quantity of their base, but we know the quantity of the base of the APC because they have orchestrated, they have contrived some sort of a sham of a primary in order to publish figures. Do you see? You don't know nothing. But let me show you this one, actually. Let me show you this one. So now, if this was in Nigeria, you can imagine the amount of... No, let me not play the music. If this was in Nigeria, you can imagine the sort of Tinubu music that you'll be hearing up and down. If this was Lekki, you'll be hearing Tinubu. So this is New York City. They are telling you it's the greatest city in the world. Look at the ramshackled people, ramshackled city. So that's New York. Imagine if that was Lekki. The whole of the internet would have burnt down with the usual suspects, the raw meat eaters gnashing at the teeth. So raw meat eaters gnashing at that's New York City, by the way. Let me show you the caption. I think there's a caption that goes with it. Let's see. What does the caption say? It says, nobody is insulting Donald Trump for the flooding in New York City. If this was Lagos, many people would have been giving hot takes about what they've got zero knowledge about. So that's somewhat of a placid, somewhat of a tame sort of a caption right there. Usually it's a lot more punchy. So here is Rotimi Amechi talking gibberish. So let's hear what nonsense the Sapele Water guy has to say.
You can say one day I started about angry with you, was very angry. I went to his house with Rufai. And I said, I met that with I think I started to talk with this. If you lose, I lose. Please let's not allow us to disagree. Let's do it first, then disagreement can come. Because for me, it was a matter of life. And I'll tell you why it's that. The federal government has sent out signals that if they won, nobody should let me leave Nigerian company airports. Today, they have given me back my diplomatic passport today. I had lost my passport in Ghana, green and red, and I applied to.
All right. I'm not sure about what he's talking about there. I'm not sure that we really care either. Let's go on to this one. Nigeria's merchant ship capacity surpasses Southern Africa's combined total. So Nigeria is not working. So, but they go and borrow money from the UK to upgrade the seaports. people scream and shout, but the country is being rebracketed, recalibrated, and that country will work whether you like it or not. All right. So there it is right there. Nigeria's merchant shipping capacity surpasses not South Africa, the whole of Southern Africa combined. So Nigeria has capacity for 4.47 metric tons, and the totality of the whole of the Southern African space, they're not up to half of what Nigeria is capacitated for. So that's that one. Let's go on from this one. So here is somebody, I've not watched this one in advance, so we're watching it together. But here is somebody purportedly asking Peter Obi difficult questions. It says, who is sponsoring Nigerian journalists to constantly ambush Peter Obi with tough questions? Why is this treatment being directed at him? So what sort of questions should we be asking a politician? That's my question. Let's see what question confuses the. Let's see what question confuses the half-wit from Agulu. Let's see.
We know this refinery is very, very important for we inside the country. What do you think be the benefit of this massive, single biggest train refinery for inside Nigeria?
No, you're speaking.
Yes.
So
yes,
make
yes.
a statement
Yes,
on the same subject.
Yes.
Well, for me, the project's contribution is immeasurable. It's immeasurable to our economy, to our country, and to Africa. Because if you look at one of the biggest drain to our foreign exchange, which is affecting both our reserve and our exchange rate, is foreign exchange.
We know this refinery is very, very.
Look at that. The biggest drain on our resources is foreign exchange. Just completely retarded guy. Still staying with Peter Obi. Here is another round of gibberish from Peter Obi. I think this took place in South Africa. The date is in South Africa, demarketing Nigeria as we speak. Let's see.
I live in the UK, man. I do business in the UK. Very successful business. I went to bank. I told them the schools that were almost of Cambridge and Oxford. And they gave me money. They didn't ask me about my parents. They gave me loan based on my intellectual capital. And I paid them back.
That's a lie, by the way. You can't just go to a bank and as a student to go and call. Anyway, the guy it's a habitual pathological liar.
In my country, I won't get that type of loan. They would have asked me to go and bring my dead mother and father, their property like this. No! We want to build a country that works. I read a book called Growing Apart. That's where I will end, and I will plead with you. I know you have a comment. I don't want to ask a question. My name is Tinubu. I'm an influencer. You are my president.
You know, people are starting to tire of this ridiculousness. You are my president. He can be your president, but it's not the president of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria is sworn. It was sworn in and it was recorded, documented, acknowledged globally. So you are my president. He can be your president now. He can be maybe the president of the Rotary Club in Oka, but certainly not the president of Nigeria. All right, so that's Peter Obi talking gibberish in South Africa right there. Another person talking gibberish. So, you know, Zita has often said that she would want to see a contest between. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Zita has often said that she would love to see a contest, a straight fight between Peter Obi and Tinubu without Atiku in play. So she may well still get that her wish. Watch this.
Thank you. Time is against us, and so beautiful things doesn't last, doesn't stay long. You just see it as a film and it will go. The power conferred on me as the electoral officer of the presidential primaries conducted under chairmanship. We arrived at a consensus candidate, and I want to present to you formally the candidate for the ADC for 2027 presidential election come 2027 as our presenter candidate, not nobody, but His Excellency, the father of this party, the leader of this party, the man who has made us to be here. I am very sure when we were talking in a meeting with him, he made comment and we say, no, God forbid. I am very sure with the way Nigeria is radiating, we know that we are going to present or produce the president-elect of this country come 2027. So I present to you warmly and heartily, Honorable Chief Odumedi Atiku as the candidate for ADC presidential election come 2027. Stand up.
All right, so that is the Dumebi Katuku faction of the ADC presenting him as their presidential candidate. So, as you may well know, the ADC is locked in a legal battle as to who has ownership of that party. So, historically, the party belonged to Dumebi Katuku until Atiku and his band of not-so-merry men went into that space to try to hijack it. So that is still ensconced within the legal jousting, but there's every possibility, because if you look at how that case is structured, there's every possibility, and when the court also made the last pronouncement, they said they should maintain status quo, and the status quo confers that party on to the Dumebi Katuku. So there's every possibility that when that lawsuit gets its final fledging, the party will revert to Dumebi Katuku, and Atiku may well be off the ballot. It's as easy as that. And that is a distinct possibility unless they either come to some sort of political judgment or a political arrangement with Dumebi Katuku. So all of that is still in place. So this Zita's wish that she wants to see Tinubu and Peter Obi fight it out, she may well still get that wish. So that is the ADC right there, or a faction of the ADC presenting their presidential candidate. Let me just rattle you through a couple more headlines. ADC faction dissolves David Mark-led leadership, endorses Dumebi Katuku as presidential candidate. So we just saw that play out now. Yes, I don't think this needs a readout anymore. Let's see. And this is the loser in the APC primaries. This is Kingsley Osifo. So there he is right there telling us he rejects the results. Tinubu, I am not okay with the outcome. Osifo rejects APC presidential primary results. So what forms the basis for that? The contender for the All Progressive Congress APC presidential ticket, Stanley Osifo, has said he is not satisfied with the outcome of the presidential primary. Correspondents report that Osifo spoke on Sunday shortly after President Bola Tinubu was declared the winner of the nationwide direct presidential primary held across 8,809 wards on Saturday. Tinubu polled 10.999 million votes to defeat Osifo, who scored 16,500 votes. However, Osifo said the defeat would not stop him from working for the success of the APC in the 2027 general elections. Speaking with journalists after the coalition and declaration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, let's do it again. Speaking with correspondents after the coalition and declaration at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center, Abuja, he said, "I am not okay with the outcome of the results, and I am working with the party. I am working with the candidate of the party as well. I have no problem with it." So maybe it's not okay in terms of his upset that he lost rather than querying that he should have won. The businessman said his participation in the primary should not be seen as a personal challenge against Tinubu, but as part of internal democratic process of the ruling party. According to him, members of the APC remain part of one political family despite the contest. He said, "We are one party. We are members of the All Progressive Congress. We are one family. So we are not challenging ourselves. What we did was to have within ourselves who would become the candidate of the party. So where we are now, we have that already today." So Osifo also reacted to Tinubu's statement that he bore no grudge against him for the contest. The president had, after being declared the winner, extended an olive branch to his challenger and political opponents, saying he was open to dialogue and engagement. Responding, Osifo said the feeling was mutual, adding that no candidate could succeed alone without the support of party members. He said, "That is why we are working together. We are one party, so we must work together. Nobody is an island. Even if I had become the candidate today, I cannot work alone. I need a team." So offering an olive branch is something that everybody would want to support the president for. Osifo, who purchased the APC nomination form for 100 million, after a planned consensus arrangement collapsed, said his political future remains open. He noted that he was still young and had many more years ahead of him. He said, "I am a very young man. I have a lot of years ahead of me. So it is possible for things to happen." So this is him highlighting himself for opportunities to come. So now it's a player of some sort. Maybe he will get something juicy after the elections. 2027, we won't allow opposition with no clear vision to take Nigeria backward. So this is why I am also in this fight as well. I also will not allow all these backward people to regress us back. Atiku will take us back to the Buhari days. Peter Obi will take us back to it is our turn to loot days. So we don't have the scope for this sort of no hopers anymore. President Bola Tinubu on Sunday cautioned Nigerians not to allow politicians with no clear vision to take the country backward. The president also promised to consolidate the reforms his administration has embarked on, to work harder for the prosperity Nigerians have longed for, and to place the country on an irreversible path within another 4 years. President Tinubu spoke when he was handed the certificate of return and the flag of the All Progressive Congress as the party's candidate for the 2027 presidential election, while congratulating his opponent for the APC presidential ticket, Stanley Osifo, for being a good sportsman and accepting the outcome of the party. Why can he not accept 16,000 to 11 million? What more? It says he bore no grudge against him. Tinubu also expressed his willingness to dialogue with political opponents and critics of his administration, addressing party leaders and supporters at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center in Abuja. After being declared the APC presidential candidate for 2027 with 10.9 million votes, Tinubu said democracy was built not on uniformity of thought, but on diversity of ideas, anchored on a shared belief in the nation. To those who despise our philosophy, we offer dialogue and engagement, not anger not anger, confident that the sincerity of our purpose and the results of our work will speak for themselves, he said. Addressing his challengers directly by name, he said, I owe you no grudge, including Osifo, who spent his money. Osifo, a businessman from Edo State, paid 100 million naira for the APC presidential nomination form and refused to step down after planned consensus arrangement for the primary collapsed. He pulled 16,500 votes nationwide. Tinubu said disagreement with opposition is a feature of democracy rather than a threat. You may be angry with our party. We don't have to agree. Democracy is sustained not by uniformity, but by diversity, by sharing a belief in the nation and blending of ideas, he said. Whoever the speechwriters of Tinubu are or is, they should be given yes. Should we take it to the end? I don't want to do some long reading. Oh no, it's too long. So that's Tinubu right there, luxuriating in his victory. Yes, that's all I have to offer. Oh, let me give you. Did I bring you this one? Oh, I think I've already brought you this one. Umahi telling us that Tinubu is the Biafra that the Southeasterners are after. All right. All right, so that's me done. I'll send the link to the comment section if anybody wants to come in. I'll send the link to the comment section if anybody wants to come in and take on the conversation. Please do. You're always welcome. It's nothing without the conversation. So I'll send the link. Can people please check their devices? Make sure that they're subscribing. We need numbers going up. We need people to subscribe and to like. Very, very important that you do. So I'll play you the Kegite music now. That's the link to the studio in the comment section. I'll play you the Kegite music, and then we will take it from there. First, the Kegite.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido, oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niriwa Gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Please check your devices. Make sure you're subscribed. Joining us, Zeta. Always a delight when Zeta is here. And equally delightful, that's Baba right there. So those are the top two in the panelists already in the house. So good to see you, Zeta. Good to see you, Baba. Whoever is ready can just go. But I'm leaving these figures on the screen deliberately because I feel that people need to have a good understanding of the figures that that the APC have just published. Do you understand why I'm making such a big deal out of this, Zita or Baba?
Yes, in the absence of Zita, I think let me take the position, our position, because I met her here actually. A very fine evening from here, one man. I wish you a fruitful week ahead. And to the people in the commentariat, I salute you and wish you also a fruitful week ahead. Particularly our favorites, Chichi is here, and a host of others, particularly our new contributor there, Mr. Olawoyi. And to our esteemed viewers, I welcome you formally. I hope you've subscribed if you haven't done so, and click the like button in the process, and possibly share the program too. It's interesting, so we can acquire more friends through viewership. Yes, I understand the fact that these numbers have to be on board. I appreciate this president. Why? Because I think he have an understanding of the tenets of the presidential system we are practicing. Hence, he's running as if he's even in opposition. The tragedy of all of this is that the so-called opposition, they don't even know the system they are running in, or this presidential system Nigeria is operating. Because how would you, as a candidate, not want to test your popularity by doing a primary? It's like you are shooting yourself in the foot. And he has done this one, that is the president, like we say in Yoruba parlance, to Sherubawo. You understand? And one thing I find with the opposition is like something I read in books, particularly books on psychology, where you look yourself in the mirror and tell lies to yourself. And you know this lie will unravel in no time. They claimed NDC has 20 million people registered. When they were in ADC, it was, but they forget that. I mean, this is something time will, it's a lie time will wipe away. Because the parties, they know what they submitted to INEC. INEC know the strength of every party. And here we are. They have 12,000 registered members on the day of the presidential primary. They have people who came off accreditation, 11 million plus, and those who eventually voted are still 11 plus, just less than about 500,000 plus didn't turn up much later to line up and do the voting. And here we are, he scored almost 10.99 million, which is almost like 11 million actually. And what he's telling the electorate, what he's telling Nigerians, what he's telling the world, the political world, is that I have already banked 11 million votes of my party members. In the event of the presidential election, and he scored 18 million or thereabouts, nobody can dispute it. Nobody anywhere can dispute it. So technically, he's setting them up. He's setting the opposition up, kind of anticipating their moves in case of litigation or otherwise, or dispute in courts. They've done their homework and they are sure-footed. And like Atiku said of his mates in the opposition, They are all just noisemakers. They are not serious. They went to Ibadan and tell us, oh, we're going to use only one candidate for the opposition to face APC in the presidential. Within 1 week, that fell off the pedestal upon which they placed it. They break away. And I think Atiku has not even recovered from Obi's and Obi Kwankwaso's exit. He has not recovered. They are still reeling. It's like he's yet to wake up. He's yet to wake up. And the earlier he wakes up, the better for him. Because they are handling this thing with levity. In the sense that the ADC faction, for instance, look at Dumebi who has come out with his own convention and primary. We don't even know whether it's Atiku will be on board or it's going to be Dumebi. And they are not fighting it. They're just playing to the gallery. Talk, while people are actioning the process. Same thing for the Turaki PDP. I don't know why elders will be joking with things like this. Came up and, oh, Jonathan has bought form. Jonathan has submitted his form, but we will not, We will not interview him. He's done this before, he's done that before. And Jonathan is not, we all know that Jonathan is not interested in running. So what is the purpose of those shenanigans? You are disturbing yourself. You are playing drama and clapping for yourself. These are fools at best. These are fools. And they want to rely on the one court case that has extended the distance. They have to be very careful. Because INEC said they are going to appeal that judgment. So if you now rely on that open check, the High Court ruling by Justice Umar has given you until end of August or September.
Baba, can you imagine a scenario where Atiku is not on the ballot? Would that not just look like the machinations of government power being? What would that optics look like if they strike Atiku off the ballot?
One man, politics and politicking is another form of warfare. I hate defeat. I abhor it myself. So if you are going into a contest, particularly with a proven politician like Tinubu, you must be very ready. You must have every kinds of weapon in your bag to attack, and you are going to sleep. Like Zita will always say, what have they dulled their brain? Because if you fall for the Justice Umar's judgment, and you lure yourself to sleep, and they gain in appeal, INEC gains in appeal and say, no, INEC is right. So what do you want to do? Now you failed to meet up INEC's calendar. So what happened? You want to now whip people up with sentiments, or they are going to rig the election. What is called rigging? Rigging comes in several forms. Even in the United States, where they are doing gerrymandering, where they are doing delineation of boundaries, redistributing counties. It's a form of rigging. And if you even have to rig, you have to have the resources to rig. You don't just rig anyhow. You rig where you are popular. You rig where you are popular. This man is setting them up big time. Look at Lagos figures, for instance. Sorry, yesterday it was Amzat's figure I mentioned, 657,000 Amzat scored. But Tinubu scored 800 and something thousand, almost 300 above Amzat's score in the primary. So if he turns up in the presidential, that's APC presidential scored 1.2, 1.3 million, you want to dispute that? You can't dispute it. They have their register in place.
But Baba, that's exactly my point. That
yeah, I understand.
Yes. Baba.
They don't. I think they are just joking with their supporters. They are playing on the emotions of their supporters, and I think they have intelligent people amongst them. I don't know where Professor Patutomi is today, whether it's even ADC or NDC, I don't know, and a host of others whom I expect. But Obi himself has submitted himself to activists. He has submitted himself to activists who don't know jack about politics. And he needs to wake up, because no amount of noise making can save them from big defeats. We've said it here about 1 year ago that it's going to be landslide. And they are worrying their blood temperature. They're driving it up. When they shifted to ADC, we will not hear a word. All we hear persistently, unequivocally, is, oh, Atiku will step down for Obi. Atiku, they put it in your face confidently. Atiku will step down for Obi. Now, Atiku has not stepped down. They've moved to NDC. We still they just dropped that like nothing. They forget about that. Now they will win. They have 20 million registered. Story for the gods. 20 million registered. A party of yesterday.
But how is that even possible? What's the logistics of that? Before
I don't know. You see, that's why I say they are looking into the mirror and deceiving themselves. Oh, me, see me, you fine man. Ah, look my nose. And meanwhile, your nose is as flat and thick like that of a prize fighter. And you're just praising yourself to high heaven. An ugly person is an ugly person. If you know fine, you know fine. They see themselves as fine. It's a strange attitude to me. That's why when Zita comes says maybe they've been charged. I don't know. Rather than roll up your sleeves and work hard. What do you think election is? You think it's a joke? You've even had an example of an election in 2023. Wouldn't that have been a spur for you? You are making the same mistake all over again. Why? Why? Why are you making the same mistakes all over again? And when you eventually lost, there is nothing. I mean, they have to wake up. All these things they live on social media. Do you know the World Bank? The World Bank shut their comment section in their website against Nigerians. World Bank shut it down because they were there in their frenzy, like piranha fishes, and talking, don't give Tinubu any more loan. Don't do this, don't do that. There are the corruption in the country and everything, and they don't stop when they start. The same thing they did to University of Chicago, they shut down. The same thing they did to Time Magazine. Time Magazine shut down. They forget their notoriety is smelling to heaven, crossing oceans too, and people are noticing.
But Baba, what I'm wondering is how they are going to be dissipating this energy post the elections.
That's what I've been looking at that too. Will they just crawl into their holes quietly and lick their wounds, or they want to foment trouble?
I think it would depend on how Obi directs them. Because that guy can foment anarchy in that country if he chooses to. if it
They
wants to be
cannot.
it can cost a lot of lives, Obi.
No,
If it after the election.
I think you're overrating him
No,
in the sense that
if he rolls all these mindless mobs, as this Zita often tax them, if he rolls them out onto the streets, it's going to be a bloodbath.
no, I disagree with you, because what I look at is that they are very clever. They will make all the noises. When it comes to look at all the protests somebody like Shure has called in the last 3 years, you can count the participants on just your fingers, the fingers on one hand. There have never been any major protests, not because they don't want it, but it's not just gaining track. No, it's not gaining footing. It's not gaining footing. They've tried everything they could. So I can't see somebody, a politician, telling them, okay, go on the street, and they'll go on the street. Like they've been doing, line up first. The only one near protest was the electoral act when they went to the National Assembly, and it fizzled out within 2 days. Atiku there? I can't readily remember.
It was actually, it was. I wrote to me Amechi as well.
Amechi was there. Tinkobi was there. I think within 2 days, that also died down. That did not gain track. No footing. So
you know, Obi's biggest strategy, Baba, I'm going to try and go and find that clip. Obi's biggest strategy is to try to hack into the INEC server. And he has a team of internet IT people in Canada that made him that promise in the last cycle. You remember how heavily the INEC server was? So it was
they showed us briefcase containing technical materials now.
Severally. Yes, and I suspect that they've already embedded people within that INEC structure, the obedience space. Their only strategy is to try and hack the INEC server.
Well, this is not a Buhari or a Jonathan in power. You understand? Tinubu is not just in administration. He's also in power. He's not in head of government. He's also
look who just came in, Baba. Folly, who is that? Folly. Do you remember? So raise right hand.
Bawo. He's still in Ekiti or Ondo. I can't remember which is which now. He comes to Lagos often. I salute you. You're welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, my brother. So nobody will follow him. Nobody will listen to anybody. All of them that they've taken their whatever pound, they've used it to trend. They're making their money either on TikTok, on Twitter, or Facebook. They are all doing well. They are using the Obi name and they are riding the Obi wave and everything. And that's enough satisfaction for them. They will not go to streets to die for anybody. I think Nigeria have passed that. What happened during NSAS has taught them a lesson. Those who lost their children, they are still licking their wounds today. A lot of children disappeared and stuff like that. But the thing I'm saying is that, look, they are just not following the process of the tenets of our presidential system. Consensus for a presidential primary is very dangerous because your numbers become unknown factor. And if you think you are dodging to do primary because you don't want the numbers of your registered voters to be known, then you are deceiving yourself. You can't tomorrow come out and say you scored 20 million. How do you prove that? When what you submitted to INEC as registered party members, just 2 million, 3 million. So how can 3 million registered party, even in an open election, translate into 20 million votes? It's about numbers. It's about arithmetic. So they have to get that straight into their head. They are playing. Election is about 7 months away.
Baba, what are you making about this? My theory that Stanley Osifo was just a stooge. It was just a ruse. It was just a stooge to enable them publish these figures.
Yeah, of course, you got that spot on. I said that yesterday in the commentariat. It's a ruse. They just want to Sheruba one and say, look, yes, with INEC, we have 12 million plus registered. And this is what Tinubu scored. But let's even forget about the numbers. Because Zita particularly has been talking about the Southwest may not follow Tinubu en masse. But look at the crowd yesterday. The crowd from the wards. That's not local government too. Because there are 8,000 and something wards. 8 something wards. Look at all the wards, even in Lagos, even in Kano, in Jigawa. I couldn't believe the number of crowds.
Zamfara, did you see what
because
Matawale rolled out?
Because it's about like A4 system. You have to line up. You have to be accredited. So you have to show up. So you can't say, oh, they are hired crowd or this thing. You have to show up. And
that's a lot of money to hire 11 million people.
I want to humor them by using their words. You understand? It's unbelievable. Particularly when I saw the crowd in Kano, one of the words they showed in Kano.
Just one word,
this is Kano. They are talking about Kwankwaso making waves there and having everything locked down, stock and barrel. They should continue deceiving themselves.
Baba, do you remember a name called Babangida Aliyu?
Yeah, he was the governor of Niger State. Am I correct? I think Niger. Foley, join. We can make it interactive. We are just 3 people, and I think minus Zita, we are just you and me. Zita, I think is not ready yet because she will have interjected. So you can come in at any time, Foley, please.
Yeah. The reason why I'm bringing up that name is that Solid, did you want to come in?
No, I'm listening, brother. But anyway, I feel like I want to interject. I will.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, brother. The reason why I'm bringing up that name, Babangida Aliyu, during the Goodluck Jonathan era, in that 2013-2014, those were some of the leading names that Nigerians were talking about in politics. It was part of the lead delegation that led people to Obama then to go and canvass against Goodluck Jonathan. It was very powerful, very potent, Babangida Aliyu. When was the last time you heard his name?
I think I saw him in one of the ADC crowd. Am I sure? Yes, I think ADC.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw him there.
The point I'm really making is all of these people now, by the time we get to the second, third quarter of 2027, all these people, they'll be Babangida Aliyu, but nobody. The future does not belong to Atiku. So no, when we're now looking towards 2031, we're not looking to Peter Obi anymore. We're not looking to Atiku anymore. Rufai they'll become like Babangida Aliyu, just another political graveyard. We'll now be looking to the north to see the young spiky, maybe that new Niger State guy that is Bago. So those are the names we'll be conjuring with when we get to mid next year. So this is the final, these are the funeral rites of a lot of these politicians. Everybody in play outside of Tinubu, they will not survive into 2031 now.
Yeah, what the young talks, I'll call them the young talks in the north. They're not going to agree for anybody. Will come 2031 because that's all they are angling for. Who are the young talks? Sule of Nasara, who was a CEO of one of Dangote's conglomerate. Bago of Niger, the NSA, Nuru Badu, Shetima, the vice president, and who else again? I think those are the main 4 contenders for that. But I don't think Ashwaju may not look their way, or he could. I think he will lean more of somebody from the North Central, particularly the Middle Belt. But I've looked into the Middle Belt myself. I cannot find a politician that is within the 55, 60, 62 years old range that could really be a presidential material. But 2031 is still about 5 years away. So there is still room for people to develop themselves. But those old guards of the North, they are going to fade away, like you said. Actually, even Kwankwaso himself is angling for 2031. He's not particular about 2027. He just wants
the numbers that will come out of Kano would destroy Kwakwanso permanently.
It may, and of course, like what Samuel, the guy in LA,
I don't see him getting 500,000 votes. And if he doesn't score, if he doesn't pass that threshold of 500,000, then it's destroyed.
Yeah, like the guy Samuel, the guy in LA said a couple of about a week ago here. It's something I started thinking about, because I didn't look that way. It didn't even occur to me that Kwankwaso may just appoint somebody to be Obi's VP, that he will not himself run by on the side of Obi as his VP.
But they need that name now. The obedience needs the Kwakwanso name.
Well, just like Tinubu appointing Prof. Osinbajo, you understand? He didn't diminish the vice presidency. He campaigned vigorously for that in that election that brought Buhari Osinbajo to power. So he could do the same thing. Because actually, apart from what Samuel said, though, the pressure from the northern elements on him is like they don't stop reminding him that you are too big for to run as a VP for this person, and they are particularly coming from the corners of the Dirty Brothers and a host of others like that. So he may, because of that, actually, because the only person pushing him actually is what's his name now? That lean, mean-looking northerner, the Fulani guy, the old man, Buhari's friend, and Buhari just kicked him out. I can't remember his name now. He's the only one.
Mamandawara.
No. The one who said he was Tinubu's friend, and the daughter actually got a job by stealing Tinubu's number
Yes. Galadima.
I think it's Galadima that is putting all of this together and I think it's Obasanjo's agent. Even Baba OBJ, I don't know the game he's playing. That's why the obedience are suspecting him too, because his bright eye boy is in PRP already now as a presidential hopeful.
For you, and I want to add something as well.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, I add that, and then we'll bring Folly in because I want to hear the AAC numbers. But let's hear from you first.
All right, so don't you think? So, a couple of questions. Don't you think this guy is trying to create a standard, which is needed anyways? He's creating a standard, and this is how I'm seeing it. We've never seen really like a primary election in the past, like every political parties having their own primaries, and in a broader light, not like it's being kept or consensus. This is like the first time, even while APC is doing theirs. When you look other parties, they're not having the same thing like these guys are having. So my own point of view is, it looks like he's trying to create a standard, and this standard, it will be a follow-up. Like going forward, every political party in that country will try to follow that standard by making sure that they have a primary just like they're having right now, and it's not like it's in the Eden. That's one thing that I'm looking at. Like, I don't know if you see it the way I'm saying it. And number two, I think is going.
Let me address that number one first before you go to number two. You see what Tinubu is doing here. This is a dry run for the election. So if you see people came out, people voted, they covered the whole country. So there's a lot of things that is signaling. Is signaling the amount of, because we all saw the crowd now, so you cannot say it doesn't have a following. They were there. So it was showing us his crowd. That's one. And then he was also showing us his structures. That's two. Over 8,000, near 9,000 words was where these elections were conducted. What they did now, it mirrors a general election. They rolled out numbers nationwide. They coordinated and structured it. They counted numbers. They showed the crowd. And then they published the strength of their party. What it's doing is an act of intimidation. So they've done this, and they are telling you they are going to repeat this same thing on the 16th of January. So it's quite a big move that's been made here. But sorry, carry on, Oriola.
Right, but don't you? I don't see it as intimidation. I see it as everyone should be able to do the same thing. Every political party in that country should do the same exact thing. Like you should, if you have people that are loyal to your party, you are party member, you should be able to display in the broad daylight, because everybody can see it. It's not like they're eating it. Do your primary, and that's what I'm saying. Like I believe that a lot of political party going forward, they will try to copy the same thing, and I'm expecting that the INEC should have the list of names. It's just like every other country. If you're part of political party, you have your name registered. Is either on your driving
They've
license.
done that already, Uriola.
Right. But we've never seen primary done like this. It's always like you have
Yeah.
census, or they have the delegates. Shows, yeah, they've never done it like this. Have they done it like this in the Nigeria?
No, never.
That's what I'm saying. To my own thing, I think that this going forward will be a standard. That's number one. Number two, I think I'm seeing some other thing that this guy might want to do and probably will do. The same way he did what he did in Lagos, I think is going to come forward. And you guys already speaking to it, saying that, a lot of people that they think they're relevant now, by the time this guy finished in 31, they probably would not be relevant. Don't you guys think that Fashola was never a politician? Ambode was never a politician. Sanwo-Olu was never a politician. Don't you guys see that the same thing might mirror in the presidential space coming 2031? Don't you see?
No, I see that, Oriola. I think by March, when Tinubu starts to debut his successor, we'll be surprised by who I don't think it'll be any of the expected names. It will certainly not be anybody over 60. I think that one, because I think he wants not only a class shift, he wants a generational shift as well.
You're very correct.
When he starts to present his champion from the north, it will not be the historic names, and it will not be anybody under 60. I don't think.
I believe so too. You understand? I think they don't. Many things. Look at, for instance, they all were like gladding when India was slowing the process of what is it, accrediting or taking the papers of the designated ambassador. So, and that they were a lot like, nobody would take anything from him. But I was surprised, apart from France, Britain, and other Western powers, even Donald Trump accepted retired Colonel Are as the ambassador to Washington. Donald Trump actually took his papers yesterday for a presidency that's supposed to be lame duck, because less than 1 year to go. He accepted the ambassador. So for every point they raise to kind of wish the country ill will, or wish this administration ill will, they always fail. They always fail. And the country is, for me, as far as I'm concerned, this administration has gotten the micro correct. The macro is too slow. Yes, that I concede the macro is too slow. But when you are reforming economically, that's what happens. That is what happens. But eventually, everything will kind of peter out, in my own considered opinion. Because everything they say, oh, Ibim Bawa, people are dropping dead. That's the most ridiculous one I've had anyway. People are dying and dropping dead. But equally also, I mean, 1 year exactly ago, I was in Nigeria. I saw people building houses. I saw cars, brand new, people are buying. And since I talked to
Lagos, right?
Say again.
Where in Nigeria?
People are building houses.
Where?
Nationwide. People are not even building in Lagos anymore because people are fed up of Lagos.
Baba is talking about Lagos. I don't think you went outside Lagos.
Did
you
go
outside
Go to Ibadan and see
no, I was in Abuja and I was in Lagos briefly.
Exactly. And so the two states. It's not like I don't. I agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying that you saying that people are building houses and
your state, for instance, too, in Ibadan, I've seen people they just don't stick to the Nigerians back home. They try to also market to the people in diaspora. Or your state is not doing badly, but Ibadan has extended.
Yeah,
that much I know.
Baba, sorry, I don't want to even comment. I don't have the time. The question I had, this guy asking you is very funny, though.
Which question is that?
That where, as if, what do people take the situation of Nigerians to be? As if, so Nigerians, I don't understand, because for him to even be asking you, say, where are they building house? So Nigerians cannot build house? Because of our economic situation,
you need my why. Here's why I said why. Or here's where I said where.
No. Hold on, Simba. Hold on, Oriola. Hold on, Oriola. Can you hear me? Simba, what Oriola is hinting at is that the wealth is concentrated only in those two hubs, and not a reflection of the entire nation. That's the point he was making.
But it's to me, that one's surprising.
Wait, that's not the point.
All right.
It's surprising.
Point I'm making is this. Wait, the point I'm trying to make is this. Majority of the time, when a lot of, especially people that live outside Nigeria, when they're talking about Nigeria, they always have like their microscope on just two states. Like, oh, I went to Nigeria. Well, if we now ask you, where do you actually go? A lot of people will be like, oh, I went to Lagos or I went to Abuja. That's why I was asking that question. Not like, because when you talk about Nigeria now, a lot of people will just point to Lagos as if Lagos is the only state in Nigeria. That's why I asked that question there. Where? And I know Barbara usually says that.
Ibadan too asks this. And even the funniest thing.
Let me even say this, Baba. Sorry for cutting you short, Baba.
Go ahead, please.
Me, when I go to Nigeria, though yes, I'll go to Lagos, I can go to Abuja, but at least I'm from Osun. I go to Kwara, go to Osun. No, I'm just getting out of the bed. I don't have code.
Okay.
Yeah. People, in fact, I have people that are close to me that are in Nigeria doing their business in Nigeria, that are building hundreds of millions of houses that cost hundreds of millions.
You see one thing,
let me tell you, Baba, people take as if when they are abroad, people are making it big in Nigeria, big.
Let me give you an example. See, during this Ilaya, they are just like, I don't know why even the old ones you ask to
Baba, do you know the number of Nigerians
manufacture.
that went for Hajj this year?
The number never diminishes.
But they went on their
It
money.
never reduce.
That's
Look,
the thing.
Ileya Ram,
Did they went
averagely,
to that?
No. He's asking the question, Baba. What did you say?
Their money or the sponsor or the one that the government sponsor?
How many people can government sponsor?
Wait, can we? Yeah, I'm asking this question because we need clarification. Nigeria
even let me tell you,
Nigeria to sponsor people, but that's why I'm asking you.
Government cannot sponsor even 20% of people that go for Hajj. Let me tell you that.
Well,
and let me tell you, even a lot of people that paid, they returned their money because they said there was no space.
Yeah, because Nigeria has their numbers. As the Saudi authority gave to them.
That was why I was very angry when somebody came here and said Nigerians are dropping dead because of hunger on the streets. Go to Nigeria anywhere. Go to anywhere in Nigeria on a weekend. Go and see Owambe. People should not be fooled by the way you are saying they are calling you people for money. They're asking you people for money. I think people are the only ones sponsoring the people in Nigeria. They are lying to you.
They're lying to them. I believe that whole part. They're lying to people.
I mean, it's like ẹ̀gbọ́n mi or bàbá mi this one when they are selling 1 million for RAM. If you send like 800,000, I will send you a buru or this to go to one place so they go and buy it. Alaja, ẹ má worry, kò sí wàhálà. Màá fi méjì ránṣẹ́ sí yín. There are farms. It was my sister that gave me the number and I called them. Average size ram or da or kuru, 600, 650. 600, 650. Large one. And when they started receiving it, I will just say, whatever amount you call it.
Baba, if you a day to Ileya, if you go to any of these markets, you will not see any ram to buy. Day to Ileya.
It is strange, actually, why people just buy the stories like hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, because
the betting people do alone every Saturday.
Nigerians are starving. Nigerians are hungry, but go to any beer parlor in Lagos is always full.
The betting
one man stop mentioning Lagos. They will say it's Lagos. By the time you are mentioning Lagos, it's only Lagos.
We have to say other places, not just.
Do you know how much you spend on sport betting every weekend? You won't believe the amount Nigerians use to bet on sports. One of the largest in Africa. So yeah, there are people. It is hard. I was somebody was saying averagely 5,000 cannot buy you food anywhere in Nigeria, where you can go to even decent buka in Surulere there and eat to your heart's content with 2,000.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
And that's you are even being frivolous. You are one of the elites or lower middle class. Right. Because today, even me, I don't know how to cook, but I can describe what you can cook. You can go to fish market in the night, 11 p.m. Look, your circumstances have to dictate how you live.
Papa, what are we
can't all not be elitist in our outlook. You can't be earning 100,000 naira and you want to compete with somebody earning 1 million. He is above you in education and everything. Cut your cloth according to your size. How did they say
Hack your wage now. Hack your wage.
Because I don't know, every Nigerian wants to live in 2-bedroom flat. Oh, they want to go to Tantalizer to eat. They want to eat in Victoria Island. They want to go to ShopRite and shop and everything. Your wage cannot carry you.
Hack your wage. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't understand when they said, "Oh, people are not eating, they're not feeding, they don't have money." I don't understand that. I always say this: Nigerian problem. Even you saying, "Oh, the macro is good, but the micro is not good," whatever. I don't see the Nigerian politicians are not going to solve Nigerian problems. If we need companies in Nigeria, you need manufacturer, whatever we need is by us. It's not going to be politicians. They're not there to solve problems. They're there to guide, to put policy in place for whatever solution the country has. So if you're expecting them to be the one building manufacturing line, solving electricity and doing all of this, we're just lying to ourselves. It's us that we are going to bring that solution to the table, and all they have to do is just put policy in place to guide that solution. So all this, politician is not going to go to the farm for us. We are the one who's going to go to the farm and do what we need to do.
No, Oriola, it was Simba that made this point about 2 years ago.
Can I say
that even when they go, these facilities are there, but Nigerians don't want to present feasibility reports. They don't want to do those hard work. They just want to go there, line up, identify themselves, and get the loan. They don't know everything. Here alone, you want to do insurance. You have to tell them the story of your life. Small things, they want to know how much your father paid for your mother's dowry, just because you want to do insurance. They ask you the story of your life. Why do you want to take loan of 20 million, 30 million, then you don't want to subject yourself to proper processing? As far back as 2 years ago, we talked about this here. It was Simba that mooted it. So we have to change our attitude. Life is not automatic.
Yeah,
Chairman, you talk about Chichi, you talk about Banana Island. Tell that man he will buy you something for Orange Island. Orange Island is going to be better than Banana Island.
Where's that one coming up? I've never
Orange
heard
Island.
that.
They are selling the plots already in Lagos. Reclaimed land. One of Sanwo-Olu's trouble where they reclaimed the lagoon. It's called Orange Island now. That's a new
Baba, all those islands that are created in Lagos, me, I cannot advise anybody to go to them because they are those islands are the one contributing to those flood that they're experiencing.
That's why Sanwo-Olu had problem with Asiwaju about a year ago. It was a big thing, actually. It was Shaguri that reported him because it was doing a lot of damage. So they've settled that now. But Orange Island is in place.
Let's catch up with the going on with the AAC with our Folly.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Folly joins us. So I hear you're having your primaries this Monday.
Zita, you are very mean. Why they laugh?
Folly, I read somewhere that you're having your primaries this. Who are the contestants and what's the strength of your registration? Consensus candidate.
The way you're asking the question, you don't want him to talk. You are not being friendly with that your question.
No, now I said they're having their primaries.
This thing you put on the page, what does that mean?
These are the figures from the AAC primaries, the APC primaries. And I was wanting people to digest it, that they're telling us Tinubu got 11 million votes from his party primaries. So I was inviting people that these are the sort of figures. I was saying that they deliberately published these figures in order to tell you the sort of elections that we're going to be having in 2027. These are the sort of figures that they'll be looking to publish in 2027. So anybody that's going to defeat Tinubu, they'll be looking in the region of 13, 14, if not 15 million. Because,
One man, please, what I want to see is each state, how many votes he got. That is what is important to me.
No, we have that now. We have that.
Column, please. No verse.
They don't have it in the tabloid form. Hold on, I think I had it somewhere. Yes. It says full results. Where are they? All right. I'll look for it. Bring it forward.
Just bring The whole of Southeast. That's what I want to say.
Mama, let me say this. This thing is actually very funny. You know, these are the kind of results we used to have those days. We believe that in 1999, Obasanjo won presidential election with 18 million votes. 18 million. And even Falai that came distant second got 12 million votes.
And all of a sudden, the same Obasanjo started inflating the numbers. Huh? And they asked.
No, it's not even, why should we be having 18 million votes and with 12 million? And everything that we had with all the 4 major contestants in 2023, it's not up to that.
It is up
Everything
to now.
was that.
Wait till the
It's
talk.
it's not up to. It's not up to.
6 plus 6 is it not 12 plus 8 of top? It's not 20 million. So why are you saying
You don't
it's not
understand
up
what
to?
I'm saying. Okay, what about the 12 million that Rufai scored? 12 million plus 18 million. That's 30 million.
I thought you said 80 million.
No.
But even
18,
at that,
18.
And then in 2023, 2003, how many votes did Obasanjo get?
No, I can't remember. I think he got less than that. He got less than that.
He didn't. In 2020, 2007, how many votes? The whole election.
Are you ready for the primary result,
yes.
Zita?
Imo State.
Okay, let me start and listen carefully.
Imo State.
He called, are you ready? Lagos, 814,000.
Leave all those areas. I want Eastern region.
Only Eastern region?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you go mark them down for me. We go keep that result for January. Oh, yeah, they call.
Okay, scrolling. Where is... okay, can you write if you are writing? In Imo, 582,000.
That is 500,000.
Yeah, 500,000. Okay. In Enugu, 207,579.
A quarter of a million.
207,000. Huh?
Okay. A quarter of a million.
Yeah. And in Anam, in Abia, in Ebonyi. Oh, sorry. Enugu is 383,000.
More than a quarter of a million.
Yeah, in Enugu. It's Ebonyi that is 207. Ebonyi.
Quarter of a million.
Abia 161.
Okay.
And then Anambra 43,000.
Okay. We go see 5 states, right?
Yes, 5 states.
Okay.
So do I repeat it?
So Ludo did not deliver a state.
Ludo did not deliver.
It did not deliver a state.
OT did not deliver too at 161. No, he delivered better because in Oyo State, they only got registered voters at 153,000 in Oyo State. So if Abia is 161,
that 161 is not due to OT. It's due to Kalu and Ojizo Kalu. I mean, the deputy speaker and Ojizo Kalu.
Benjamin Kalu.
But these are registered voters anyway.
They are not registered voters. They are party members.
That is party member. Sorry, party votes. That's party registered member.
Carry member.
So you go there add like in the general election. Make I talk my own. No, after
you double them now for the general election.
Even if they know the double them, you go there add like 300K to those votes, or 200K to those votes.
On what tried anyway, Nemo 582,000.
No, even let me tell you, if they didn't even had anything to those votes, is enough to win the election. Even if they don't have one to it, if he gets all this number from each state,
and in
Delta he got 407. In Delta, 407,000.
Okay, call South.
Zita, this is what I've been trying to highlight to people, that these figures, I think, I was saying to Baba that I think they published these figures to intimidate the opposition. I don't think they ran any primaries. I think I think they used the primaries as a ruse to publish these figures. And then these figures, so they may be real, they may be fake, they are doctored or not doctored, but what they are telling you right here is that they have 12.6 million people registered in their party, you
Wait,
know,
wait. If
and
there is a
11
place
million
of
of them came
interest for
out,
me,
you know.
oh yeah, Baba, please call South.
Okay, South, Delta, 407,000.
Ooh.
Akwa Ibom, 389,000.
Mm-hmm.
Rivers, 280,000.
Mm-hmm.
In Rivers, and Bayelsa, 227,000.
A whole Bayelsa.
227,000.
That's a lot of vote from Bayelsa. Then Cross River.
Cross River. Where is Cross River? No, I don't have it.
Okay. Oyako Southwest.
Okay, Southwest.
All right. Sorry, Baba. Sorry, Baba. Before you call the Southwest, let me bail out. Hand over to Chioma. I'll thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Chioma, can I continue? Shayoma, can I continue? She baby, can I continue?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, fine.
Shami, can I continue?
No, I think
Wait,
Chioma.
listen, I'm sorry.
I think Chioma is she's
so,
the other room. She's in the other room.
if you see the way I was, one man, you know my condition. So if you see the way I was hopping to get to the phone, and I heard Madam Zita, I'm like, oh my God. I was like, oh. I kept like hopping, one man. I mean, you know what I'm going through. But I'm here. So yeah, you can go ahead, ma. Sorry,
Okay. Babcock Southwest.
Southwest, Lagos, 814,000.
It go happen, no, the call.
Ogun, 322,000.
Mm-hmm.
Ondo, 181,000.
Mm-hmm.
Oyo, 142,000.
Mm-hmm.
Oshun, 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Ekiti, 85,000.
They see Oshun.
Oshun, 100,000.
Okay. Call Middle Belt.
Middle Belt.
That is North Central.
You really mean Amu.
I mean, I know why I'm saying this. I make you they read and make people they hear. No verse here.
Okay, Middle Belt. Kwara, 310,000.
Baba, that one, Baba, before you
Yeah.
proceed, I guarantee you that you will get more than that in general election in Kwara.
No, no worry. I know why I tell him, say, make him call him. Just don't worry. Make him finish calling. I go talk with him.
You will see the performance. No, just call the remaining middle belt and you see the figures. Niger, what is Niger?
Wait, I don't call Kwara. So Nasarawa, 285,000. Plateau, 241,000. Kogi, 197,000. Niger, 175,000. And Benue, 374,000.
Okay, make we go northeast. Northeast, yes.
Bauchi, Taraba, all those ones.
Okay.
Dadamawa, Borno.
Okay, just call all the northeast.
Let me call northwest. Northwest
okay.
First. Is Kaduna, Kaduna State,
What is the
Kano,
meaning of that?
500,000. Kano.
That means continue. Ngwanakpo. The
Katsina,
68.
Katsina, 467,000.
For what? Which state?
Katsina
Katsina,
is KK
467.
says now. They will have that
Okay.
now.
Castina, Rufai,
Gombe.
right?
No,
No,
Katsina is
Kaduna is
Wari.
Rufai.
Kaduna is Erufai.
Kaduna is
No,
Rufai, which is how many? Hold on, calm down.
Kaduna is
Kaduna is
618.
600 or something.
Okay.
618,000.
Okay.
While Kano is 500,000.
Kwankwaso stay there.
He said he goes score the remaining now.
Okay, continue. I just they ask whether he still there when this number they come out. They call.
Katsinas 467, Gombe 450,000.
Ekebi.
Kebbi 292.
Okay.
Sokoto 301,000. Zamfara 321,000. Okay, let me see.
Let's find Imo State too.
We don't call all those places now. Imo State now 500 or something.
Stop. Are you serious?
You go see the drama now. Now me go for January. You see?
Wait, 500 as in 5
You
years.
see this laugh where you dey laugh. Now January I go laugh my own. Baba continue.
No, they are registered though. They use INEC. Is INEC.
Don't worry
okay,
about
let me go for
don't
the
mind
north,
Chichi.
right?
They go see.
It's only
Wait,
Governor Hope Uzodinma and his family that voted for
okay, see, Baba, you see, say for 2023, they teach them what they call, you know, in the university, that's what they call Institute of Fundamental Studies, where you have to do, it's like GAD. You do English, you do social studies, philosophy, anthropology
All
to add to your
combined.
concept. In teach them Institute of Fundamental Studies, preambles to politics. They don't understand. 2027, he's going to, this year, he's going to teach them what is called Politics 101, intensified. Continue.
And that's all I have, actually. I don't have that.
You don't have Adamawa.
No, not Northeast. I don't have Northeast.
Okay.
Do you have Anambra, sir, please?
Yeah.
Oh, 43,000. You don't score at all there.
Is that how many?
How much?
43,000 in Anambra.
That means Soludo no deliver. So now,
wait, Imo State is how much again?
so what it is
No,
that
but this is primary. This
hold
is
on.
primary. It has nothing to do with
Hold
the
on.
counterpart.
Baba, let me say this. Make everybody listen to me carefully. You know, say I sabi speak gibberish. We did the look Tinubu. Nigerians did like this.
Rita, they already saying that in the comment section now that we are blabbering.
Don't worry now.
So now, when it
I
happened
always blabber
2023,
now.
we're blabbering. But who is in Aso Rock today? Who is in Aso Rock today? Yes,
Baba, I
sir.
want to make sure. How much did you say he got in Imo State?
582,000. 582,000.
1,000.
Yeah,
I thought you
registered
mean
voters.
100. I thought you mean 100.
No, 582,000.
Oh wow,
Baba,
that's a lot of number.
Those days before the introduce all these accreditation, electronic accreditation, Imo State used to give like close to 2 million votes each electionary year.
Yeah, Rivers even they passed that one now.
That's why River Delta they are like
all of
close
them
2
don't
million, 3
shrink
million.
now.
All of them don't shrink. Yeah, that's what I'm
Let
saying.
me say what I want to say. You know, say I sabi speak gibberish. Let me speak my gibberish. Nigerians, they look Tinubu. Tinubu open in Opolo eye. They look us for our koro before. In don't read this election finish. The
No,
election
they
is
play.
over.
They don't know what trap they
It
don't put
is
themselves.
over. We they look us straight in the eyes and knock off this election. Now, why did I say this? Simba, I don't know whether you met me earlier in 2023 when a lot of people come here. We talk about a lot of innuendos and gibberish and garbage and blah blah. We used to blab here before the result came. There is something I said about Tinubu, and I'm going to repeat it here again because it's something I did a study in when I was in Richard J. Daley College in Chicago. There is one man called Richard J. Daley.
Our president started there now.
The man was the mayor
Daily.
of Chicago. They have 3 Dailies, and they're brothers anyway. They have Richard J. Daley, Richard M. Daley, and Richard. They have 3 Dailies, and all of them were brothers. The Richard J. Daley, he ruled Chicago as a mayor. Rule. So if not for Nigeria, they go say they buy him. They usually buy him because if you look at the documentary, they said he get off to go pick lunch around, I think, 12:16 p.m. in the afternoon. He left his office, get off to go pick lunch and slumped before they rush and go hospital. In fact, he slumped and died anyway. That's just what it means. Now, the man is a kingmaker. It's he that started this kind of politics where you project numbers before the real election. In the flog politicians, woto. They call it Chicago style politics, where you project your number before the election. And presidents of the United States used to come and meet the guy on strategy on how to win election. One thing you can go for Richard J. Daley is that in as much as he's a shrewd politician, according to them, they say he's so corrupt. But if you fly into Chicago today, the way Chicago is, the landmark, the skyscrapers, I mean, when you get to State and Madison, you look the town, you couldn't believe your eyes. It's Richard J. Daley. Chicago is all about State and Madison. You see the beauty of human brain. So what am I saying in essence? How do they do it? They do primaries. People come out in the party, pick party nomination forms, and they start contesting. Running heter-scatter. They still do it today in the US. Running heter-scatter. What are they trying to do? They're trying to project their numbers. Registered members of the party come and vote. Members of the party, registered members come and vote. Registered members come and vote. By the time there are 6 candidates, as they are moving, some people will be dropping. Like, I'm losing numbers. My sponsors will have to get out because I'm losing numbers. They keep moving like that. The person that lost numbers, sponsors drop, will endorse one person like that. At the end of the day, you will see the number the person that won used to win. And then they start what they call alignment. The person that won, you will see those people that contested with him start endorsing him. Technically, what is he saying? That 60-70% of the vote of that person that ran with him in primaries that now endorsed him, we still go to the man. I'm talking about the primary level, like projecting it for the general election. So if you are a Republican, you already know your numbers. In the time, as at the primaries, you know the number of registered. I'm talking about how they rig their election anyway. You know the number of registered voters, card-carrying members of your party. So if there are 7 million or 120 million, it's like give and take. Before the general election, knock off 10 million or knock off 5 million. Then they will start their drama of independent voters. Why are they screaming for the independent voters? Because they have locked down their what is it called? Their members. It's already their vote. So they start this chanting of independent voters, and they start this manipulation of chanting swear voters. I'm going to see if you can swear aggrieved voters from Democrats into your side, or swear aggrieved voters. Those are the manipulated numbers. The main numbers is their members. They've locked down. You cannot take that away from them. Why is it so? Because you cannot tell me that somebody who went to the primaries and voted for a candidate and said to the whole world, I want this candidate to proceed to become my president. And on the general election, he will not come to vote for the person. It's a 0.01%. Hello? Baba, are you still there?
We're here.
I'm very much attentive.
So it's a chance of 0.001%. So the numbers for those members are technically, forcefully, like it, hate it, is locked down. So if he lose, as he said, Imo State, 500,000 votes, if he no get at the talk, I sabi talk gibberish, give and take. They see the number of candidates that will voters that will come out to vote.
Madam Zita, Madam Zita, are you sure it's not 500?
That's what they said, though. Now, Baba, they call them.
1,000 K. Who dash him 1,000 in Imo
They are
State?
registered now. You can't dispute it. It's with INEC.
Where are you from?
580 something thousand.
1,000. This level of rigging
In
now,
Imo.
wow. Who and who?
But he got all his local government now. Chichi, where you did when he won all the 27 or 29 local government in Imo?
Chichi, let me tell you.
That's not believable.
Listen, in Imo State, Okigwe.
That's where I was born, oh.
Wait, wait. In Imo State, Okigwe is the largest in terms of numbers, but they do not vote. In the election, that number doesn't come out. The people that bring us, this is what I know, because my dad was a politician. I don't want to call my son name. If I call
Book
my
too
son
much there.
name.
Civil servant, top.
In Uguta, which is the heart of politics in Imo State, they carry the highest number of votes. If you go to Uzotemba result now, go to Uguta local government and don't query
It's
local
the biggest.
government. It's the biggest. Why? We behave like the Northerners. We are politically savvy in Uguta. So that day, everybody is going to come out to vote. Whether they like him, the person they like. I'm not saying they usually vote the governor, but that is the, would I call it, battleground for every governor in Imo State. You go come there campaign like 5 times or 10 times. Because they are the ones that are coming out to. It's not that this is the largest local government. No, who is coming to come out to vote? In Imo State, it's Uguta local government. So if Uguta local government can give a governor over 200,000 votes, so what the heck are you talking about? Uguta local government alone delivers close to 200,000 votes every election. If you doubt me, listen to me. If a governor, a candidate convinced them, he might get up to close to 200,000 votes from them to vote for him, and which is a knockout. The moment you win Uguta in Imo State as a governor, there is every chances you are running home with that election. So for Hope Ndozimba, who is from that area, to open his eyes in broad daylight and say he registered 500,000 for APC, is going to be wahala. I know why I say this. Because Hope Ndozimba is a grassroots politician. in the row street with those boys. So if you laugh finish, no wahala.
Wait, but he didn't register them. These are the people that registered to the party. It's not the governor that
That
registered.
means you didn't understand all these things I'm saying.
I didn't understand what you're saying because everything you're saying is not totally correct. What I'm saying
Okay.
is the party
I just
members.
don't
We are
understand
looking
how
at the party
they got a
members,
whole
not the people that
500,000. Who
just.
gave them 500,000?
Yeah, but they register. It's not like we
Just
came
some things
from
don't make
nowhere.
sense. I don't.
Exactly.
If you
If
are
we
a
don't
But
Is
the
agree,
guy
it
governor,
wants
ghosts?
all the
Is are
hold
27
these
on,
all
local
ghost
the
voters?
government now.
hold on.
He won
Ghost
27
voters.
local government
One voice,
during his
please.
gubernatorial election. He won everything.
Let me say this. If you are a governor of a state and you are willing to deliver your state to whosoever you want to deliver it, you ginger the registration. You prepare, excuse me, you prepare the registration. And you will make sure you are able to get as much members as possible for that party you want to deliver. That's how it works. Now, this new electoral law that made the primaries, in those days, they used to do that, their nonsense delegates. That Atiku will sit down and give them how many $1,000. This time around, it is the members of the party we vote in their, is it in their local government, right? Where did they vote, Baba?
Everybody What? votes at your wards.
Eh,
They
thank
vote
you.
889,000 wards.
Okay, so you will go to your ward just like in general election, but the difference is that you can only vote on that party primary, and you must be a card carrying member, not just a voter. That is the difference. Which
A
makes it
registered card carrying
carrying
member.
member.
Registered.
Yes, because you are coming to vote with your party card. You are coming to vote with your party card.
No,
So
you didn't see them. All of them, they displayed it now. You must, that's, in fact, that is your voter's card.
So what am I saying in essence for those who did not understand me? What APC is trying to look in short, make I know they call APC, make I continue.
You know the funny thing, Zita. If they can have that number, whether it was even concocted or not, at least they have that number registered in each of the states. At least the vote is less than the registered member in that state. That's what it means.
Yes, now that's what
Uh-huh.
Kunzedumba is trying to tell you. Voters in my state, not member of APC, voters in my state might be up to 1 million.
More. Exactly, more
Yes.
than that. Exactly.
Now, he has locked down 500,000. So what he's going to struggle now is either add or remove a little. But that 500,000 is not going to disappear. Let me say this again, because do you know why I'm taking my time to say this, my gibberish and nonsense and garbage people say I speak? I do not really want a situation whereby people will not understand this. And when the result come out, they will start abusing and insulting and demeaning our institutions. I'm just telling you that this election is over, but you don't see it. That is
But can I
how
can I
in
ask you
United States, that's why
can
I
I
said
ask
it's
you something
using
real quick?
Chicago style politics. That's why in the United States, before the result come out, they start telling you who is projected to win. Is this kind of a thing? There are already lockdown numbers, and they're scrambling. They are scrambling. The two candidates will be scrambling, and you will see them saying something like, let's see how much he can boost his numbers before that day, but this person is leading. You think they're joking. By the time the result comes out, you go see that person where they say go win, go win.
But how come Kamala didn't win when they projected her to be leading with
Who?
popular votes? Kamala.
Nobody projected Kamala to win. No. I don't know where you got that one from.
CNN.
No, really? I
No,
don't know.
that was
CNN,
during
CNN
campaign.
never projected her to win. No. I don't know where you got that one from. Nobody projected Kamala. All that we are saying is let them see whether she can close the gap. I don't know
Yeah,
where
she
you heard
played
that one.
catch up throughout.
Oh, okay.
And she did never catch up throughout. You never. I was surprised when some people thought she will win because the mathematics has already been done. Number one, their members were not happy. They did not do primaries for her. So they could not cash that lockdown vote. They don't know what it is. So they are already in a mess. Because Obama was telling them, okay, let them do primaries. Because
Yeah, they did not do primary.
yes,
Yeah,
It's
because
that's
if
one
you
of
true.
the
do
problems.
primaries, you lock down those vote
They will have
numbers.
made the necessary adjustment too.
Thank you. So
Yeah,
they
that's
didn't
true.
know what their lock number, what their lockdown number. I don't know whether there's anything right like that. What their lock numbers is. So they were scrambling. They were not too sure. But had it been they did the primaries, the lockdown number will show. And from there, they build up. They begin to tell you something like swear voters, independent voters, scramble, aggrieved, but all those ones na shenanigan. So that was the problem she had. And that's what the problem P2B is always having. He doesn't show his lockdown numbers. In NDC now, you don't know the numbers that are following him. That's the problem. If you don't do that primaries, you cannot give him the ticket. That thing does not really show power. You need to show those numbers. And when you show those numbers, your party members will respect you. You see those people on Saturday lining up in a long line, waiting to vote for Tinubu. If you like, say they give them 10,000. If you like, say they give them 1 million. That one now your thorough.
Yeah,
They've got to
I saw they were giving them only 100 naira in the north.
deal
Those
with
women.
it. All I can tell you is deal with it.
No, they're
But
the ones complaining.
the thing is that you saw them with their membership card, and that's what matters. So they are showing you they are members of APC, and that is scary. If 500,000 is members of APC in Imo State, Shoma, your laugh doesn't make sense. I'm telling
No,
you.
I was laughing because I was thinking it's 500. You know, only to hear 1,000. I said,
It's
who's that 2,000?
500,000. 500,000.
Wow. I didn't know it reached to that level, honestly.
No wahala. Me, I don't talk my
But
gibberish finish.
Zita, what surprises me, how could they have gotten such numbers of registered
That
members
is the
in that
game
state?
now. Come on, that is the game. You know, Oriola was telling me that it's not the governor. That is the people that just went and registered. So people go just wake up waka. Where is APC or party? Where is APC? Make I go vote, register with them. It doesn't work that way. That thing is what is called heavy grassroots campaign. And you cannot make a headway on it if the governor of the state is not on your side. Trust me, you cannot. Because it entails money, good money. That was why, even in 2014, 2015, Tinubu did all his groundwork with Buhari. The moment those 5 governors joined them, the thing went up. It became fire. Everywhere will scatter. Every war. To get to register 500,000 people, no be control. But if anybody sit down in one man platform and say, I'm talking gibberish, that come January, that Imo State cannot give Tinubu up to 2,000 votes, I wish
But
you luck.
let's face it, primary is expensive. Oh. It's expensive. I can understand why this is running away from primary. and want a
Baba,
consensus.
but one thing that we also need to learn from this primary, it shows that the APC into everywhere and they are is a grassroots party. It's not a situation whereby election will come and you say, okay, they don't have agents in one polling unit or the other. Look at it. No, if they can have this
No,
member in
look,
all the world, all over the
Dr.
federation.
Simba, I was surprised yesterday when I saw the word by word crowd.
Okay. So,
I couldn't believe it.
people don't analyze. The only thing, as we are talking now, instead of them to bring superior argument, the only thing they be doing that
They were
by saying people are
abusing.
stupid. You
But
are stupid. You
Simba,
are
I'm
a
I'm
failure. You
looking
are
for
this.
the video evidence for the one for Imo State
It's all
because
it's all there on Twitter. Go to Twitter, you see it
Wait,
I
can
step
I
have
by
to
The
say
look
step,
crowd.
something?
for
word
it.
by word.
And
Can I
make
say
Yes.
sure
something real quick?
it's not AI because I don't know
No,
how
go
to
to
do
Google,
that.
just say
Wait,
Imo
No,
let
State
me.
do you know
primary.
what?
Even
Do you know what?
even up to
Even
50
go
votes will
to
surprise
wait,
me. 50, just 50 will
Chioma,
surprise me.
Chioma.
Yeah.
Go to even all the even Nigerian news channels like Arise, like TVC. They showed all those things. You know, they have correspondents that actually went and view all those places. They
Yeah,
send
I have
their
to go and find
correspondents
out.
to each state. So even you can go to YouTube, you see it there. They're
I
there.
have to. I have to because and I hope it's not AI. One old video
Uh-uh.
that manipulated
No,
I'm
because
just
I
go
telling you
to
to go
Google.
to all
for
those.
for for him to
Uh,
get even 50 people to line up for him is a shock.
But
Honestly.
what I
So
but he won
500,000.
27 local
That's
governments.
why I was laughing. The 500, but to say
No.
500,000,
The
who
local
dashed
government,
him?
the 27 local government on one. How many voters do you think are in those 27 local governments?
It doesn't
He
matter.
won
None of them will
outright.
vote for
He did not
him.
yield one local government to another party.
So,
He
Baba,
did not. And when you registered with your BVN,
it's like
your
what you are
I
NIN.
saying,
don't think you
Baba.
understand, Baba. I don't
What
even
you are
think even
saying is
50
making
people.
Chioma to be depressed, though. Chioma is,
If
is,
I don't
is
think
already
even
getting
50
depressed.
people, even 50 people will not vote for APC. That's what I'm wondering.
but
His whole
but the governor is
his whole
APC
family
now.
members, they're that large.
The government is not
Wait,
the
how does
government is
this even
APC.
make sense? Who's the governor of the state? They had to vote for the governor of the state anyways. So there's no way 50 people will vote him to be the governor.
Don't
So they
His
have
mind,
family
don't
members.
mind,
You
don't
see,
mind, don't mind Chioma.
Everything
I
is rigged
remember
these
that
days.
same Hope. Wait now, Chioma. I remember what people are saying when Hope was contesting second time. Hey, he's not going to win. He's not even going to get one vote. He's not going to. When the result came out, all of them shut up.
And all these things are rigged. You know that now. Let's stop
Forget
pretending.
rigging is part of election. Go and sit down.
Chioma, let me
Yes,
tell
ma.
you, let me tell
Uh-huh.
you, every election is rigged.
anywhere in the world,
All over the world, they rig
it's the shape
election.
and form that is different.
Now, it depends on how you rig it. In those days in Nigeria, they used to snatch ballot board, shoot on the air, buy
Mm-hmm.
people. People will run away. They snatch the ballot board. They go inside one way house, print, so tell your
And
hand go,
stop
they
it.
pay you. They pack them. Call result, they still the print. Call result, they still the print. They go pack them, come. They not even count
Obasanjo's
and
time,
self.
they were
They go
announcing
write
results while
number,
people were still voting.
3 million, 4 million. But as the years passed, that's the way they were rigging it that time. It was so obvious. But some countries, they have a way they rig it. Even countries like Venezuela, that their electoral system is seemingly tight, they still the rigger.
Yeah,
There's nowhere in the
can you
world they
tell
don't
us the
rig it.
country that actually rigged? Because I don't believe this. I think you guys are just coming up with something from your end
Uriola,
and
wait,
thinking that we should
Uriola,
agree to that.
Uriola.
We don't
In the
agree. I don't
US,
agree with that. They
wait
don't.
now,
All
wait,
right, go
Uriola.
ahead. Tell us which country are rigging.
Did in the US, for instance, what's
Where in the
gerrymandering?
US is rigging?
Eh?
Where in the
Wait,
US they are rigging?
listen, make I answer you now. You ask question. What do
Yeah,
they
I'm
use?
listening.
What do they use gerrymandering for? What do they use redistricting for?
Baba, how you the first thing is he should find the meaning of the word rigging. When you understand the word rigging, then you will know that every election
In
is
the
rigged.
last election, we're here, vote post office voting, the post voting. We were here when they were taking them out of post office box and throwing them away and burning them. Didn't you see the clips, Zita? We watch everything live.
They talk that one. I never tell you now how.
Yeah, but there's a
Maybe I
reason
don't talk for
behind
Chicago.
those.
For
Wait, but
Chicago,
there's a reason behind those. You just said they burned some votes. Well, some people that voted, they burn them. We know the reason why but that's because Republican doesn't want people to say, they don't want the mail voting. They don't want that, and that's the reason why
Yeah.
they had to
the
burn some of
important
them.
thing was it burnt?
So
And what was
No,
that
hold
in
on.
your
Was
own
it burnt?
lexicon?
wait, this
Was
is
it
politics.
burnt?
Wait, it was burnt. Yeah, we
Thank you.
heard some states they burnt some of those votings, but that's not rigging. That's
Wait,
politics. That's politicians telling you that this is what we want, and they don't agree. And some other
it's same thing in wait. You don't understand. Okay,
Let me
yes,
give
wait,
him.
call
let me
that
give you another
rigging.
one. Let me give you another
No,
one
Baba,
again.
let me give him. Let me give him. In the state
God.
of Chicago, in the city of Chicago, they do what they call, normally in the United States, they do what they call mailing ballot. You can sit in your home and say you want them to mail the ballot to you. They mail the ballot. After 2 weeks, you say you don't know where you kept it. They go mail another one to you. And in as much as you keep requesting, they keep mailing. And then on the election day, you enter that place, they ask you, say,
I don't believe what
you
you
are
are
laughing now,
asking.
don't worry, don't say
No,
anything
Oriola,
Nigeria.
they laugh. Say he don't know what
Anything
they
Nigeria is
happen.
jagara. If
Where he
any
grew
other
up and
place is
worked and
okay.
is working
But
now.
the problem I have with most Nigerians is that even where they are overseas, they don't monitor what happens there. If you
Even
monitor,
voters
you will
intimidation.
You are talking
will
to a wrong
understand
person.
that it's
Actually,
same old.
I try to listen to you to kind of like
Oriola, please, can I
tell me
finish?
exactly where you're
Please,
going,
can I
because
finish?
well,
Oriola,
you
can I
just came
finish,
at
Hold
me
please?
right
on,
now, though.
guys.
You just came at
Excuse
me
Oriola,
me.
telling me
please, can I
that.
Hello,
finish?
Oriella. Hold on. Everyone, please like the broadcast, subscribe, share, and we will like a super chat, at least $100. Starting point. Thank
So
you.
on the election day, you waka go the polling unit. They ask you, show your identity, you show. You collect mailing ballot, you say yes, you collect them, but you don't know where you keep them. They say enter, go vote. What will you call that, Baba?
Actually,
That
Oriola.
means you
I
actually voted
want
like
to
4
even tell him
times.
about voters intimidation, so that he will know that it's pile and pile and pile of everything. It's just part of it. You understand? It's part of it.
Maybe what
Anyway,
Oriola was
is that the
taking
only
into
topic
rigging.
you people have
Zita,
today?
Zita. Maybe the only thing that is understood by inflating figures. Don't you know that even voters suppression is also a form of rigging? That you look at where your opponent is strong and you suppress vote in that area.
They don't know.
Wait, it's not the same thing. That's what I'm saying. I listen to you guys talk, but it's not the same thing. It means different thing. When you suppress votes, it is not the same thing as rigging. Rigging is totally different. Rigging is number
Rigging
manipulation.
comes in many
Wait,
places.
let me
That
land.
vote you
Can I
suppressed
land? Can I
is for
land?
somebody,
I listen
isn't
to you
it?
to say yours. Can I land? Voters suppression is not the same thing as voters rigging. If you guys are saying, oh, they're trying to suppress voters, or they don't want some type of people to vote, we understand that's suppression. But if you're now saying that it's the same thing as rigging, it's not the same thing. Rigging is just numbers manipulation, and that's what I'm trying to tell you, because what you're saying, okay, for example, 2020, Trump was like, oh, they're rigging in Arizona. What did they do? They said, go ahead and audit the entire voting system. So you can't just make a claim that, oh, they're rigging votes. But if you're saying suppression, Of course, I agree with you. We see that going on. It's not the same thing. It's different thing. So we can't just because we want Nigeria to look good in a or to look good, then we now like claim that
It's not what no
Simba,
Oriola,
Simba,
sorry.
Simba,
Oriola,
can you put
sorry for
something on the screen?
no, it's what you
If you
need to
can put
no.
something on the screen, please bring out what it means to rig an election. Maybe you do it in
I'm not
ChatGPT.
with my I'm on my phone. I can't
Choma, can
it's
you project something on the screen so that we
because
will stop all these pedestrian arguments?
it's actually surprising Oriola arguing on this thing. You
I
can
don't
just
like
do a
this kind
Google,
of pedestrian
you
argument.
can just
Choma,
ask for a Google what
not
is rigging
pedestrian.
an
Rigging
election.
and suppression is not the same. What are you talking
Shoma, if
about?
you can project the meaning
Yes.
of rigging an election on the screen, maybe you use ChatGPT so that it will run it down for you.
I
It will
can Google it.
it will tell you all the types of rigging, and how what is the meaning of rigging. Then it go give you examples so that we will stop this pedestrian argument. Any other topic, Shoma?
Yes. So the topic is what are your what so
Choice of word.
for Baba, I want to ask Baba.
Pedestrian. Who's pedestrian to talking
Eh,
person?
I
Pedestrian.
think
I
we need to
wanted to
even
know.
no, Noriola, don't get offended. It's not. She's not
No,
abusing you. Sorry.
sometimes we have to understand what when we're using word, we have to understand what we're talking about.
Sorry.
And
I apologize on her
saying
behalf.
that
Just don't
someone
worry. Don't let us go into
Oh,
that.
please don't try that. I say we. We is not one person. So please, Simba, don't try it
yeah,
next
but
time.
when you
Don't
say
you
we,
ever
you are not the only
apologize on my
person here.
behalf.
There's
I
a,
say
there's a
so
lot of
that
people.
we should stop this pedestrian
Yeah,
argument.
if
We in
everybody
English
doesn't get
language
offended
is not
about it,
one
I'm
person.
offended.
I
I'm
hope
not
that is
able to use
that
the word.
I made that clear.
It's
We
okay.
in English language is not one person. So if one person decides to own it up, that's fine.
Yeah,
But
there's no.
don't
I guess
apologize on my behalf.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Baba, what transformation do you want Tinubu to make in 2027? Because I don't really
You mean in the
see
elections or overall generally, in
I
terms
mean,
of reform?
in reform, especially with terrorists, dealing with all these jihadists, you know, that's really what I want. Security, you know. Do you think he will bring about security? How do you think he will achieve that? You know?
Yes, I'm sure you're a follower of the platform, like most people. That's my beef actually with the president, and I've always consistently scored him zero when it comes to matters of insecurity. Even though I have an understanding of the constraints is facing, knowing our country very, very well, at least or to a certain level. You understand? Take, for instance, to curb that security or to mitigate against it effectively, we should have community police like we used to have in those days. Absent community police, state police will suffice. But that state police too, with word of mouth, our northern brothers have agreed. But behind the scenes, they are vehemently opposed to it to the extent that even ministers of the northern stock serving under this president are even against it, and they are coming out with their full chest. Last week,
what did they have against it?
Yeah, why?
what yeah, they said, look, there are people move around a lot, and when they are in trouble, all they ask for in the police station is they want to talk to a superior officer, and they name the officers they want, or they call higher ups who are their own people, and they have them in great numbers in all our services, and they are let go scot-free. But in these circumstances, if it's something, a misdemeanor or a crime committed under a state law, it is the state police that will handle it. And state police, who you want to call, for instance, in Imo, which Hausa man is in charge? No Hausa man there. So they will lock them up, and of course, they will face the full measure of the law. That is what they are against. One of the reasons that they will be intimidated, that they won't have a say, and their people will be just locked down here, there, and yonder. So that's their fears. And of course, why should their people be involved in criminality? Most of the trailer drivers, they don't have driver's license, and they are on drugs, cheap drugs for that matter. That's why they kill people down south once they exit the port gates. So that kind of thing will go to state police, and you know what state police will do? It's like you are coming from your northern place, taking Maya and killing our people anyhow. If you look at the average container carriers, for instance, they don't have this the locking mechanism to lock down the containers. That's why they fall down on cars. So all those are crimes. Who are the transporters? Most of them, most of the trailers, I can't say the percentage, but preponderance of the trailers that plied our road are all owned by Northerners, and they are not in good condition. The people working in the bush, like bush animal too, will be dealt with. So they don't want all of that. They still want to enjoy the freedom which their criminality gives them, because they have their people in place. Take, for instance, in Oyo State the other time, I can't remember the state particularly or the local government, where they got hold of one of the bandits or the killers, and they took him to police station. By the time the village people went there the next morning to continue the case, he has been released. And they asked them, what happened? They received a call from Abuja. Abuja said they should bring him. That was the end of the case. So these are the kind of things we've been facing. But because of the election that is coming, and for which I'm angry also with the president, he is handling these things with kid gloves, leading to the election, because it could actually backfire against him if he tried to enforce these things. But also is a subject of constitutional reform. So every state have to sign on to it. So maybe he's waiting for a second term to be able to do that, because by then he has nothing to fear anymore. He's not coming back for the third term. So apart from that, in terms of reform and everything, the things you have in your state. We have, take for instance, the Niger Delta, for instance. Presently, they give them 13% first. We call it derivation. I think if we are not going to reform in the format of people controlling their resources in their states, then they should increase that into 25 or 27%. So that whatever we get in first, 27% out of it should go to Niger Delta, where they take the oil from. Then the rest of the country, let us share what is remaining. That 13% is too much. And I think it's one of the things the president also is looking into, and several things, because that's the way of peace in our country. That is the way of peace. Though the example we are seeing now is not encouraging, in the sense that so much money is being given to the states at the moment, and some states are so irresponsible, they are not using it well. There are states that are doing well, particularly in the southern part of the country. But in the north, do you know they still pay the old minimum wage of 30,000? Where in the south, states like Imo, they are paying 100,000 minimum wage. Edo is paying, I think, 85. Lagos is paying, I think, 75 or so, and so on and so forth. But they are still paying 30,000, and they get FAC allocation every month. So why can't they take care of their people?
Yeah, but
so that is why even I'm looking at, if everybody controls their resources or have more money through economic reform, the states that will do well will do well. Those that will not do well will not do well. And we know where those states are.
Wait,
so these are the things we...
Did
Yes, sir.
complain that
You say?
did the northern states, did their people complain that their salary is low? Did they complain? They did not.
No, they don't know better. They don't know better. Let me
Did
just
you
put it
hear
that
my
way. They don't
question?
know better. You say?
And I think some states, because of the total number of their civil servants, it's not as much compared to some other states in the south. But some well-known states like Bauchi, you dare not do something like that because they are more educated and like. But in some small rural states, maybe Samvara or Kebi or whatever, they might still be cheating them because of that minimum wage. So Baba is right, but I think me personally, I always support resource control totally because that is the recipe for peace in Nigeria. Because the way it stands now is like everybody should go to Abuja to collect money. So I think the way we are doing now, it really supports laziness. Well, what you have to do as a money bag or you have money is to look for one godfather or one person that is very important. Then just choose you and then you are home and dry. You are governor of a state. But if you are going there to find money by yourself, to pay your civil servant, to develop your state, go and write it down. Anybody that's going to be a governor in Nigeria, it's a hell of a work because the money will not be coming from Abuja anymore. Instead, you are going to be paying 10 or 15% or 20% back to what you get from your state back to the federal government. So you will now see the real people. I'm not saying those politicians are not real, but what I'm just trying to say is it's not going to be a lazy job anymore. And I think on the issue of insecurity, we should continue to devolve power to the state because 90% of Nigerian people live in the states. Only how many people live in Abuja compared to when we want to talk about state by state. So if we can do resource control and also devolution of power and the decentralization, I think everybody will be fine. And you will now discover that the so-called north that each time is insecurity, immediately there will be relative peace because it's now you against your people. If you continue to keep people, fight people in your own states. So the issue of insecurity, unfortunately, because we practice constitutional democracy, there are some things you want to take, but there are some actions you want to take, but because of political reason, you won't be able to take it because at the end of the day, you need their votes. So that is one of the drawback of this kind of democracy we practice in Nigeria.
So, Simba, why is it that they're moving towards the southwest? You know,
it's not about moving. The reason why some of them are moving towards southwest, I will tell you. First and foremost, there is too much firepower on them from in the northwest and north. They were just buying them. You know, let me tell you something that you guys don't know. You know, since this man came in, they have bought over 16,000 terrorists. But they won't let you know because if they let you know, you Nigeria will be shouting human right, right. So they are doing it. So that is why they are running away from their enclave. And you know this set of people, some of them, they are bandits. So they hide under this terrorism as well. And some of our local collaborators are also there. It's not that they'll just come to your domain and then they start doing this. They also have local collaborators in our midst, even from the so-called Yoruba people or the so-called Igbo people. You see some people that work hand in hand with them. A market woman was narrating a story. He said when they first noticed that something is wrong is that like once in a week or twice in 2 weeks, there are some people come to the market and they will buy bread of 400,000 and buy beans. Each time they came, they always buy something as large as like that, but they didn't report to the authority. If to say it's a country with good intelligence, how can somebody be buying beans, just buy beans and take it away, 400,000? It does not used to happen like that. They just notice it. Now everybody is coming out with their story. So that means, and they also arrested 6 people. And those 6 people they arrested, they are the one conniving with these bandits or terrorists. They are giving them information. They are also giving them information how to how to maneuver their way in that forest park in Oyo. So that means there are local collaborators with these people. They already picked 6 people, and the condition these people are given is that they want they want to meet the governor of the state. That if they are paying their money, the governor of the state should bring it, because they had a lot of young people, like 1 to 2 years old kids among them, and so many students.
So you
They
don't.
already
So you
so they
don't
already yeah
think to do with politics?
yeah yes exactly.
No,
So
no.
my problem is like, other countries like South Africa, they're advancing. You don't hear about terrorism or
So, but
Fulani
what
They
about
do
people.
have. They
xenophobic?
do
What
have.
about xenophobic?
Wait
They
a
Their,
do
minute.
have.
their own
Can
case is
you
even
confirm
No,
my
worse.
so
question?
no, that's
Wait,
different. The xenophobic is
can
different.
you
This
give me
is
that?
terrorists.
They
We have
have. They have
called
a
jihadists.
bandit attack, heavy armed robbery. They have their own problem
That's
too.
They have
different,
their own
Madam Zita. That is different. These are people fighting in the name of whatever they believe in.
I don't think if you I'm not saying they
Why
do not
are we
also fight.
allowing this? This is only happening in Nigeria. It doesn't happen in Ghana. And let's tell the truth. It is a fact. This does not happen in Ghana
It's
because
not
I know
only about
I've
don't
lived
let
in
them do
Ghana.
trauma.
No, Simba, don't deceive me.
No,
I'm not sure.
it's
No,
not
you
somebody
don't. No, no,
Remy.
no. Don't do
No,
that.
let
Don't
me say this
gaslight.
to you.
No, no, Simba, you
Okay, let
stop.
me say my
No.
own then.
No, no, you
Let's
can't
talk
because you
now. Why you
started
say
off.
no, no,
No,
no,
I'm
no?
not talking to you because you started off
Are
gaslighting
you
me.
the
This
only
thing,
one that has to
I know.
talk?
I'm telling you because this thing does not happen in Ghana. So accept it and no peace with
So
me. Okay.
I'm not talking about Ghana. I'm not here to talk about
So
Ghana or
why
Africa.
are
I'm
we
talking
allowing
about
this to
Nigeria.
happen? Why can't we just
What I want to
eradicate
tell
these people once and for all? It's their nuisance.
what I want to say is very simple. It's quite glaring that some people are using religious ideology, but it's far more than that. That's what we are saying. It has a political undertone. If you follow the political terrain of Nigeria or the political situation, why is it every time they want to do election, this thing will rear its ugly head? From 2023 to early 2025, we do not have all these cases of terrorism going all over the country, trying to kidnap people or buy people. We do not have it. But after, in the middle of 2025, it started again because election is coming close. And now that we are going close to the election, there will be more of this. It has political undertone, and I think I would blame the government. And when I say government, I don't mean the federal government alone. I'm blaming all the 3 tiers of government. And I will also blame the citizenry of our country because we ourselves, security starts from the citizen
Remy,
themselves.
I think what she wants to know particularly, she's asking, why are these people troubling Nigeria and they are not troubling other West African countries?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
when what I have to say to
Maybe
that is
after
that
you.
it is historical. You understand? These people in the north, I don't know how to describe the situation without causing offense, but I would try very much. Our borders in the north are porous. Take it, for instance, in the eastern region. I've not had anybody from the southeast or south calling a Cameroonian his brother. Neither have I seen people from the southwest relating to. There is historical connection with Benin, Togo, even Ghana, but I don't see them calling say my brother or open the borders for them to easily flow in. But right there in the north, there are people who live, for instance, in a state in the north, close to the border. They even have cousins across the border in Niger, in Chad, in Mali. Even our President Buhari, I think the father is from Mali or so. That's why Shibike Amechi made use our money to take a train track down to Marada or
So
Maradi, whatever they
Baba,
call it.
don't
No,
you think?
let her have some perspective of history in all of this. And it, for instance, in the whole 60-something years we've been independent, they have held sway
Yeah,
on power for
yeah.
45 years. For 45 years. In Ghana, for instance, you talk about until the year when Kufuor came in, I think in 2003 or so in Ghana, was when they even started to acknowledge Muslim holidays. During Rawlings' time, they don't give them holidays. So they didn't give them chance from the word get-go. They don't reckon with them. They are not, who knows them? But here, the British at independence gave them power. And they ruled us intermittently for 45 years.
Exactly.
For 45 years. So taking that power from them is not going to be easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be easy. It's just 3 years now. Look at how they are crying like a goat being taken to slaughter. So we gave them the chance. Our colonialists gave them the chance. So it's not going to be easy. It has to be a real fight. Real fight.
Mm-hmm. And I think, in addition to what you said, I think
Thank you, Baba. Thank you so much.
In addition to what you said, the major problem is also that Northwest, because they want to remain one way or the other to influence the political situation in Nigeria. They want to have the control. Everybody that goes there, they want to be in control. But unfortunately, this man is not listening to them. And he also have a way to break them. And that is why you are seeing a lot of
let me say this. In as much as they are part of Nigeria,
yes,
everybody should have equal access to power.
Yes.
For the fact that that part of Nigeria have power, we cannot equate it to, that is the reason why we have insecurity in Nigeria. In even some other country, Senegal, in fact, most West African countries are dominated by Muslim. So why are we not having it in those places? Yes. Cote d'Ivoire, they have their own, even Muslim have ruled Cote d'Ivoire before. Even in Ghana that Baba mentioned, Muslim, I think their former vice president, they even had a Muslim president in Ghana.
Baumia is a Muslim, but not a president.
So I don't know why. I don't think that is the reason. I think the major problem that we have in Nigeria is that we have a lot of governed areas where
extremists.
No, Simba. Look, Simba. Wait. I'm sorry to interject you. Most of these people they have allegiance with the country of their father or where they are born. Atiku, for instance, was born in Cameroon. Buhari was born in Mali. So almost all of them that have ruled us, Abacha has connection with Niger. So the thing here is, even in Baba Obasanjo, in one of his recent interview, said he remember when Shehu Musa Yaradua describe a situation where a woman is cooking in Niger, in a village in Niger, and will send the daughter. When he tastes the soup is not sweet. The daughter should run across the border quickly and buy salt from across the border. That is in Nigeria. So that's how they are. They go to school.
Baba,
let me finish my point. Do you remember in 1979 when they deported Alhaji Shugaba? The politician, I think I've forgotten the state now.
Shugaba or something like that.
Shugaba was even deported. They said he wants to be president of Nigeria. You are not a Nigerian. They deported him. He went to court before he was returned back to the country. So they are mixed.
Baba, there is no country that you go to, especially let us even stay with our West Africa country, that you will not see. In fact, I can use Ghana for example. I know a lot of people from Burkina Faso that are not Ghanaians today.
Of course, they know, but they know them.
You understand? So we have people that cross. We don't have the Europeans that demarcated us. There's no way we don't have the highway that we have in Ghana. Are they not in Togo? They were in Togo also now. They have airway in Togo.
The airways are in Togo now. The airways are in Togo. They
You
even
understand?
want,
So there's no country that will not have people that share boundary, that they, and then they have the same cultural, they speak the same language, and they
I
will
said
belong to
same of
different countries.
Southeast with Cameroon, and I said same with the Southwest and the Benin Republic and Togo. But we
I
are not
think
taking to
maybe
the
because
extreme with which they take it.
let me tell you, I don't think there's any country that they will go to, especially the way they are doing kidnapping people for money in Nigeria, that they will get that kind of money that they are getting in Nigeria. And then I think, as you said, they have a lot of collaborators, because Nigerians, we don't have that
We like
patriotism.
money too much. Say it.
It's not even, Nigerians are not even patriotic to their country, so they can do anything to actually get for money. As you said, Nigeria can do anything for money. The other West African country, they suffer more than Nigerians. You cannot tell me that the level of poverty in Cameroon, in Chad, in Togo, in all those things are less than what we experience in Nigeria. In fact,
They
they are
even eat
poorer than
nonsense.
us.
They eat
But
rubbish.
they are more patriotic to their country. So that's the problem.
I think
Because
what
let me
me
tell
I
you,
just think is
nobody will come to your country that there is no way. The popular Yoruba adage that "Onigbo gidi o ba lanu." Hello.
yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I
Well, I
didn't
think you
hear
went on.
him.
I think somebody just muted me. I was speaking. I said it's because Nigerians are not patriotic. There is no insecurity in Nigeria that Nigerians are not aware of. We cannot be claiming that most people that are doing it are outsiders. They are doing it in collaboration with our people. So if Nigerians are waging wars against themselves, then it's Nigerians are no reason why we are waging wars against ourselves. So
I just think
we also need to talk to ourselves. Why are we waging war against ourselves? We are
we
the
are
one
not one in
waging war
Nigeria.
against ourselves. While we are the same person that are crying of insecurity.
Number one, I think Nigeria is just the reason why they're so saturated and stuff in Nigeria is because Nigeria is a is become a breeding ground for terrorists. So it's a very fertile land for terrorists, and terrorists are welcome. And the Fulani people, uh, you know, in the north, and some of the northern cohorts and the northern people have allowed these people to come in under the precedence of religion and also political agenda.
Sorry, I don't know
So
the name of the person that is talking. To me, I'm not a northerner, but if you are just limiting this thing, just I don't like a blame game. Why can't we all take responsibility for this instead of trying to blame some people? The
okay,
insecurity, let me tell
I will
you,
tell
the
you, I will,
people that,
I will tell you the reason
let me
why.
give you for example, wait, let me give you for example, the few people that were arrested about the kidnapping of the school children in Oyo, they were Yorubas. The insecurity that we have in even in Edo, even in the southeast, most of the people that are arrested, are they northerners? I don't like a situation whereby we will not look at ourselves and take responsibility and always look for somebody else to blame. A Fulani cannot come to my region now without my people being aware. There's no hidden place in that country now.
Yeah, but
Then
that's why
who's chasing your obas
that's
in
why I
the
was
city?
If he allow me finish, then
is
at
it
least we'll get
wait
something.
Simba,
let
But
stop being defensive in the name of religion.
It's
Stop.
so
not being
so
defensive
so
of
I
who.
hate
it,
arguing with people that they see everything clearly written, right?
yeah,
And
it's just
so you choose to ignore
That
it
is
in the
your own
name of your
understanding. The
religion.
people, let me
It
tell
doesn't
Chioma,
you,
make
I
sense.
the thing is, it's all right to be a fanatic, right? But
fanatics.
when
What do
you
you mean by fanatics?
Yeah,
um
that's how you sound, Simba. You sound like a
Fanatics of
fanatic.
right,
who? Am I a Fulani?
No,
it's,
to your
it's, all,
religion.
it's all right to be a fanatic, but when you try to suppress your opinion on other people, then it becomes, a debatable and a problem situation right here.
He's trying to
Because
correct you.
if
You're not listening.
so,
Don't
so,
say
so
fanatic.
basically,
You're
if
he's
if
correcting
I'm not
you and you're not listening. This is how you cause friction between people. You can't call him
You know, because
I
if
don't
the
think
people don't have a superior argument, that's the way now. They start saying you're a fanatic, you're a bigot, you are this, you are that. They start abusing you.
okay.
Amotata, you can continue. Sorry for the
All right. So
interruption.
so base so basic. It's all
stop.
right, Chairman. So basically,
Everybody can.
um,
Why are you making?
I don't see anybody from Southwest as of long time ago saying, oh, we should allow these people that are killing, that are that people that want to kill people to enter our country, and we should enable them. You've
I
had
think
men.
you are
Oh
twisting
my
it.
God.
We are not saying they are allowing them. We are telling you that they are collaborators, local collaborators. We are not saying, look, let's be objective and let's say the truth. What Simba is trying to tell you is that if those Fulani come to your domain, there will be some of our local people that are working hand in hand with them. That is the truth, unless you are just missing word. I mean, unless you're not being frank here. That's what we are
Simba,
saying.
do you know how embarrassing it is for them to throw a bomb
What I am
in
trying to tell you is
Nigeria?
that people
I mean,
that are
Remy.
looking, look, I will tell you the truth. Listen, why is banditry, terrorism, armed robbery, everything persists in Nigeria? Because we worship money in that country. The first thing that comes to the mind of average Nigerian individual is the money aspect. It's not looking at whether this is for my people or not my people. In fact, our people
The
are
thing is,
even
the thing
kidnapping
is
ourselves.
here. I do understand that
That's what we are saying.
everybody's emotional and stuff. But what I'm trying to say is, you don't see people come out boldly in other parts of Nigeria to say they support terrorists and certain Fulani people that are terrorists are their brothers and they are here to stay. You don't see them saying that. You don't see Yoruba people come out and say, "Oh,
Are you kidding yourself? If you look at from the northern part of the country, most of these people, banditry or terrorism, they knew them. They even protect them. I'm telling you the truth. Why are you missing word
so
here?
I'm
They
look."
protect them.
What I'm trying to say is because the
If
other
somebody is a
gentleman was
terrorist,
saying
they come out and say we are supporting them.
the
Why are you
other
talking like
the
a
Sim
kid?
okay, I think it was Simba that was trying to say that we should all take responsibility, and I refuse to agree with that because I'm not going to be part of the people that will take responsibility for other people's agenda and being a fanatic because they worship one religion or the other. I
Thank
just think
you. God
I,
bless
I,
you,
I just I,
Amotata.
you're welcome. I just think if you are a person of faith, you should bloody keep your faith to yourself. Now, if you're gonna have an agenda, and then you're gonna go around massacring people and collaborating with other people, right, in to perpetrate your evil and all that stuff, then you're a terrorist because what has been happening in Nigeria, and you have someone like Gumi, and if you compare Gumi, if you have someone like Gumi coming out to patronize these people, and nobody in Nigeria from Igbo or Yoruba or South can dare come out and be, representative to terrorists
I think
like someone like Gumi. So you would
again.
even sorry, hold on a second, Remy. Someone like Igbo right now that's in 4 years ago was only saying, look, this guy came from Germany, bordering. He came from Germany, establish his farm, and we all know how hard we work. People work abroad, and establish his businesses and stuff. And you have these Fulani terrorist marauders, brought the cattle, and then they ate his crops, and he went to complain. And the next thing you know, he's been butchered, and then that got attention of a lot of people, and he came out and he spoke about it, and from there he joined the struggle. And then, next to you have a Fulani man that's, that he likes the terrorists. It was embedded with the terrorist people, the Fulani people. And then he took a battalion, 500 battalion people to go into his house and kill this guy. Whereas you have someone like Gumi, walking around and just saying stuff, and is getting, guided by the Nigerian army and the police, and it looks like he's unstoppable. So if you're telling me to take responsibility for things that are not normal, that certain people from certain parts of the country has more rights than other people, that they can come out boldly and support terrorists, and terrorists can go Fulani terrorists can go on live on TikTok, doing TikTok with their guns and doing videos and stuff, and carrying it openly and showing what they're doing to people. And with the current thing that happened in Oyo State, where they burn, plastic, and they were using it to injure the kids, whipping them and beating the hell out of the children. You're not gonna tell me to take responsibility for that.
Okay, I will come this way. Life is very precious. When you are still living, you will say whatever nonsense or whatever you want to. I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about people generally. If you are still living, you have opportunity to continue to say whatever you want to say. You have opportunity to still stay with your family. When you talk about taking responsibility, you can also do what we call self-defense. If they pie you, you are gone. That is over. Everybody knows the truth in Nigeria. There are so many ungoverned spaces. We don't have enough police to even protect the so-called more than 200 million people. We have a lot of Nigerians that are unpatriotic. We have a lot of problem in that country. The North does not like the South. The South does not like the North. The Christian does not like the Muslim. The Muslim does not like the Christian. So many, it's like a layers and layers of trouble upon
So
one
why you
another
should just
at
go
the
your
same
separate
time.
ways?
But what we are trying to say is this: in terms of what happened in Oyo State, because the government already failed at the local level already, and even the state governor of Oyo State is collecting a whooping $1 billion security vote every month, and you are telling me you cannot protect life and people in your own state. And when they accuse you, everybody will be saying, it is the federal government control police. Come on, man, you collect 1 billion. What are you using the money to do? You cannot even recruit a lot of people that will guard the forest or whatever, since you know that these people are already in Kwara and Oyo is next to Kwara. You are not doing nothing. And at the end of the day, everybody wants to shift the blame. I'm not saying that the president is not to be blamed too, but as a governor, you collect huge amount of money. Calculate 1 billion for 1 year. That's 12 whooping billion naira, for God's sake. And when you go to the state,
I think they collect more than that. It's more than
so
1
taking
billion.
responsibility have to start from you. Defend
Can
yourself
I say
first.
something?
That's what I think that is what is to me. That's my own opinion about that.
So what Simba was saying kind of makes sense to me in a way. So if I see something that, if you come to my neighborhood and I see, like, I'm not used to seeing this person, and he's doing something that doesn't make sense to me, it's my right to actually go to maybe the police station or any authority around and report those things. I believe that's where it's coming from. That we ourselves, we're not helping one another. We're collaborating with these people if they give you some money, or and you're not. If I see something, it's more like you see something that doesn't is not normal, then you say something. So that's with what he said. If the angle that is coming from, I definitely agree to that. I mean, I think you just gave us example that some people are buying food and taking it to the forest. If someone is saying that and is not actually putting that information to the right people, are you saying we are helping ourselves? We're not helping ourselves. We are blaming the president and the governor now. Well, I'm not giving them excuses. There's no pass for them. But still, if anything happened in my community, it's my right to look out for my other people. So how come let's start from there. Let's start from there. then if we
No, let's not. That's trivial and very childish to say that. That has nothing. This is not about neighborhood watch.
how is
This is
that
about these people have sophisticated machinery, weapons of mass destruction, destroying
Choma,
people.
what the thing is here.
Removing them from their villages, and
wait,
you're here telling me about your
Choma,
do you
neighbor should go and
Choma,
report. They
Choma,
bought
the
rice and
problem. You know the
beans.
problem
Grow
is here.
up.
wait, you need to
I think
This
Choma,
is why I don't
you're
like
not
people
making
don't
sense.
like me hosting because
You're
I don't
not
like when people come
you
here and
have
talk so childishly.
no,
very
you're not
childish.
yes,
Choma, you know what the problem is
you
here.
have
Report
I'll give you an
somebody
example.
over
so
rice? Are you kidding
You
me?
know, you know,
it
you
doesn't
know.
matter.
I think it was 5 years ago,
You're not
five,
making
5 or 6
you're
years
making
ago, right?
sense.
When
You have to
when
report
Shayi Law, one of Shayi Law's family died on the road,
look at
and
this.
Shayi Law came out and he ranted and he was saying, "Oh, these governors, how could you have a road that is there? Nigerian government this and that," and he ranted because the road that the governors or the president or whatever, the federal road or state road, whatever, that's supposed to be repaired, didn't go repaired, and because one of his family uh, took was on that road and they died, and then they came out to lay his frustration. I just think all these people that are talking that are being sympathetic and coming out and saying being liberal about things, when these people carry one of your family and maybe kill by one of your family, then you go sabi waiting they happen. Say it's not about neighborhood watch or reporting something. I'll give you an example. When there's a guy called Sereki Gogon, he has been causing a lot of trouble in that Oyo axis, right? And there's been complaint. Obas have been kidnapped. Many people have been kidnapped. In fact, the locals cannot even dare to go into the bushes because this Seriki Gogun was there, and they've been terrorizing people. What did Sunday Igboho do? If they called, they would be complaining to the police and telling them, and the police couldn't do anything. So, Sunday Igboho, got the information and they went there like, who the hell is these people now?
Wait, they
Why are they listening?
know that they were
And then
complaining.
and then he went there to confront the guy. And then when he got there, this guy started shooting.
Wait,
The videos were
You're not factual.
okay.
How do you know
So
they're going to the police to report and the police didn't do anything?
okay, no,
This
that's
is
fine.
how we just
So
bring out something out of your
don't worry.
box and say it
So
now. And you're
now,
saying it
so the guy went. So the guy went there, and then before Sunday Igboho started saying stuff and then confronting them, then the guy, one of the guy's sons, brought out a gun and started shooting. And then he was like, what's wrong with you? Why are you shooting at us? Because we came here to tell you what's going on. And then he gave him an ultimatum that's saying, I don't want to see you here because you've been causing a lot of problems to my people because they've been complaining. He went to the Oba, and the Oba there told him what has been going on. In fact, they kidnapped him. And I'll give you another scenario. There's this time when this guy called Wakili has been terrorizing people in that similar axis around that area too. 3 OPC members went into the bushes to actually pick up Wakili, right? They went to go and pick up Wakili, and they arrested him. Wakili had, guns and several things, to protect himself and all that stuff, right? These 3 OPC members picked him up, handed him over to the police, right? And Wakili was even telling the guys, the OPC member, that you're lucky that you brought us to this police station. Because if it was this other police station you took us to, right, we will be out in the next few hours or couple of hours, right? So, and then he was sent they took them to prison. People that went to take the terrorists from the bush, right, was incarcerated for 3 months, right? And also they were in the same jail, and then Wakili was in jail too. And then guess what? There was a prison break, and then Wakili is nowhere to be found. Wakili, they did the prison break, and Wakili escaped. Till now, we don't know where Wakili is, and this guy is a known terrorist, and he escaped in that Oyo prison. You understand? So you're not going to come here and tell me, oh, some of our people are collaborating with them. Yes, they are collaborating with them. Yes, some of them are collaborating with them, but the majority of the thing is because of fear and you kidnapping the locals and nothing is happening. And a lot of people, A lot of these people have been arrested and they've been added to the police, but they get released.
To the general public, exactly. So it's bigger than just reporting anybody over rice
and then
and
how can you
beans.
tell me that some people are Boko Haram sympathetic? Oh, they're repentant Boko Haram. People that have been killing people, oh, they're repentant, they are repented, let's just let them be. But you can carry 500 million battalion and 500,000 battalion to go and kill, to try to buy Sunday Igboho. I mean, justify the thing is that in that. The guy Igboho has not killed anybody. You're just saying stuff, but you have these Boko Haram people that have killed, that have by a lot of people, and then you're coming out and telling us they are repentant, they can join the army. It doesn't make sense.
At
it
all,
doesn't
it
make
does
sense.
not.
And you want me to sympathize? No, I will not sympathize. But I get it. If you're a fanatic and then you believe in the ideology, then you can have the opinion
Let
to
me tell
yourself.
you,
But
anyone
if
who
you want
does
us to
not
join you, we're not
condemn
going to
it is
join
a
you.
fanatic. Facts, exactly. You know what? And I love the way you speak with so much passion. It tells me that you care. You care about the bloodshed. But these people here, afraid of their religion, afraid of the backlash, and they're happy to see bloodshed. They're happy to see Nigeria on the news as a terrorist country. I mean, South Africa can never be on that terrorist watch list. You know, why? Why are we okay with mediocre? Why do we let silly things that can easily be eradicated? Why do we allow it to slide? You know, you're telling me the locals didn't report somebody bought beans and rice. You know how many Owambe we have every weekend? I should be reporting somebody that bought rice. That's what? Are you kidding me? Silly arguments. Who's next?
No, you can't talk that way. That is too low on your side. You can.
No, it's not low.
No. Let me say my own. We are all in this platform, and we should respect one another. You can't be talking about
how did I disrespect
you?
You?
Take it back. Yeah, you have to take it back. That is not good.
Take what back?
You cannot say people are doing silly argument. What are you talking about? That is rubbish from your mouth. You just say your own opinion, and then you let other people state their opinion. You are not here to be insulting or abusing other people.
When you say somebody should report,
no,
a local should be reporting someone for buying rice.
Your
Are you kidding me?
statement,
That's a joke.
You should take it back. Why should you be insulting people? For what reason?
Insulting who? Did I call your name?
You mentioned. I am the one that mentioned that the local market people they discovered this trend. And you say it's a silly argument. Are you not referring to?
They discovered that people are buying rice and beans in bulk, Abi.
Sometimes just let it slide.
We don't have waiting here. Remy, is it paining you that can speak up for something right, and you're just there in the name of religion, hiding your mouth? Anyway, who wants to go next?
I just think the thing is, this is what I think. It's just I know everybody is all tension high and stuff, but this has been going for once. For me,
years.
I've never been to the north, and I don't think I will ever go there. Right? Because there's a lot of people that come to Yoruba land. We have them in our midst, and you could tell how everybody are. So I don't have to go to the north to know what's going on. We read the papers, we see videos, and we see how people behave, right? So if that is their lifestyle over there, they like things like that, insecurity and unrest and blah 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 blah, then go ahead and thrive in your region and do whatever you want to do. But when you're coming into other people's region and then you are in the forests and then you're kidnapping and then you're killing people and then you're doing this and then before you know you go to one village and then you kill people there, you go there, by the time people are aware about what's going on, you're already gone, and the next minute there's Nigerian army not too far from the incidents, and then so many things like that. So there's a lot of native intelligence and local intelligence have been going on, and they've been reported. And the police, when these people are arrested, they come back again. Wakali is a very good example. Telling those the OPC guys that, oh, if it was this place that you took us, this police station would have been out. You know, that's coming
Imagine.
from a terrorist. And
Wait,
these are the same
yo,
terrorists that
let me say something.
these are the same terrorists that Gumi is supporting. That they are our brothers. They're not, they're not my own brother. You know, neither do I know them. That is not my culture. You understand? So if
Yeah,
they bring in terrorists and if that's their own culture, then so be it. So you know, why can't we have somebody, you know, from our own side that comes out like Gumi and speaking like Gumi? We can't, because the Nigerian government will not allow that.
I can see your passion, and I can see how you are. All what you have been saying, we all agree with you. But what we are trying to say is that
No, I agree with him.
I'm sure you don't agree.
Wait. Let me say something. Shoma, why put me in the backstage, man? This is a conversation. You don't have to agree with whatever. Wait, Remy, give me a minute. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. But you putting me in the backseat, what the hell is wrong with you? You act like this.
First of all, I'm
I'm
not your mate. Don't talk to me like that.
I don't give a fuck who you are.
You're not my class.
Who you telling that is not your mate?
You're not my mate.
You're
a small boy.
Fuck is
You're
wrong
a
with
little
you?
boy.
Who's
You're a little
the little boy?
You are a baby.
I'm a little boy too.
Anyway, you guys continue.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, he's backstage again. He's an idiot. An idiot.
Why do you put him at the backstage?
Remy, go ahead and make your point, please. I don't have time for this.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, then do you want a tata?
You can do whatever. You can do whatever.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Gosh, you're annoying. You just come here to rant, defending terrorists. That's what you like to do, Remy. So,
So this is what me I'm saying here. So I don't like sympathetic people that are sympathizing with terrorists and stuff. You know, it's just not game on. It's like saying these people coming and saying, "Oh, we are our brothers. We should report this." People have been reporting. In fact, they've handed over. You know the amount of people that the Amateco has handed over to the police. You know, and they've left them. Some of them they will let them go. You know, so and then also the Nigerian government they come out and say, "Oh, these people are part of us. They are our brothers." You know, they are repentant. They repentant Boko Haram. I mean, these are the examples. Why can't they tell Nnamdi Kanu and say, "Oh, these are repentant so-called IPOB. Let them be." You know, and just let people be like that. You know, but they can't. But they can say, "Oh, these are these things." Even the other day, when Sheyi Makinde said these people are terrorists, the Nigerian government came out, the army, military people say, "Oh, you shouldn't call them. You cannot call them terrorists." It's the audacity for me. Like people are just there, like, and because it's never. If it happened to one of your family members, then you will know.
exactly.
You know, you will know, and you will not come out and be defending them and saying we should all take responsibility.
With their full
Why should we take responsibility?
The mistake you are doing is that when others give their own opinion, it does not mean they are supporting terrorism. The way you look at it might be different from the way other people will look at it. It does not mean you not castigate them or telling them that they are supporting terror. That is not the issue. The way you find solution to your problem might be different from other people. When I make my submission, I totally agree that there are some people that are terrorists, but they have local collaborators. A Fulani cannot come into your midst in the southwest of Nigeria, predominantly Yoruba people. And I told you that those people arrested were Yoruba people. And they are the one giving the security people information. And I also made a mention about what the local market people noticed that happened to them within that space of maybe 1 month. And the state executive governor or the state police, they are not doing their work. And when we are talking about security, everybody should secure themselves because life is precious. Why in America they allow them to carry guns? At least they have military, they have everything, but still they allow them to carry guns. But in Nigeria, because of the way we were, and we are not truthful to one another. So sometimes when we are talking, we should mind how we put our submission across, because you cannot just come here and be castigating others in the same platform. And here is just an opinion.
Remy,
Unfair.
I'm not
It's totally
castigating
unfair.
anybody. Right? I'm
Castigating
only
who?
saying because the guy just came and he said, "Oh, they are reporting to the police," and I told him that they don't report it to the police. And I told him like
Even
people actually report to the police.
the last statement you mentioned that Makinde said that those people are terrorists. The Nigerian Defense Headquarters came out and said that those people that carried that out, they even named the name of the terrorists they belong to. They name it. So
Are they not
sometimes
terrorists?
we do our homework very
Are they
well.
not?
Now,
Are they not terrorists?
I know.
So,
I know
but
everything.
they're still no matter who they are, they're still terrorists. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying
of
to tell
course.
you. It doesn't matter.
Of
It
course.
doesn't matter whether they're Yoruba or whatever. They are still terrorists.
What Simba is trying to say is that we cannot exonerate anybody. The president is to be blamed. Our political leaders are to blame. Our community leaders are to
You know
blame.
what Simba what I figured Simba was saying was we should all take responsibility as Nigerians. And I will
Of course.
refuse to do
Why
that.
not? Why not?
I
Are we not
refuse to do
Nigerians?
that.
Are we
No,
not
I refuse to
Nigerians?
do that.
Are we not?
I
Why?
refuse to do that because
Why
he
not?
didn't take responsibility. I don't think he took responsibility when Buhari took 500 soldiers to go and try to kill the Igbo. I don't think he took responsibility for that either.
I think what Buhari and all those things you've narrated here is during the time of Buhari, and I know that it's true. In terms of insecurity, I can score him even 0 because he let his own Fulani people to perpetrate a lot of evil across the country. That is true. Nobody is disputing that one. But
Because how can you be saying somebody are Boko Haram, and you know that these are dangerous terrorist organizations, and then you're telling them that repentant Boko Haram? It doesn't make sense to a normal educated person. It doesn't make sense. These people should be charged, taken to court, and be sentenced. It doesn't make sense that you're saying they are repentant. They should now
you can
put
see
in back
that
society.
under Buhari, they perpetrated a lot of evil. In fact, is that not 1 or 2 or 3 months ago, they sentenced over 100 terrorists their case has been on with the High Court for more than 8 years or something like that. They just sentenced them, some of them to life imprisonment, some of them to 20 years imprisonment. Another thing I want to say here is this: even if they are giving them death penalty, most of Nigerian governors will not sign that warrant because they will tell it's against their religion, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim. So sometimes
We agree with that. That's fine. But don't bring them back into society. That's what we're saying.
Yeah. So you are right. But what to me, what Simba is trying to say is that citizens should also be responsible for their own defense. When you know that in Nigeria we don't have enough resources to go around to protect the citizen, and once you also know that even your neighbor, the person living beside you, can be a terrorist or can be somebody that would.
Remy, what you just said now, right now, that the citizens should also defend. Look, Jackson did it. Jackson defended himself against a Fulani terrorist, and guess what they tried to do? They gave him a death penalty.
Do you know that
they gave him a death penalty? If not for the intervention of the Americans and the church, the Christian people, he would have been sentenced. He would have been killed. But because they gave him a death penalty. How could you give someone a death penalty that was defending himself?
The way I will see this thing is this: now that we all know that the federal government does not have enough manpower, whether in terms of machine or even human power, to confront this menace, I think it's high time that every region should canvass for maybe state police or state vigilante just to man your forest on governed spaces. And I like what the president did. He already give the go ahead. Let's see whether his local power will also be helpful. So, because if we continue just to come here to just at the end of the day talk down on one another, say insulting word to people because you are.
I'm not saying any insulting words to people. I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is, if you're going to be a sympathizer, that's fine. That's your own opinion. But you cannot tell us to all take responsibility. And I refuse to do that because I'm not going to take responsibility for somebody that telling you that these people are terrorists, and then you're telling them they are repentant Boko Haram. It doesn't fly.
Exactly. And you're releasing them to the general public. And then
And
next
then you're
week,
telling,
they
and
will
then you say we should all,
kidnap more
and
children.
exactly, and then you say we should
I
all be
think
sympathizing with
from
them.
what I've said
Real?
this night, I did not even mention repentant Boko Haram. That's none of my business. I
No,
think
no,
the
no. I'm
government
just going by what you. Because Simba said we should all take responsibility as Nigerians, and I refuse to do that because how would I take responsibility when somebody
you can refuse.
people
You
are
can refuse
people
to
are
do that. But you can refuse to do that, but it does not mean that because he said that, then you have to label him a fanatic or whatever. It's unfair. That's what I'm saying.
no, I didn't. If you listen,
You mentioned
Remy, if
it
you
in
listen to what I
the
said,
submission. You mentioned
no,
it.
if you listen to what I said, because I didn't call him that. I said if people are, a fanatic, it's okay. But where it's not okay is when you're trying to
Say
force your fanaticism against
everybody.
when you're trying to force your fanaticism against people's opinion, then it becomes a problem.
You know
You're
what?
not going to do that.
Everybody
And
in
when
this
you want us to
platform,
accept it.
everybody in
That's
this
so
platform,
so that's why when he's coming out with those statements and saying, oh, we should all embrace it and accept and take responsibility. No, I'm not going to take responsibility. If you
Thank
support them,
you.
that's all well and good. But I don't support these people, so I will never take responsibility. I cannot take responsibility for people, terrorists being accepted back into the society and saying they are
And
repentant
I
after
don't
they've been
know,
killed, find a lot of people.
Omar Tata, have you heard Ola speak on this type of discussion? He's very straightforward. He fights for his people, very transparent. He's not wishy-washy or sugarcoating anything. He speaks to the facts. Wrong is wrong, right is right. You shouldn't be sympathizing for anything.
Like I said, everybody have their own opinion. If you like them, that's fine. But if you are now trying to say, oh, we should do this, we should do that, we should do this for them, then it becomes you're trying to make other people buy your ideology, and it's very wrong. We're not going to do that. And then when people stand up, and then it becomes, oh, you're very insulting and stuff. No, it's just saying no, we're not going to do that. It's the same thing as if I go into people's yes, you have criminals. We do have criminals that come in and say, oh, if you want to do this, I will give you this money, or I would buy this cow. I can come and help you out with your cows, as the Fulani guy and all those things. Yes, we know those are that is people do that. But what I'm saying is, when officials are coming out and saying these people are not terrorists, they are our brothers, and we can clearly see what they are doing all over the country, then it becomes a problem. And Gumi is a problem, and that's the thing. Gumi is a big problem, because this guy speaks for this terrorism, and it's a problem. And if you don't see that as a problem, and then you're saying we should take full responsibility as Nigerians, then that means you support what they are doing.
I think the issue is the interpretation of your understanding of the citizens should take responsibility. And the context of, although it's not here, I mean, the interpretation
of course it will not be here.
No, let me say this. The way you interpret it is different. So that is your opinion. But to me, and I think to what he's trying to say, is not that it does not even talk about repentant Boko Haram. Nobody talk about that here. Everybody
but it should have talked about that before you make that statement.
Because your opening salvo is already castigating him that he's a fanatic. That's it.
But that's how the conversation was going. You both were defending the terrorists.
Whatever, that is our opinion, and that does not mean that you should insult people or you put them behind because you have the opportunity to be the moderator on the platform. It's unfair. If they do it to you, you will not like it. Why do you always do to people like that?
I don't like when people are terrorists.
No, that is your personal issue. You are just on the platform to
And you
moderate.
know, Remy, that's why I keep saying I feel like you defend these people when they do stuff like that
It
because
does
of
not
your
matter. That is
religion.
your opinion,
You're
and
because of your
you
religious
can say you
affiliation
can
with them.
say
And you're okay with what's happening.
you
From the
can
tone
say
of your voice, I
you
can
can
tell you're
say
comfortable.
you can say if I defend them or if I do not defend, I have my mouth to talk, but you cannot insult me. That's what I'm saying.
How did
You
I
cannot
insult you?
insulting people. Come on, man. You like to insult people, and it's unfair. I don't want to
I
talk
did
about
not insult. I did not call nobody's mom today. If I did not call your mom, I did not insult you.
But all I'm saying is, the thing is here, if when people come out and before and talk, you should always think about all angles before you make your talks, because by the time next person speaks, they'll bring out other things that you've not even thought of, and that's exactly what I think happened. Is Simba did not, he did not even think about those repentant Boko Haram that was put back in the army, and that was some were freed and other stuff and given a lot of money and equipment to start their life over, right? He didn't thought about that. He just came out and said we should take responsibility. But as Lumini had came out and thought about those other ones as look, yes, the government have made a blunder. They've done this, they've done this, they've done that. Yes, we should all we might all not be sympathetic, but we should all be concerned. Then we'll agree. But don't just say we should all take responsibility.
Imagine,
Take
as if we're the
responsibility
ones
for
that
what?
purchased the weapons for them.
you know and that's what I said. If you like these people because you can relate to them, that's fine. But when you're trying to tell us to do something that we don't agree with, then it becomes a problem. Is you're forcing your own beliefs and opinion on others, and that one is debatable, and it raises concern and alarm. If you're doing that, should I just go and report to the police and say, like, this person has made this statement and said we should all take responsibility? Is it worth investigating the person? We start from there. Since we want to go and since he wants us to be reporting to the police about every problem, we could start with him by reporting to the police, him being a sympathetic person, this terrorist. You know, these people have caused damage and havoc. If you see the way they were doing to these children, Chioma, they took plastic,
Oh
right?
my
They
God.
melted plastic. They took. I don't really want to share the video because sharing it is like you're promoting it. They took plastic
I saw it
and
online. I've seen
they
worse.
melted the plastic, and they were dropping the remedy resolute on the children.
Oh my children. Oh my God.
And as they were dropping the residue on the children, they were beating the children as well.
Why are they
Very
beating? Why
disgusting.
were they doing all these things?
And then you're saying we should take responsibility for
This
terrorists?
is so barbaric, you know?
I don't care
And
if
we're here
Yoruba people
making
are among them
excuses
or
in the name
whatever,
of
then they should be
religion,
prosecuted.
useless
Yeah.
religion. Some
If
people get on my nerves.
if local people are there with them perpetrating the evil, they should be prosecuted. You know, but to say we should sympathize with terrorists, I don't agree with that. Yes, we have local people that do join these people. We know that. For the far majority of the people and the people with the agenda are these Fulani terrorists. So you're not going to come and tell us to have sympathy and take responsibility. That's not going to happen.
I mean, that's why I'm just so happy the way Trump really dealt with them, you know? And they decided to bring their shenanigans to Southwest. As in, you know, these people are just like
The thing with
they're
Southwest is
crazy.
Southwest will come out and we are very outspoken people, right? So we'll come out and talk before we start doing anything. And when we take action, there's been videos of some of these Fulani terrorists, right? That they've entered some certain part in Ondo State, and they've all fell down and they fell asleep. The video is all over Twitter.
Oh
They
my.
fell down and fell asleep, and I don't know what happened to them after that, but what we saw is they were all laying down on the ground. This was done without even touching them. So just like I said, they might be thinking they're getting away with a lot of, this, but when Yoruba people stand up, they will not. They will stand up to the truth, and that's
The
exactly
video
what's
you are
happening.
talking about, Matt, I've seen the video, but still, I think you are just interpreting symbols, people taking responsibility in a rather negative way. It does not mean that taking responsibility means you have to defend yourself. It's part of responsibility, is it not? As an individual, as a citizen of a country, he is not there talking about whether there is repentant or no repentant Boko Haram. It is you.
But if you say
how about the
that,
government?
It is you that let me finish. You will talk. I will not take too much time. It is you that continue to expand it the way you like it. All this thing that is happening in Yoruba land all over Nigeria, do you think people are happy about it? Even the so-called two religions, do you think the way they handle Nigeria, do you think people are really happy about it in both angles? If I have my way, I will cancel all the religion because they are the drawback for that country, a big drawback to that country. Some is using force. The other way is using subtle blackmail. Both of them are not good for that country. Both religions are not good. If you want a country that have developed, you will see that religion is totally relegated, totally. You will not see everybody going to church on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. You will not see anybody shouting Allah all over the road. No, you won't see them like that. They relegate religion totally to the background. But in our country, there is this pull and push of both religion for the heart of that country. It's quite unfortunate. And when you see people committing crime, do you think we are here to support them? No, it's totally wrong.
Remy, let me address this so-called matata. I think if you don't have the capacity to understand what I'm saying, then you should not be twisting whatever I'm talking about. Because I think you lack the capacity to understand my own argument. So all these emotional things that you are putting out there, we'll go look at the video as if you want to make me to look like somebody who's a wicked person. I don't think it's very fair. Because I left the platform for you to say whatever I want to say, but you kept on mentioning my name. What is your problem? What I said, it doesn't mean I wasn't supporting the terrorists. If you don't take responsibility, who's going to do it for you? That's what I'm saying. I even made an adage. I said, so that one, is it difficult for you to understand? Can anybody come to your house? Hey, let me say what I want to say. I will get out now.
No, you don't have to go anywhere. I don't want you to go anywhere. How do you want us to take responsibility?
Let me repeat myself again. Let me repeat myself again. And if he doesn't have the capacity to understand it, I don't have any apology for you. What I'm saying is that nobody will come to your house and come and steal your thing, because Fulani cannot just come to Yoruba land where they don't understand, where they don't have collaborators. That's what I'm saying. That we should also check ourselves so that we should not collaborate with these people for them to harm us. That's what I'm saying. Does that mean I'm supporting them? Does that mean I'm sympathizing towards them? So if you don't have the capacity to understand my own argument, don't castigate me.
So how did they get to the Southwest?
What kind of stupid question are you asking now? What kind of stupid question is that?
Did we send them with an invitation, Abi? How did they enter the Southwest?
Even the example that I was giving, all those Wakili or whatever, who gave them land in those places? Are they not Yoruba people that gave them land to settle? Did they came and just settle down in those places? People gave them land to settle in those places. So why is it so difficult for you to understand?
The ones hiding in the forest, Uncle.
No, the thing is, Choma, I do understand English is not our first language, and we could say stuff without, obviously not meaning what we actually said, right? I do understand that. But when you come out and you're saying, I don't understand what you're saying, and then you try to be insultive, I don't appreciate that, because
have you been fair to my own discussion? Why are you twisting what I say? Because you are not you are sympathizer to terrorists. You even call me a fanatic. Fanatic of what?
I did not say you're fanatic. I did what I
You
did
said
say was
so. You said
no,
so.
no.
You said so. Don't
If you
take
okay,
respect. You can see
if
now
you
what you
listen,
say.
if
You are not even
if
bothered
you
not
listen to what I said,
No, I'm the one
I
that
said,
said it.
I said,
It
I
was
said,
me.
if you
I didn't say
are,
you directly.
if people are this, it is fine. But what I will not, take is people forcing us to, accept their opinion, right? So I didn't say your name. I said if people are this, then you can't force us to accept any opinion because no, we're not going to do that, right? The thing, what I'm trying to tell you is here, you're saying we should
Okay.
take responsibility,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And
On this
Hold on.
matter, I
I
don't
just
can
like
I?
what
wanted to
brother
say
said.
something. Simba, my apologies, but I'm the one that mentioned fanatics. I said some people here are fanatics. I didn't mention names, but I'm the one that used that term. So don't be offended, but that's just how I felt, you know?
Okay, Simba. It might
So
be no. Now the thing is this, I think I love this discussion on this security. I think I even like the tension because if we don't tell ourselves the truth and start fighting ourselves, then we are not ready to solve any problem. You see, one thing is this. I understand what Simba is saying because you must have internal collaborator before you have the external. As Yoruba would say, if you don't have a thief, you understand, that will be an informant within, then the one coming from outside, they will not know how to operate. So wọ́n ní àlejò tó wọ̀lú tó ń tọ́ka sí sáré àfọ́jú ó lọ́wọ́ kan àbòsí inú. You understand? So the thing is this, we should not forget that even in Yoruba race, we have mixed blood now. That when these people came to our community to settle, some of them they've settled within our community for like century. So it's not so even when you go to area like Oyo, you see some people there, they answer Yoruba name, but they have Fulani lineage. So you see, these people they be bearing full Yoruba name, they are not bearing, some of them will not even bear many Islamic name or whatever, pure Yoruba name, but they are Fulani this thing. I think the major problem there is the government that where they put politics and everything, where they are supposed to focus on insecurity, they focus majorly on politics, what they are going to get later. You understand? So because no matter how I know that I understand the impact of people, you are policing themselves, looking at what's the strange thing within their community and reporting. Yes, we know that for sure. But it is now we're in a situation whereby even if people see what is happening, even if they report to the government, the people there, they don't take actions. You understand? I keep saying Gani Fawe, I say Gani Fawe, Iba Gani Adams has been shouting since 2015. Oh, there are new foreign Fulani camp coming into Southwest, blah, 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 blah. Some people say, shut up. Just because they are taking contract, a patrol line contract from you, and your this thing, you are not going to this thing. They are asking the pay. Those are the kind of attitude we have to the point that these people, they've already infiltrated us. But I say without apology that I focus more on the larger percentage when it comes to statistics. Yes, I know that we have internal collaborator, but I would rather focus on where do we have the magnitude of this thing? Who are the major culprits? Baba was saying something the other time that, okay, now, Yoruba people, even they have relations across the border, we are not so unpatriotic that we don't even know our boundary. That all of a sudden, because we have family in Cotonou, Republic of Benin. Anytime something is now happening within that border, we start shouting, "Oh, it's our brother!" If you are cooking in a part of Nigeria, they be spending. No, we don't do that. We know the person, we know the sitting head of state in that country that was supporting a delegate from outside the country when a delegate from inside your country was contesting the position. You know, it was OAU then, now AU. Your own delegate was losing, but you were celebrating someone just because you think you have blood relation with that person. So pathetic, the lack of patriotic person, even from our own very number one person. So we should be able to separate sovereignty from whether you are having this thing. Now, it's just like, so if you're an American now and you now have someone in Nigeria that doesn't have status in America, and you start claiming to the American government that, oh, it's my blood person. It doesn't work that way, because that your blood person does not appreciate your sovereignty. That is why some of them will come with their own culture that is not aligning with us, and they don't even know where to stay. They even want to impose. So to me, I think when it's come to this security matter, we have to just put mouth together without even see. Now, it is true that we can point to our people, but I will not blame myself. I would rather focus on government now at this point, because this thing takes serious orientation for people to understand what. So this thing has no sentiment. If it is religion that is causing it, let everybody face religion, because you have to be alive for you to even know whether you're a Muslim or Christian. You understand? Someone that is fighting for his life does not even know whether
Ola,
it's a man or woman.
Ola, sorry, Ola, what, okay, those people that came to that area in Oyo and kidnapped, did they even ask those people that they kidnapped, oh, are you a Muslim or a Christian?
No, they will
Did they
not
ask
ask.
them?
They will
You
not ask.
understand? You know, when I say, let me tell you, Ola, when I say we should take responsibility, I'm not saying that we should take responsibility for their action. I'm talking about taking responsibility for our own security.
Security. I got you. I got you.
That's what I'm saying.
I got you.
We cannot come,
So,
we cannot just come here and be complaining. No, we need action.
You know,
Oh,
From
where
civilians, action from civilians,
You know,
right? Not the government.
you know what the thing is here. You're
No
saying
problem.
these are the issues that we have in this contraption called Nigeria. When people say things and then they don't think about the past history. Like I said, Jackson, that was a farmer, took an action against the Fulani terrorists, right? And he was sentenced to death. He got out of it with the help of the Americans and the help of the media that publicized that. How can somebody be attacked on his farm and then he self-defends himself and he has wounds of him being stabbed by the person,
Ola, you can see the way
and then you're
this
saying
guy
this.
is also twisting
Sorry,
what we are saying now. You can see the way he's twisting it.
can you
When we
allow? It's
say,
because
hold on, when we
he's
say we
making a
take
point.
responsibility, he's not making any point. He says somebody took an action. We are not saying that individuals should not carry gun and then be killing everybody. What we are saying is that our security is our responsibility, both government and the people. I'm not saying that
That's exactly what
I
he's
have a
saying.
farm. So no, what the example is giving doesn't make sense. That somebody
It
took
does.
to you. You know, I know it will make sense to you. Will anything make sense to you?
Okay, at this point, don't let us attack. Don't let us
Simba, are
attack
you
each
serious?
other because at this point, don't let us attack each other because I'm really
and
enjoying
you know what the problem is here, and from these terrorists that have infiltrated Southwest, right? I do understand there are some collaborators that are Yorubas. We understood that. We know that already. But the vast majority of the people
Let me
doing this are
even
the
tell
foreign
you
terrorists.
this. Oh
And
my
plus,
tata, let me tell you
now,
this.
and
This
the
insecurity that
problem
we are
with,
talking about.
sorry,
Let me say this.
hold on a second.
Wait. Let me say this. This insecurity that we are talking about, I think is even affected me more than you.
I have a farm in Nigeria. If I tell you the last time I was able to go to my farm, do you think I like it? I was still operating the farm, but I was unable to supervise it the way I wanted to. I wanted to go to my farm to see things out, but I can't go because of fear. So you think that I'm a sympathizer to terrorists or to kidnappers?
So how come you didn't take action?
What do you mean? I didn't take action?
You just advise us to take responsibility. Why are you not taking responsibility?
You don't understand what we mean by
okay. Let me give you how, you know, I can't say this thing. I can't say this thing enough. Let me tell you how people are taking responsibility. You know, we have some farm settlement in Ekiti, and let her fully be fact checking me now. You understand? There was a time these people want to overrun that place, but we have some farmer, because I think similar situation now, maybe his own farm is isolated, but this one is just a mark place that people come. You understand? This guy alone has 3 security details. They have 2 police on duty at a time. Into he has his own jagamu. You understand? He has his own pump action. So he joins them. But his own investment is over 600 million naira in that artist only, in his own value chain. So what they do is this: he even he has a dog too. So others around that place, they have their own thing. These bandits, they made attempt to overrun their farm. You know what? They fired them back. You understand? I think they will need the level of ISIS to even try. Even the ISIS, I don't even think they will have interest in some kind of way, because that resistance was too much for them to even withstand. So that's one of the ways to take responsibilities. And another way for people to take responsibilities is, I keep advising people, I keep encouraging people rather, join the National Association of Hunters. If you are in Nigeria, it's not too much for you to join that National Association of Hunters, so that let them train you on how to handle firearms. Let them see whether they can process your own pump action for you. What I encourage people to do,
I even heard
especially
Igbo saying that his security outfit has been approved by the government.
yeah, he was saying the other time.
Yes. And they're already in the forest already.
Okay,
It's already
hold on now. And some group of bastards, sorry for using that foul language, that call themselves human rights people and not well-do people, that they are lame duck. They find it convenient to come out and oppose what Sunday Igboho is about to do. You were there on the internet. All you could do was to blow grammar. Probably they are assessing some kind of foreign aid.
Koiki responded to that organization, and he did a brilliant job on that.
You understand? So who are those group of bastards? People are losing their lives, and all you can do is to find a way to stop Sunday. But when you do not even have alternative in place, all this nonsense we are talking about, who's Meitiala? Who are those vigilantes?
You know, look at our brother in Oyo that was claiming that he brought a helicopter, not knowing that the thing was not even on ground.
Exactly. So the thing now is this: that Sunday go home, you understand, is what everybody should give support. It's not like we keep saying, let us keep exposing all these governors. It doesn't take anything away from them from saying Otumba Gani Adams, please. I say Otumba Iba Gani Adams, please come to our rescue. Let us give you this contract for 1 year. You are getting security votes. But all you'll be doing, okay, just imagine, Simba, except the data I got is wrong. Or your state security votes in a month is more than what it is getting in a year. Or your state is the one getting the largest security vote in Southwest. And yet, Amotekun of Ondo State is the one securing our southwest. If Amotekun of Ondo State branch has been so, you know, has been so, how do I say it? You understand? Has been so maybe useless. They don't want to do anything. They will have overrun southwest because they're the only one multi-resistant. I can't even understand what is happening.
Betola, even this one now, look at my own state in Osun. Even look at the neighboring state of Ogun. Okay, now it happens in Oyo now. What efforts are the governors in our state now making? You understand? To prevent this thing being spread to their own state. We are not hearing anything from them.
Because they are all working for your mandate. They don't have that guts. You know, when Buhari was there, it was only Aketi.
Sorry, but this thing is it's cutting deep now. We have somebody
Exactly.
like
I think
we
they're
have somebody
scared.
we have somebody like Mufuti Iwo in Osun State, right? I think someone was saying they're from Osun State. I don't know if they're aware about this guy called Mufuti Iwo. He called himself the Grand Patriarch of Islamic something, whatever, right? And this guy has been saying a lot of rubbish, and he said he's going to create his own outfit security for Muslims in Yoruba land. And he's just talking Mufuti. So he's talking jargons and rubbish, and some putting fear into people. And I understand he's not a Yoruba person. It's all these people that came from all these other, their grandfather came and they born them, all those things from different parts, right? And they settled there. So him now expressing and saying they want to have a security outfit and is for Islamic this thing, and he said a lot of jargons. That's if you're a Yoruba person, or you assimilated into the culture, you will not be saying things like this. You understand? So it has getting to the point whereby our Muslim family that we have in Southwest are now pandering towards you know local terrorists like this guy, because he's saying things that you know on a normal day Yorubas do not even think about, because we are so intertwined that we don't think like that. And this guy is saying it, and is getting the support, of the so-called terrorists, and is boldly saying what he wants to do.
What we are saying is exactly why I said they should allow our traditional rulers to coordinate security in our community. Now, look at it this time. Let's say you are from Ayede, and the Oba of Ayede is the one coordinating the security locally there. There is no way under heaven and earth that they won't know the family you are coming from. And the problem of these are people from the northern, especially all these are northern politicians that they are not taking of their kids, they are just giving birth. It's only in Nigeria that you see governors doing mass wedding and you presenting them mattress or mats as wedding gift. Just continue to give birth, even if you don't have any future for them. And once you are now making law in the south, they are making law in Ondo State too, but you are crying Kano. You are crying Katsina State. What it concern Agbero with overload? What be your business? What be the business? And you are saying just because they will persecute your people?
No, their business is basically, this is part of the Usman Danfodio agenda that they also push it. Their business is to take over some parts of Yoruba land, right? And like I said, it has cut deep to the fact that we're having someone called Shitu, is former minister under Buhari, and then he's saying he will implement Sharia law, and he's saying people are religiously intolerant. Now, when you
Ikú tó
begin
fẹ́
to
pa
make
ikú tó fẹ́ pa yẹn ló ń rìn lórí ẹ̀ lórí burúkú
exactly when you're beginning when you're
with that statement alone, that is why it was not on the reckoning at all. It can
when
never
you're beginning to say things like that in Yoruba land, you're
you know
trying to
that's the
create
reason why
chaos. And
it
that is
can
the reason that is the same thing Desmond Elliot was trying to do. Saying, become trying to twist things to be religious and all those things. And they want him. You cannot bring that religious and be saying, you're going to people are in Shitu was saying people are intolerant to Sharia law. Why would you I mean, I don't understand. Like, if you want Sharia, you can go to your places where it's being practiced in Nigeria and go and do it there. Don't say because it is in the constitution now, because it's in the constitution, you want the Southwest people to agree with you. Now you're forcing your opinion
you see, my
on
brother,
people.
when someone woke up and start sponsoring indigenous or whatever you call it, me I don't even miss spell grammar. You understand? That's what our people do not think. You understand? Why do you want to become the indigene of my hometown when you don't have family house, that you don't have historical attachment to my homeland? Why? And you know who is sponsoring the bill? A Southerner.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. So
Southerner.
so like Yoruba territory is seriously under attack, and
No.
unfortunately for some parts of
I
the
think they
land.
have been surrounded already.
No, we'll be surrounded. I say
And the government is scared. Honestly, the governors are scared.
It's Amotekun that is protecting the South.
I don't think the government is scared because the government clearly knows what's going on. So they understand what's going on. But it's just a swift action that they're not taking that is making things get out of hand.
Yoruba, I think they are scared. They are scared.
They're scared. I'm telling you, do you know where it is for a whole Obas to be running? Are you kidding me? That's a
No.
serious threat.
Wait, look, let me tell you something here. The thing is, the Obas have been given information, but sometimes the way people process information, they don't process it as quick, because sometimes when you're processing information, you have to think about the future, the consequence, the possibilities. You have to think about everything in a millisecond, because you need to think about all angles, and the way when you're too comfortable and there's nothing happen, you tend to say okay, we heard you. But when the thing now gets to your doorstep and there's no way out again, you begin to panic, and that is exactly what is going on with our local obas, right? It has gotten to the doorstep, and there's nowhere for them to go because you cannot leave your palace and go and be hiding somewhere else. You understand?
Now,
so
you see why I think it is strategic to engage our obas. I keep telling you, there is no way you engage our obas that I will not participate, and I'm sure that every one of us will participate. You understand? Now, I keep saying, if you say, okay, maybe you want to start a vigilante in my hometown, maybe you say, okay, we want to raid 500 men and send them to training. We register, take them to DSS, train them for 3 weeks, or maybe no, depending. No, the firearm is 3 weeks. Maybe you train them for like maybe 3 months, and they now call the people from that township, from that town, to contribute to the security vote. Believe me, they will. Even some corporate organizations there, they will. But the problem now is this: these governors, they are too politically conscious.
Imagine that phone call. I don't know if it was real or not, but that phone call between Ibukunle Amosun and that northern guy, and he was telling him, Kunle, you know that we are Kiriko, if we do this, we will not agree. Kunle, tell these people. And the way he was speaking to him, as if they had some kind of
We're now threatening the
authority.
governor. Fayoshe
You
will have
understand?
a person like Fayoshe will have just, will have just gone out of control immediately.
The way he was
You
speaking with
understand?
authority, like Kunle, we are northerners, we have power. This thing, we are control the majority. Like, come on. Like, I for once, I've never, first of all, I've never been out of the four walls of Yoruba land. So, because I just have no interest in going to any other place. You understand? So, and northern, even if I want to go, north is not part of where I want to go, because we've seen how these people behave, we've seen how they act. Unfortunately, we've been put together with different people and into a contraption, and it's causing chaos, absolutely chaos. That people that are normal are becoming not normal, and it's very worrisome. And then when you have a certain part of the country that are thinking like this, like, how can somebody be saying they want Sharia law and coming out to say in Southwest that this is the thing? Are you a minister? I mean, it just shows the level of how this thing has eaten deep. So and then you have someone like Gumi. Gumi came to Oyo State, and then he was welcomed by Oriyomi Amzat. He was the one covering the event, and then you're telling us not to get worried. Are you kidding me? It has gotten out of hand.
Just let me.
That's how it starts.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can hear you. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So now you are just talking to what I was saying earlier. Now, if can Gumi come to Southwest and say this is what you want to impose without the collaboration of some Southwesterner? Can he come? Can he just come and say no? I will impose this thing on these people without our people being a collaborator?
He has already imposed it now. Yes, he did.
Answer my question now, Makata.
Yeah, I just did. I said yes, he can. Yes.
What do you mean by?
And I will give you an example. I'll give you an example because he has already done it. Hold on, he has already done it now. His boys are all over the forest of rainforest of Southwest.
Okay. You just mentioned that when he was coming, some Yoruba people welcomed him. All the people that you are talking about, are they not Yorubas? Oriyomi is not a Yoruba. Is he not from Ibadan?
They are Yoruba because they ponder to the religion. They pondering to the religious aspect of Gumi and his ideology. They're beginning to accept it, and it's worrisome.
Let me tell you, forget about religion. People can ponder. People can ponder to a lot of things: religion, ethnicity, money. People can ponder to anything to be a collaborator to terrorism. They can ponder to anything. That's what I'm saying. Gumi on his own cannot come and say Yoruba people come and accept
somebody that is as high level as Oriyomi Amzat and Shitu pondering to something like that. You expect them to be a lot wiser, but they are not. So for them to be thinking like that, that means we are under attack. Our land is under attack. Our land, for them to be thinking like that, our land is under a serious attack because somebody with a right sense of mind, would not be welcoming somebody that wants to be the governor of Oyo State. Oriyomi Hamzat, that wants to be the next governor of Oyo State that is campaigning, would not take those steps.
So, Omakata, that is another campaign against him, his opponent. But what I want to tell you is that it's your opinion. You cannot tell people who are they going to meet or who are they going to talk to. Oriyomi Hamzat is a broadcaster in Yoruba land. And meeting him, you cannot totally castigate him as a terrorist. And this guy you have been talking about...
I've not castigated him as terrorist. I'm just saying, actions speak louder than words.
I understand you. The Gumi you have been talking about, fine. It might be a terrorist or not. The dossier of everybody is in the hand of the government. They know one another. This same Gumi you are talking about has 2 officers in the Nigerian army. two officers in Nigeria. There is son. He was also a doctor in the Nigerian army before. So sometimes when we talk, you might be, I'm not saying you are wrong, I'm not saying you are right. But sometimes you cannot tell people, you cannot dictate to them who they are going to meet or not. The problem we are having is that our state governors are not doing their job very well. How can you collect a whooping sum of money like that and then your state is not safe? We should call a spade
Remy,
for God's sake.
I think you're misunderstanding my point here. My point here is that all I'm saying is I don't care who you go and meet, but when you are running for political office or you've run for political office and you have certain ideology and then you're saying it publicly, it is very worrisome.
So you don't need to worry about Oriyomi and that. I think that
you don't. No, this is you see. Let me tell you something here. This is the problem that we have in especially that southwest. You don't tell me. They said best of the same feather flock together. Show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. Right?
So
you don't tell me if I see something. If I see something, I must report it. Now, if I as an intelligence guy, right? If I see you, if I see your footprints, right? I can easily predict in the next 5 years who you will become easily.
So,
right? So you don't have to. You don't have to tell me we should not worry about it because maybe because you're not,
What I'm trying to tell you is that, unfortunately for Oriyomi and that, he has put himself forward to be governor for your state. It's a very good way for his opponent to come. The person you want to vote for, Mr.
But you can't be playing politics like people's life with politics.
What I am trying to tell you is this: when you go to politics, and then people use what has happened to you in the past against you, but you cannot tell him not to meet anybody he likes.
I'm not saying they should meet anybody. I'm not saying. I'm just calling out the faction that we should be. That it has got deep into the cloth of our society, and it's very worrisome for a minister to come out and say we should have Sharia law, that we are so intolerant.
We're so desensitized.
I mean, it's very worrisome.
Okay, so, when that Shitu guy says something like that, where is political career? Is zero. Nothing. It's no more relevant. They relegate him totally. That is the point I'm trying to say.
I'm saying, what you still don't understand is this guy might not. You might say yes, he's been relegated. He's not in a very power, but he has people that believes in him, right? He has followers, right? And he has people that he will support in elections that will push an idea and ideology. You don't just say because the man has been kept quiet now, he's not talking, then he's gone. No, it doesn't work. Intelligence does not work like that. Critical thinking does not work
so
like that.
What do you want to do to people like that? What do you want to do to people like that?
Can I ask Omotata a question? If you pick up Oriyomi and Zap today, and you also pick up Shitu today, and the police interrogate them, because you are not a police officer, neither am I, and after interrogation, they found them to be free, what are you going to do? Even the same.
Hold on. Okay. You don't. Why would you want to arrest Shitu and Oriyomi? What have they done? They've just got. Hold on. They've done. Wait, hold on a second. Let me explain. They just said something. Shitu said something. Oriyomi and Hamzat went for an event, right? Why would you want to arrest them?
No.
Right.
Listen to me first. You mentioned Gumi. You said Gumi is a sympathizer of terrorism. You also mentioned Gumi came to Ibadan. And the people that have the same kind of ideology, they go and meet him. You talk about Oriyomi and Zach, and also you talk about Shitu as well. And I am asking you a very good question. The Nigerian military, the DSS, the police, whatever security outfit you might mention, they arrested all those guys. They interrogate them, and they found nothing on them. What are you going to do?
Right. When you're saying they should be arrested, you must have committed a crime for them to be arrested. No. This is the thing. You need to listen and not respond because you just want to respond. What I'm saying is these threats external threat, it is becoming dangerous in our society in Yoruba land, and is cutting across our fabrics, right? To the fact that someone that was a former minister under the past administration came out to utter a statement like that. It is very worrisome. And then you have somebody that wants to run for the governor of Oyo State, or no, somebody that is running for the governorship of Oyo State, coming out to, you know, go to an event where a terrorist sympathizer that is being brought to speak or to say whatever. Then to me, it is very worrisome, because the Yoruba society that I know is not like that. And when things are like that are becoming to happen, and then you have that guy in Osun State,
Let me ask you
Mufutu
one thing,
Igbo,
Omatata.
and
Let me ask, what is your point now?
Mufutu Igbo that is coming out boldly and saying he wants to bring Muslim security, this, that, and that, and he's saying he's created this outfit of security. Is becoming dangerous, and this is the same way people have been saying
Omatata,
this
can you
thing.
hear me?
Gani
Omatata, can you hear
Adams
me?
and co. Gani Adams and co. have been saying this for the past, and people ignore it. And then we are saying it now that when you see things like this, that's how it all starts. When you start putting these puzzles together, at the end of the day, it's going to form a whole thing. And then before you know, like you're fighting an unknown enemy, and it's dangerous. I'm not saying why do you want to arrest Oriyomi as that? He's not done anything. He just attended this. What I'm saying, if you're an intelligent person and you work with you work with the intelligence and stuff, and you can see stuff that is not normal in the society that was normal before, and it should be called for an attention by people that understands.
Omatata, can you hear me?
Simple. I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, you've been talking. Okay, all these things that you are saying, what is your point? What all these people that you are mentioning, what do you want to be done to them? What is your point? I can't get you. What is your point now? Only
So
your meme, Shitu, and all those people. What is your point? What are you saying about them?
He's saying that
What do you
he's
want
saying.
people to do to them?
So can I tell you what he's trying
But
to
it's not
say
the
that?
question is not for you. You cannot be answering for him now.
Okay.
right, I'm not saying they should do anything today. I'm just pointing out, what they call soft threats in the society, like Yoruba land. These are soft threats, right? And I believe, those soft threats should be looked into in a society like Yoruba land. So, in order to continue to have or enjoy the peacefulness, the peace that we have in Yoruba land, you understand? Because if someone like Mufti Iwo is in Osun State, calling himself the grand patron of Islam, of Islamic this thing in Iwo State, and is making utter statement. I urge you to go and listen to what he's been saying, because you're from Osun State. It will benefit you to listen to what he's been saying, right? And he's saying he's going to create, or already created, an outfit that is going to be for Muslims fighting against so-called what only God knows what he wants to be fighting,
We know what they are
against
doing.
another sort. Now,
What action do
and
you
then
want to be taken against them?
and then you have. You cannot ask me that question, because I'm not the police,
Because
right? And I'm
telling
not the
us what
soldier.
they are doing.
But
What do you think is the solution to
so
this? Just tell us what do you.
What is your solution, Remy?
what I'm doing is I'm creating an awareness, and I say, look, hey, everybody, look this way. You're not looking this way before, but look this way. It is worth looking at, because this is how it starts, right? So we are saying it because when Boko Haram started back then in 2000, whenever it started, it was very soft, right? And then it became what it is now. And this is what I'm saying. When you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people pandering towards certain agenda and saying things outlandish, and then some ministers, former ministers, some aspirants, some, head of Islamic whatever religion and all that stuff. It's very worrisome. That's all I'm saying. It's a soft threat, but you cannot look away from it, and you need to look and say, look, what is going on here, and start tackling the issue. And this is how a normal society that have security intelligence work. You don't leave things to the last minute. You monitor things, and then you look into it. That's what I'm saying.
So, Simba, do you have any solution?
I'm not all those things that he's saying. It's not this way. I mean, I'm not. I'm just asking because I can't actually get his point about what some people are saying, and then he just saying that they're just threats, whatever. I think well, no. Let me say what I want to say, because before you people start calling me fanatics, I think looking at the insecurity in our country, and then we want to put it solely on religion. I think we are not going to address the issue looking at it from, say, okay, it's only some people want to do Islamization. That's why we have insecurity.
Do you notice I never mentioned religion.
He's been mentioning religion. No,
No,
this
I mean
conversation now.
me. I'm talking about
No, I'm
myself.
talking about the guy. I'm talking about Matata. Every time it's only religion that he's been talking about,
But
everything that he has been saying is about religion.
You're saying I'm mentioning religion, but all I'm saying is I'm just mentioning threats that are coming towards our land. And I don't know
All
if you're
your
Yoruba.
examples,
Hold
let
on
me
a
tell you,
second.
let me see
Oh,
you.
sorry, hold on a second.
Everything
I
that you
don't
have
know.
been mentioning.
Yeah, because this is what is hot right now, and we can see it. So it is worth mentioning. This is what is hot right now, hot off the press,
I
right?
really
So
cried.
what I'm telling you is, I don't know if you're Yoruba or not, but what I'm saying is, if you are, number one, if you are a Yoruba person or come from that region, you will understand that something that wasn't part of us and is now raising its ugly head and is being spoken outlandishly by people that have been in government or aspiring to go into governments, and they claim they are the head of one religion organization or the other. It becomes worrisome. That's all I'm saying, because these are the issues we are having right now. Maybe tomorrow, if you're having another issue, we will speak on that. But the issue at hand right now, hot off the press, is this topic that we are talking about, whereby people have an agenda, whether it's a religious agenda or whatever. This is what is going on right now, and we're going to talk about it. So if it looks like we're talking about religion or Islam, whatever, then I'm sorry, I can't help you, because if you've been in the news, you will see what is clearly going on. So if you say we should not speak about it because you're a certain part of an organization or religious organization, then you're not being fair at all.
So, Dr. Simba, are you Yoruba?
Chuma, what kind of question is that? I'm
I
a
just want
Fulani
to
man.
know. Oh,
I'm a
really?
Fulani.
That's nice. No wonder. But I really cried, honestly, when I saw the video. And these are babies. And then the worst part, I saw another clip of children, girls just running into traffic because of a threat in their school. These little kids were running. I mean, anyone that has children would understand. Can you imagine sending your child to school and then having to hear? I mean, this thing can give someone a heart attack. And I sympathize with these mothers and these fathers. It's painful that
And then,
the children
Choma,
are
sorry
the
to cut you.
collateral damage to our politicians' shenanigans. It's
I was
heartbreaking,
just reading the chat,
and it
and someone
makes
was
me to
saying,
cry.
I was
Yeah,
just
go.
reading the chat, and someone was saying the person that was on the phone with Ibikunle Amosun is our vice president now. So, there you go. There you go. That's what we're talking about. It wasn't an issue back then because it was just a phone call, But when they caught the one big terrorist guy, it was in the house of this so-called person, allegedly, right? So there you go. You know, oh, don't worry, justice is nothing. There you go. You know, that's what we're talking about.
It just is so, it's just sickening that children are the ones that are going to suffer the, the collateral damage. It's really sad. These children are innocent. They don't deserve this
Chima,
type of.
that thing, it has become a business. People are making a lot of money from it. Because when
I
you are
don't
saying that,
know.
because okay, why are they claiming?
Are
Why are
they
they
do?
requesting
Are
for
they
ransom?
doing it? Are they doing it to get their organs or what? Like, I don't understand why they're using
No, they are taking
children.
it. Okay, do you know how much they are requesting to release them? It's a
Ah,
multi-billion dollar business.
and
That's
that's
become
why.
a business.
And it's only in Nigeria that this thing is happening, and we're okay with it. It's disgusting. That's why I don't know who I was yelling at. That I was so frustrated because honestly, I've been to Ghana, and I've been to other countries in Africa. We don't hear these things, and then there were
You,
people
you
who
know,
come here
you
and say
know,
we're
you know,
demarketing our
Choma,
country.
Choma, Choma. Let me tell you one thing. When I was speaking about it earlier and I say we should take responsibility, do you know that whenever we have any issue in that country, you understand, instead of us to come together and say this is a collective problem, let us tackle it, we start bringing ethnicity, religion, politics into it. And it's not helping us. It's not. If I tell you that what happened in the Southwest, some people are happy, say, hey, now it's the Yoruba people now that the thing is affecting. In fact, they are happy, oh, you have been surrounded, you have been doing. When it comes, everybody will get their own share of the problem. You understand?
Do you know I
So,
have Muslims in my family? And that's what people think, oh, I'm such a religious fanatic or whatever. I have Muslims in my family, and I'm not against like religion like that, but I don't like anything that has to do with killing and shedding blood in the name of even Jesus or in the name of Allah. I don't like stuff like that. It doesn't make sense. It's demonic. And even if it's Christians that are doing it, I will condemn it loudly. Yes, I'm very outspoken. When something has to do with blood, when it has to do with blood, I'm very outspoken. I don't like bloodshed. I don't like children suffering. I don't like to see innocent people being burnt alive because of something so stupid. We're too, I mean, we're too civilized. This is
let me
2026.
give you, when the IPOB were running in the southeast and they are chasing people away from their community, they will take over. In fact, for years, some people cannot even go to their this thing. The way people look at it, they just look at it, okay, it's the Igbo problem. Even the Igbos on their own, they don't want people to know that the problem is being caused by themselves to themselves. You understand? And that is what is actually the problem in that country. Whenever there is a problem somewhere, people will think, okay, it's not their problem, or they will say, okay, maybe because it's due to their religion, or maybe because it's due to their Fulani. We normally, we give reason for every problem that we have in that country, not for us to have a collective solution to the problem. That is it. That's what I'm saying. That if we are not looking at it from, okay, this problem is our problem, let everybody rally together and solve it. And it's okay, no, it's limited to this way, it's not going to get to us. That's what you are getting. That's what we are getting. I don't understand though.
Well, I'm happy I understand where you're coming from right now, and I'm happy that you sympathize, with me in the terms of what's happening in Nigeria. It's brutally wrong. It's very wrong. I don't like that. And I feel like our governors should do something to about it. They should come to, especially, Tinubu should just do something about it. Is it when they finish everybody in the Southwest that okay, that he will start making some intervention, implementation. No, it's just he needs to start. We need action now. It's wrong. Parents are not sending their kids to school and no longer. Does anyone else has anything to say?
I just think the governments, they have their own agenda and they know what's going on. So, um, and I'm sure they're doing something about it, but it's not enough. But
It's not
we
enough.
can't also ignore the soft threats that we're having in Yoruba land as well. So it's becoming you know crazy. That people will come out and speak, and then all of a sudden, you
But
know,
who would have thought
the,
this would happen in Oyo State, of all
no,
places?
it can. The thing is, it can happen anywhere. Oyo is close to Kwara now, and you know that there's a lot of threats, open threats in Kwara State. So, you know,
No, no, no.
and
Even before then, I've been hearing about these people living in the old Oyo Park Reserve in Oyo State. All those Oyo Wegbomoso area now. They've been talking about it before now. It's like, I don't know
so,
why sometimes when we see a threat and then everybody will just hold their hand and be watching.
well, that's what you told us to do now. You know what they're doing. So that's what they happen. They saw the threat, but they fold their hand and they were watching. And this is the same thing we're saying. So I was saying earlier about this soft threats that we have. That a minister is saying this, a governor aspirant is doing this, and this one in the Osun State is saying this. And then you want us to fold our arms? We're not. And you've exactly made my points. you know, because if those people are that saw those people in those your park and all these areas have raised the alarm, I'm sure something will have been done. But because they didn't raise the alarm and they just folded their arms and saying it's nothing that it's just an Ottoman down, local one day. This people that just do cow that just
Do
do
you do you
pastoral
do you
cow
know? Let me
everything.
tell
They
let me
just
tell
do it.
you, Matata. This thing that you are in my farm. I have to spend millions of naira to fence that place for those Fulani not to be encroaching on my farm with their cows.
Has it stopped the
So it's
threat?
an additional cost. You understand? Which other
And
area
did
I'm
this
not
did,
supposed to incur. Eh?
did that solve the problem?
They cannot come in now. They can't come in again because it's
But
fenced.
you, okay, but you have a gate, so they've not tried to go force the gate through, right?
How can no, it's not as bad as that. No, how can they force the gates to come and enter to come and do what?
I mean, you never thought.
It's not as bad as that. No.
So these are the things. If you're having problems as well and all those things, and it's affecting your business, then it's a problem. It's a problem for us because whatever you're farming, people that wants to buy cannot buy. And then you're losing money, so it doesn't make sense. So they should be totally condemned. If you were living in Nigeria, I'm sure you will have done something about it. But because you're not living there, you have other options and stuff. So it's like, okay,
Done
well,
about what?
huh?
Done about what?
I said if you were living in Nigeria and that was your
Hmm.
only source of income, you will have done something about it. But because obviously you have other this thing.
If you see
So
my farm is still in operation, I'm still operating it.
no, I'm saying because you did mention earlier that you were scared to go on the farm at one point or something. So
I said I was scared to go. That does not mean that I closed it down. I didn't close it down. I did not even. In fact, I'm even expanding it. So it's not as if I abandoned it.
yeah, it
Well,
just
be careful.
to me, I just think people should walk freely in the lands, and people that you trust your neighborhood, your
The
neighborhood.
question I'm asking: why are we doing this thing to ourselves? That is the question. Why?
Who is we?
Because
You said
I'm talking about Nigerians. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about me
Yeah, but
and you like that.
you see, let me tell you something, Simba. The
are you sure
problem most
these people are even Nigerians?
no, the
They are
problem.
Nigerians.
I'll tell
Forget
you what.
about
I'll
it.
tell you what. The problem that some people make, some Nigerians make, yeah, is the fact that you think we are one. We are not patriotic. There's nothing like patriotic in Nigeria. So it has never been, and we are just forcing it to be, and it will never be. You understand? Because the differences is just too much. And I think I've said at one point here that I don't see, I don't see the way I see the people from the north or the south or the east, or it's different from. It's not. I don't see everybody as a country. I see them as another country. The same way I see Ghanaian people, or Togolese people, because we are so different, But if we've been brought together to live in a contraption, then we should all respect each other. I know that, okay, what you can do in your core north or your east or your south or whatever, you cannot do it in west, because if we're saying we are Muslim, we are Christian, we are traditionalists, you have to respect that, because every more than 50% has one of these people in their family of Yoruba people.
So I have a
You understand?
question though.
So
Do they eat fufu? Like, do they eat gari and egusi soup? Like, amala. Do they eat the things that we eat?
I don't know, to be honest, because I don't have another friend. I don't really, you know, I
I've
don't.
not seen any of them eating swallow, honestly.
I
I've
mean, I
not.
think they do. I think they do, but to be honest, I can't really say, because they must do, because they move around, so they must. Someone was mentioning earlier that someone was ordering, was it fufu or 400,000 naira worth of food or something like that. I don't know. So they must obviously do it. But my own is, we're not the same. We are very much different, because you will not see a Yoruba man going to Kano or Kaduna or Borno and saying, no, we must do this. So this is how we do it in Yoruba land, and bring out Oru or our masquerade and start terrorizing people in Borno
Oh no, they
or
will never
Kaduna.
do that.
We're not gonna so they're not that's not gonna happen. We don't do that. But it's okay for people to say, okay, to come and be saying no, even in Loring that is there, ordinary in Loring, they are
They
still
won't even.
fighting.
Yeah,
Wait, ordinary in Loring that they claim, oh, it's Yoruba people, this and that, they are still fighting. The
traditionalists.
fanatics, the Muslim fanatics that are there, are still fighting the Yoruba traditional people and saying you cannot do sacrifices here. That this land is the holy land, is for Muslims, is for this,
And
for this.
it's
So
haram.
you understand? And this land belongs to everybody. The Yorubas that are Muslims and non-Muslims. So but you have them saying no, you cannot do this, you cannot do that, and arresting people and saying and going to terrorize people.
I mean, so
It's
I
absurd.
get it. I get it, right? But my main issue is I don't like these killings. I don't like it. It's so barbaric. It makes it like it takes us back centuries, like we're cavemen. Like we don't have any sense. We look like savages in the eyes of the world. When they're hearing this terrorist attack, black on black crimes, it's like we don't have sense. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It does. We're in
what I think they need to do
2026.
what I think they need to do is they need to obviously look at prison reforms and build more prisons. So we
We
can,
need
or
to be
centers where
more
we can
civilized.
where we can put these terrorist people, you know, and just put them there after prosecution, right? So at least, but the people that are sponsoring them as well, because I've always said this thing: you and I cannot go and carry a weapon now and start terrorizing people. We will be caught. They go catch us now within 2-3 days or 1 week maximum, right? So if we cannot catch these people, and the army are running away from these people, and the police are running away from these people, then like who's giving you the order not to prosecute? And that is what I'm saying. Who's giving you the order not to prosecute? And then you have somebody like Gumi coming out and saying they are part of us. They are not going nowhere. Like, come on, it's a
Jim,
big bold
criminals.
statement. That means you
Part of
who's your
us.
backer?
Mm.
Yeah, that's what government said. They are part of us, and they're not going anywhere. So, for you to make that statement, there must be something backing you that is giving you that. And there's a video of the Nigerian army and the police saluting this guy. It just doesn't make
Imagine.
sense. So you cannot blame the people that don't have power. You must blame the people that have power. So, like I said, I think the Nigerian government knows what's going on, because ordinarily, if anybody offend anybody, army go don't go carry you for house, arrange you. So if army can do that, if they can carry 500 soldiers to go and kill Igbo for house, why can't they carry 500 soldiers to enter that bush and go and rescue those children? So they know what is going on. So I don't think we should be saying the government. In fact, all these security suggestions that people have been saying the government should do, the government, they know all those things. Even they've thought about the
Their
things
hands are
that
tied.
they've thought about security problems that you've not even thought about. You understand? They know what to do. But the question is, why are they not doing it? Because they have the money to buy this equipment, and they already have some equipment. But why are you not doing it? And why is the terrorists attacking the army base in the north and stuff? Like I said, the government knows what's going on.
Well, that's why I was okay with whatever Trump did. It didn't bother me. I
Yeah,
was
but
okay.
even what Trump did, yeah, like it still doesn't make sense, because it's like you're playing the devil advocate, right? Because you're saying you fight one terrorist second in command, but in ISIS. But if from my understanding, there are some videos that are popped up, and Hillary Clinton has agreed to the fact that America created ISIS, right? So if America created ISIS and Al Qaeda and all these other militias, why are you killing the people that you created? Because I don't understand. So if you killed one of your members in Nigeria, that's the second in command, and they claim that is ISIS. You created ISIS, so why are you killing? What's the purpose of that? That's another question mark. You understand? So, I don't know. I don't know if people should celebrate or not, but I'm just saying, make it make sense. If you created an organization and then you're killing this person that joined the organization, what is the? It doesn't make sense to me.
Always in Nigeria. That's the problem. Always Nigeria. You don't hear this in South Africa. You don't hear this in Ghana, our neighbor.
No, they
I
have. You
mean,
see, the thing is, Chema, they have these problems in these Fulani problems and stuff. They have it in Ghana, but it's still very soft. You understand? It's still very
so
soft. They have it. They have
that's
it
what
in
I'm,
all
that's
over
what I'm
West
trying to
Africa, but
say.
it's very soft.
I don't like
Even
when
this guy, this
people say
military
that.
guy,
Don't
this military,
say Ghana.
this military guy, and this young guy that the world loves so much. That's young military guy. He has that same problem too in his country. You know.
They don't have this problem in Ghana. I've I've been in Ghana
Yeah, but
several
it's
times.
not talked about
It's
it,
not
but
a problem.
they have problems like this, similar terrorist problems like this, but it's not out there yet. You know, maybe when they do,
I
maybe
beg
when they're
to
done with
differ.
Nigeria, maybe when
I
they're done
don't
with Nigeria,
I
they will carry them.
disagree. I've not seen or heard any issues with terrorism in Ghana. It's only Nigeria, honestly. I'm sorry, but it's only Nigeria. You don't even hear this in Cameroon. We really have a problem and we need
No,
to fix it.
they have it
You
too, because when these people run away, they'll enter different borders now. So they're out there and they're perpetrating evil. I've spoken to Ghanaians as well. I have some Ghanaian friends that I've spoken to, and they told me the Fulani people, yes, they have them in their country in the northern part of Ghana, and they do this, they do that, they do similar things that carrying their cows everywhere. And then they do say they have like back and forth with them, but it's not as it is in Nigeria. You understand? So, like I said, it might just be a soft threat in Ghana. but nothing for people to be worried about as of yet. Until maybe the Western world or whatever, whoever has that agenda, then they will perpetrate that agenda, and before you know, Ghana too is having that problem. Because it's not that hard.
Everything is always so extreme with Nigeria. It's just crazy. It doesn't make sense,
I think it's because we are not structured and we do not organize, we do not plan for so many years. And almost you are right. There is international dimension to it. Because all these people, where are they getting the AK-47? Where are they getting the bullet? Who is selling it to them? So sometimes this what we are experiencing is even more than religion. To be frank, they are fighting for resources. If you look at all this Western world, it's just about name. When you sit down and look at, I've lived in two continents already. I've seen it just by the glory of what they have done in the past. They are also surviving. To be frank, the what
You
is
know
it? The
what?
benefit. So
You know when they say
many. Mhm.
when they say Third World War. This is my own
Yeah.
idea of the Third World War, right? We
Yeah,
have the first.
it's just a
We have
very good way.
we've had the Second World War, First World War, Second World War. In my opinion, the Third World War that we are having right now, because people think until America start fighting Iran, Third World War. In my
Okay,
opinion,
look at what is happening
the Third World
in
War,
that place. Look at what
right?
is
The Third
happening
World
in
War,
Iran and the rest. They thought
yeah,
it's
that's
about
just
religion, but at the end of the day, it's about oil. For
of
God's sake.
course. So to me, the Third World War means wars are happening in third world countries, right? So third world countries having wars. And how would they have these wars? By using militias, terrorist militias, right?
Apart from
To
using the
to
terrorist militia, I'm sorry to say this. I'm sorry. I'm also a black man. I think black are mumu in this world because you cannot use white people to start killing themselves like that within the same country. They won't do that. Why is black nation, especially, oh God, we are so mumu that they said somebody just give you $10,000, go and be buying your people and you will do it.
it's the same
Exactly,
way.
Remy.
Wait,
So Remy,
it's
now
the
you
same.
see what I'm saying, that we're as if we're so uncivilized, very
It's the
barbaric,
same.
black on
It's
black
the same.
crimes.
It's the
You
same
know,
way. And it's the same way a black person in America would collect money, whether it's a hip hop artist or a basketballer or NFL player. It's the same way they will collect money and go and buy gold chain. So is to some people is like, what the hell? How would you be buying gold chain and buying diamond and be stunting on people and thinking I'm shining on my haters? Like it doesn't make sense. So it's just whatever it is. But you know, we don't, as black people, we don't have the economic power, and then because we don't have the economic power, people will keep trampling over us, and it's unfortunate. But because black people in Africa controls nothing, in my opinion,
So, so,
they
so
don't
if you
control anything.
see, look at Dangote for example. See the humility, see the simplicity. Look at Otedola, see the simplicity they are dressing. But when you now go to an average black man, the way we put a lot of gold, ritual all over his body, God, they are not creating enough wealth for their people. How so many billionaires in Nigeria? Why are they not creating wealth,
That's why
creating
a
job
lot of
opportunities like Dangote?
people,
And they'll be
a lot,
listen. An average Nigeria, they will now be talking about monopoly. What about the rest billionaire like him? What about a lot of Nigerians are super rich? Why are they not thinking of doing what Dangote is doing? No, they
yeah. But
won't do that. They
if you're
prefer
saying a
to
lot
have
of
three or
Nigerians
four.
super, if you're saying a lot of
And
Nigerians are super rich, you need to find out
And
where the source
before
of
you
wealth
know
came
it,
from.
and Nigerians will be accusing him. Is it not Nigerian money? Is it not they stole Nigerian money to build the refinery? Just the kind of talk. And some Nigerian will say, you will be aghast. You just say, what is really going on? Is it not the Babangida money? Is it not our money? Is it not the money? So sometimes, even if you're a rich man, sometimes you don't want to help Nigerians at all. You give them job to do, they won't do it very well. All what is in their mind is to kill you or take all your resources or everything away. In fact,
myriad of trouble, myriad of problems that to solve it, I don't know. The only way I think is that for that country to be successful, maybe just to bring
Nigeria can
down
never be
ego.
successful. I don't know why you're wishing. It's just a wishful thinking. And I've already said this many times. No
I
matter
will not
whoever
say
they
it
brought as
cannot. I cannot say
they,
it
no,
cannot be
no
successful. I
matter
can't say
whoever they
that of
brought
that.
as no matter who they brought as presidents will never do any good in Nigeria because the smallest thing in the society you're not even tackling, which is health. Your hospitals is tattered. It's like my pigs cannot even live in that hospital. They cannot even take treatment in that hospital environment. Those are my pigs, right? So, and not to not talk about human being. Look at when that Joshua had that accident, right? And then his friends were taken to the nearby hospital in Shagam or something in Ogun State. Look at how the hospital looks like. So the common thing that if you want to be great, these are the common things that you do in
So
society
you
that
see,
you will know that you're
Sister,
great.
that is why I always converse that our people are too docile. They won't talk. You have problem. The first thing that comes to your mouth is your president. The local government chairman, you leave them. The councillor, you leave them. The state governor, you leave them. These are the people that are your leader. You freely choose them. You voted for them, but you won't hold them responsible. And these people are smiling over with their billions of naira every month, okay? And you will leave them. And it's like most shape that they cost them. Why can't you just fight for your right? It's your local government. Why don't you come together, go and meet the local government chairman by fire by force? You must do this road for us. Why don't you go and protest against your governor that you want good health, you want good road, you want everything, that you have collected money? They won't say that. At the end of the day, everybody just situated in Abuja. So that is why I can vouch for resource control. If we can do that, at least we leave Abuja alone. What's concerned with Abuja?
It's funny how
Then I
somebody
face my
made a
state.
statement. It's funny how somebody made a statement and saying you guys are supporting Tinubu. Why would they support Tinubu? I'm a Yoruba man, but I don't
What?
support Tinubu, and I don't support Nigeria. Because I've
No,
always
you
known
you
Nigeria
you
will
have
never work.
your choice to anybody you like. You can support. Everybody have
No,
their
no, I
own.
don't. It's just a comment
Me
that
me
somebody made that you guys are
me.
always
I am
supporting.
supporting Tinubu because I think I look at the achievement. I look at his scorecard. He has done wonderfully well. But in terms of insecurity, he has a mammoth work to do.
Yeah,
That
I
is
don't
the truth.
support any candidates. So just to
Yeah,
be
of
clear
course.
out there, I don't
Because
support.
at
I
the
don't
end
see
of, at
Nigerian.
the end of the day,
I don't see Nigeria
in,
getting better. But Nigerian patching up. The patching up Nigeria.
one thing I know about in life is this: we are all here in this world to make our contribution, and when we are old enough, God will take us again. So do your little part you can do. That is because no matter what you do, you cannot. That is government. They cannot find solution to all the problem at once. Even the so-called country I am living here, they have their corruption too, and see they still have a lot of marriage of problem too. So, but at least you can sleep with your eyes closed very well without no wahala. You can get out. But one thing I've learned about all these European countries is that they make sure they control their population one way or the other. A country that you cannot control your population and you do not have a plan, like maybe every 4 years or 5 years you do not have that plan for your people. And I think that if you want your country to develop, some people have to sacrifice for generations yet unborn.
Let me tell
That
you
is
what
just the
they need
truth.
to do. I will tell you what if Nigeria wants to be so-called great, right? What they need to do is they need to respect the fact that we are all different. We're not one. We are different. So
If you are talking like that,
understanding
then
that
we should go back
wait,
to the regional government. That's the way we should.
understanding that we are all different, right? And
We are different
that's
because
that's
you
number
cannot be
one.
killing
And
everybody.
number two, the infrastructures are very porous, as and extremely weak, you know, infrastructures like the academic infrastructure, whereby you have a lot of private individuals that that have sprung up over the years to have their own universities. to have their own secondary schools that are even way better than the government, and it's not supposed to be. So government should repair all the government schools, right? Government needs to repair
Government should what?
all. They need to repair all the government schools. They need to repair. So they need to have a specific standard of how classrooms are supposed to look in this
Oh,
2026, right? So they
you
need to
know
also
what?
repair.
That,
Hold on,
that
sorry.
one you are
Wait,
saying, that one.
no, no, wait, hold on. Because the reason why I'm saying this is because for people to see changes in their life, right, it is not by changing governments. It is by
Mm.
changing things in people's lives daily.
The
So the
environment
school,
as well.
yeah, the school I go to, the hospital I go to, when you're sick, how you're being treated. Those are how people know that the government is working. It's not by you going and changing this and then no, and then things are not common
Are
things
you
like this are
saying
not
that
happening.
government should leave most of the school to be semi-autonomous or totally independent?
No, what I'm saying is you have those private people that are doing their own thing, right? Which they shouldn't be. There shouldn't be that much of them doing it, right? But they are more than the government itself now because they are the people who like to go to their school than the government school, right? But however, what I'm saying is the government should have a standard to how a classroom supposed to look if it's a government school, right? Both nursery, primary, and secondary school, right? And also universities as well. Now, when it comes to healthcare, the government needs to make sure that all the general hospitals that is the government owned have a certain standards, right? So if you're, for example, now, if you're from Ogun State, right? Each state, each local government or each places should have their own hospitals, and then and then you also need to have a big general hospitals whereby those
Can
local
I
ones.
just
Wait, hold
quickly
on,
chime in?
hold on. So those local ones will close at maybe like 8 o'clock, and then the big ones whereby maybe one big one will be in Abeokuta, the other big one will be in Ijebu-Ode, and another big one somewhere if it's Ogun State, right? So if that one will run 24 hours. So if there's any accident or anything, whichever one you're close to, you go there and then you'll be treated. But the smaller ones in everybody's local governments, that is like 5 minutes or 10 minutes away from everybody, or 30 minutes away, that one would run from the morning, 7 o'clock or whatever, till 8 o'clock in the night. And then it closes. And then the big ones will be open 24 hours where it can accommodate a lot, and it should be standard, right? So, and then you also need to have a social welfare, a benefit system for people that are
Okay,
unemployed.
can I quickly chime in? All these things you have been talking about is still under the federal system. So far it's under the federal system, it won't work because that is exactly why the Nigerian growth continue to at a slow pace. The moment you give every big hospital or wherever they find themselves, let it become the state resources. It is your own, it's your state. Now, I am the one, the state governor. I am the one have to equip the state. I'm the one have to tax my people, or even if the true federal system, then they give me my own share of the tax or whatever. So if that is the case, you will discover that each state they will manage their hospital very well. But when it comes to the federal government managing everything for them, there will always be politics along with it. And when
I
there's
understand
politics,
that. I
let
understand
me see,
within.
let me see. So when there's politics along with it, you will now discover that this hospital is better than that hospital. Look, so if the kind of democracy we are practicing, the way we copy from the America, I don't think a state hospital in Chicago, then if you're not residing in that state, you just come from nowhere, maybe from New York, you want to get their health service free of charge. No, you won't get it because you're not a tax-paying member of that city. They won't allow it. But the way we just module everything together, no, it won't work. The best thing for that country to do is if you don't want state, let's put it into that 6 regions. Luckily for us, all the 6 regions will have one important teaching hospital, like the UCH in their domain. Let's put it into region. Let each region control their resources by themselves. Control everything.
But
Yeah, let us now see
Remy,
which Fulani will come from all the way from Bono. from where want to go and do something in the bush of Enugu or come to down to Oyo to come and do it. It
Remy,
will stop.
remember, it's all about the insurance that you have, though. You can't get free healthcare. It's dependent on the insurance that you have, and that's
So
anywhere.
in a
You just have to
nutshell,
show them your.
it's not free, right?
No,
It's
it's
not free.
free. Some people have free insurance. Some people have Medicaid. There's Medicare for people 65 years and older. There's Medicaid for the poor, and there's
Yeah.
people have private insurance. Remember the CEO of the is it United Healthcare that he was that was assassinated because he was not approving people that have cancer, their medical costs and all of that. So yeah, we do all share. Most of us share the same insurance company, and a lot of people in the U.S. complain about United Healthcare, and we even have many people in New
So
York have
so,
Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's
mhm.
it's
So
national.
when I tell you about the Nigerian insurance, so they also have Nigerian insurance NSCIF, in which if you are a civil servant, the state will pay some kind of money to this fund. But at the end of the day, there's this stupid guy they call Mena. He's just stole about billions of naira under that fund. Everything is
So,
gone.
what Nigeria is lacking also is orientation and the people that we put in charge. They don't. They even though some might
I
be.
think we need to start to decentralize more. That
No, no,
centralization is
I agree
not
with you
working.
about decentralizing. That's not the problem. But what I'm saying is, even if it's still decentralized, the people there are they still, did they are they
Yeah,
aware enough that?
when you
Wait, hold on,
decentralize,
sorry. Are they
They're
are
not
they aware?
aware
Hold on. Are they aware enough that these things? This is how life matters to people. Because if you're going
no
into a classroom, if you're
until you
going into a
start,
classroom,
like, for example, like
I don't. And
some men
yeah,
in Nigeria, they urinate in public and they're not supposed to do that. So even if they know there's laws against that, they don't know. So until you start finding them, even for throwing for littering, if you start finding them for littering, then they will take these type of laws seriously. They'll be more aware if they're having to pay for the fine,
that
right
so
then and there.
that lottery is so terrible that you might be driving behind somebody, and before you know it, they just throw anything out from the window just like
yeah,
that,
but
without
okay.
even
Let
minding.
me speak on that one. I will speak
Ah,
on that one because I
it's
would. The thing is,
look,
yeah,
our
but
our attitude
if
is
your
also not
if your
great.
environment is like shit, I'm sorry, your people will make it look shitter, and that's just what it is.
Maybe.
So you're not going to go to somebody's house that is well clean and all that stuff in Nigeria, and then you're throwing your biscuit paper on the floor. You will not do that. So
On a lighter note, let me tell
so
you this very funny. You know, I live here in Finland, where we live with nature. Do you know that even if I want to urinate and I'm feeling very, very bad, I have to continue to drive to see where there's a lot of trees. I have to go inside that wood to go and pee inside the
Exactly.
wood. I cannot pee at the roadside. I can't do that. This place is so clean that we are
so
looking
yeah.
from the window. Everything is so
Exactly.
organized.
If your
Here in
environment
this
is clean and
country, there is no
sewage,
And Remy, in
oh,
Nigeria, people, your friends will encourage you to pee out there. Like,
of
bro,
course
go
they will
out, go
encourage you.
outside
They
and
will just
pee.
park for you. They just
Why are
park.
you
Beep, 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 beep,
exactly?
beep. People pee somewhere
so
now.
these are the reasons.
Nobody.
So these are the reasons why I think Nigeria will not work because Nigerian school, the government schools are mostly dilapidated.
You cannot
The
say Nigeria
Nigerian,
will not work. Oh,
I
look
feel
at
like
hold on
Nigeria
a
will
second. No, no,
work.
wait. Well, look, you guys are not listening, right? Because if you listen, you actually agree that for society to work, certain things are very important. Now, the school needs to have the same standard as international standards, right? The hospitals need to have the same standard as you go anywhere in the world, right? Now, the welfare system, you need to look after your
I can't
citizens.
hear him. Oh,
You,
is he there?
you can't hear me
yeah, it's there.
Okay, yeah,
I
I
can
can
hear.
hear you now.
now. Now, so you need to have a better school system, a better healthcare system, whereby people have a better hospital and they have a proper bed, not just sleeping on springs and equipment, fully equipped, right? And then you need to also make sure that when it comes to accidents and emergency, it's people are well taken care of. So your roads needs to be constructed. Every single road needs to be constructed, whether there's houses there or not. Those roads needs to be constructed. And number four, welfare system. Now, there's a lot of people with disabilities in Nigeria, whether blind or one arm, one leg, no leg, or whatever, or children with different disabilities, right? They are there in Nigeria, right? So there needs to be a social welfare system whereby these citizens are looked after. So if you're an older person or a younger person that have disability, whether you're blind or deaf or dumb or whatever, your parents can claim disability allowances for you, right? So you know you have access to some funds, and then things like hospitals, buying medicine, drugs and stuff will be free because you are on that allowances, because of your condition, because you're not like every other people in the society. So that's why you're collecting that benefit. And then there should also be what they call employment benefits. So for you that just graduated and you're looking for a job and stuff and you've not gotten a job, right? You can apply for an employment benefit. You have to bring proof that you're not working, and you have to bring bank statement so we know what your bank statement is, so we know to see that you're not hiding money and all those things, right? So the government will pay some money, maybe like 50,000 naira, whatever thousand naira they want to pay, some token just for you to get by every day as a human being, right? Because you don't have a job. And immediately you have a job, that unemployment benefits stops because you now have a job, right? So we need to have a good welfare system and then a good pension system that look after people. So that when people get older, you know, they will have been paying into a system whereby, whether they work for the civil servants, whether they are civil servants or privately, they will have been paying into a pot whereby when they retire, there will be money to take care of them, right? So, and also unemployment benefits and disability allowance benefits. These things are what makes society run. So you don't have chaos and all this, and people will feel it. They will genuinely feel that, oh, things are working. You know, they will feel that things are working. But the reason why they can't feel that things are working is because they don't have these things are not there. They're not there. The roads are bad, and it causes a lot of accidents. And people that are using their cars have to repair their cars, and it's costing them arm and a leg because of the bad roads, right? And when they go to hospital, the hospital don't take care of them, and they don't have enough equipment to treat them, and there's no lights. So these are issues, right? And when it comes to security as well, police should be given a car, so that they can patrol. And every police station should be of a standard. And
And there
all
should
this
be
paperwork,
accountability too,
yeah, all this paperwork stuff
especially
needs to be
with
gone.
corrupt people.
And they need to have a CCTV cameras operation whereby the local government will install their CCTVs all around those local area where they govern to monitor crimes and report it to the police. So the local government and the police will have to work seamlessly when it comes to data and processing information. you know. But our people are not this advanced to this kind of knowledge yet. So it will be very difficult for Nigeria to be great because someone reading from the
No,
north or
no,
somebody
no,
from
no, no,
Borno
no,
does
no.
not
So
understand
if
these things.
no, 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 no. So I feel like once we start implementing these changes slowly but surely, right? Nigerians will catch on. They'll get caught up with all the information. Just look at how we all have NIN. When did NIN started? NIN started like yesterday. How about cell phones? All these little kids, they have 2 cell phones. They know how to work a phone. They have social media. They get caught up with what's happening. So once our governors need to start doing stuff. They need to start
Thank you.
implementing these things.
Yes.
They need to
They are
start building
the
exactly.
ones spoiling that country. Those
Mhm.
governors are the real problem of Nigeria. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Look at
because
what
we're
Lagos
not
State is
slow.
doing.
Nigerians are smart. They know. They
Yes,
know
they
that
know.
they're in a shithole. Why do you think everybody wants to go to abroad or the US or UK? Everybody wants to fly there, even for education. They know better. They know, and they can get caught up. Once our governors start showing workings, once we can secure the country, they can have a peace of mind. Let's start
So,
from there.
I was reading something some 3 months ago, and I discovered that Lagos State have intelligence room for traffic control in Lagos State. And people know that if you break the traffic rule in Lagos, they will collect their money, 80,000, 50,000. People drive carefully. That is the point. And you can see every 2 kilometers, you will see policemen with their van in Lagos. Now, let's assume Lagos State have their own state police. Who's going to fuck with them? They will arrest you and
Nobody.
nothing is going to happen.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
that's what we are trying to say. With all this central system, we are waiting for, they are just hiding under it every time. And it's not our fault. No. Look at the NIN number. The NIN number
It
and the
started
biometric.
yesterday.
Let us have a better election in 2023. Even people of nobody, Okada rider, he won the election. Go to the House of Representatives before. How can he do that? More than 10 governors, they lost out the election. When we start doing this system, collecting data, and trying to do the right thing, the country will be better. My only concern is just this northwest and northeast. They are really dragging that country backward. That is the truth. And the reason why they are dragging that country backwards is because some of the leaders there, they use religion to cover their eyes and then control them left and right to whatever they want. But in the southern part of Nigeria, you can't do that. For just because of this singular case of abduction of people in Oyo State, do you know how many people have raked against Tinubu and against what do you call it, Makinde? They are in trouble. So this to say the way we are doing in the southwest now is the same way the northerners have been doing against Boko Haram, the rest. Do you think they will have they will have controlled them, fight them like that? No. So I think the country is getting better, and you can see that competition. I was even checking out Enugu State because that's where I did my youth service. Come and see beauty. Come and see governor working. So that is the answer, that the competition will be there. So, but the point of all this federal character system, quota system that will draw you back, we should eliminate it. Give more power to the state governor. Let him know that he's the one generating the money by himself. Let's see whether we not control the state very well. It's quite, and our people too. We need new orientation. We don't want to obey rules and regulations. Everybody just want to feel like Udogu every time. And even if you are not Udogu, so, yeah, yeah, so entitled. When you get to Nigerian airport, immediately you notice that entitlement. Before you even get out of the plane, you see some people carrying something, helping the big man. And when you are in abroad, nobody do like that. So you are equal.
Because of 5,000 naira. I'm
Of
telling
course,
you.
now you are
You know,
already
some
entitled. It's interesting, really. It's interesting. Agbado, are you not talking? I think it's there.
Abado, are you there?
Maybe Allah is sleeping.
So it's just like, and then you have these people, they will brag about, having security escorts, and it's not something to be bragging about.
I don't even know why you need it, because once you get to security, you are even publicizing yourself unnecessarily. Policemen come and guide you. What, for God's sake? Do you have to announce to the whole
And you would never
security?
see any Oyibo person with
Yes,
escorts or convoy, all this nonsense. And they have more money
yes,
than the ones that
exactly.
are driving around with mopol and, security. It doesn't make sense. There's just some things we're not supposed to be bragging about having. Even you see some babes in Nigeria bragging about having 3 house help. Are you not ashamed of yourself? You don't like your privacy in your home? There's just some things that is like, even to have discussion with these girls, they're just so backwards. Their mentality is so porous. And I'm like, this is not a type of discussion we should be having. You know, nothing organic, you know, just about flaunting this, that, my other house help, my other, like, all these strangers in your home. You know, Americans, how they do this, you have the house, the cleaners, they come clean your house, or you have the chef come cook and go home. Nobody stays in your home is your sanctuary, it's your privacy. You understand? So I don't know why Nigerians just love having these strangers in their home, occupying their space, breathing their AC. I guess maybe I'm selfish, but I can never understand the whole house help thing. It doesn't make sense. You know? I thought Abado came in and he left. Does anybody have anything they want to share? Allah, are you there? Allah? Okay, guys. I want you guys to make sure you click the like button. Make sure you subscribe. Also, make sure you share this broadcast with your friends and family. And I want to thank you guys for joining me today, Remy, Simba, Omotata, and Allah. Thank you guys. I do appreciate you guys. I guess we'll end the show. Oh, Abado is here. Hello? Abado, do you have anything you want to contribute? Well, I'm just rounding up the show. So thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you guys here again tomorrow. Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.